1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. We making noise, balling's a hobby, don't disappoint, making the party jump, time to make your body bump, let's light the dance floor up, and do it like we want. Now wait, let's turn this up, okay, let's work it out, okay, let's shake and move, okay, do what it do, I'm feeling great, now let's turn on the cool.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. 2025 is looking to be an exciting year for us all. But before that, let's recap on what happened in 2024. It's been an exciting year, so buckle up, sit tight, and let us first start with the APAC region. It's been a blast for the top teams in APAC as we did end up seeing the roster shake up a bit. Crazy Raccoon was the only team from APAC to win multiple monthly final championships, winning in March and July. They also had an impressive showing at World Finals, only losing to the eventual world champions in the finals. This year, Milk Rio from Rival has joined Crazy Raccoon, taking Chitampo's spot. An interesting change for sure, but we'll find out if this is for better or for worse.
And Crazy Raccoon, the kings that once were, will return to a world semi-finals.
Speaking of Chitampo, he'll be playing with a duo he's never played with in his entire career. Playing for Navi last year, Levi and Suzuku will be the guys helping Chitampo in his attempt to win his second World Championship and prove to the world he doesn't need Tensai to win. And what better org to sign them than the org who's won 3 World Championships in Zeta Division? They are looking to be serious contenders for the top spot in East Asia. But will they be able to prevent Crazy Raccoon from being at the top? In the EMEA region, teams are looking more than ready to bring home the trophy for their region for the 3rd straight year. The world champions, Humble, who after many weeks of contract discussions will be retaining their roster to protect their belt. Boss, Luki, and Semantic look to be just as deadly as the previous year, where they made 4 grand final appearances. While they're only able to manage a top 4 placement at the Champions Invitational, they should still be one of the teams who could do it all again.
Moya in a present. There it is. Semantic. 3 seconds. He's got it. Gets humbled around. The solo mission onto the safe with the Colette Super.
Regional rival SK Gaming will be bringing back a familiar face from their 2023 run. Joker, Yoshi, and now Ope have shown that they could be the dream team SK have been looking for since joining the scene. SK had a solid run last year, but from what we saw at the Champions Invitational, don't be surprised if they manage to replicate or even surpass that successful year. South America was a pretty interesting fight to the top last year, as 2 Brazilian groups were fighting for their life to claim the only world spot last year. In the end, the top team was decided by a critical blunder. Space Station's former roster, consisting of Adinho, Firecrow and Kyodog, managed to come out on top in the end, even playing in every Grand Finals match last year. But their Worlds run came to an abrupt end after dropping 2 matches to Pioneers and Totem.
He can't contest. Adinho try as he might. Space Station. That's it, blasting off again. And the Empire holds strong.
2 talented Brazilian players are expected to make a statement heading into the new year. Icecrow had a solid rookie season last year, making a monthly finals appearance in all 4 of his showings and winning a match in all but 1 of them. Teaming up with Cow and Wesley, there's no telling what he'll be cooking in his sophomore season. Last but certainly not least, we have what was the most chaotic region last year in North America. Lots of surprises were had that started a new era in the region. Starting with our North American leaderboard champions, 2023 was the start of something great for Zeus and Luffy. but the addition of RBM in 2024 earned them 2 monthly final championships as well as a top 8 finish at Worlds. The hard work paid off as they ended up getting signed by one of the most well-known orgs in the scene, Tribe Gaming.
RBM survives, Zeus chasing down Motep here, and SA's hopes and dreams crushed here on day number 1.
And we saved the best team for last, as Space Station Gaming will be making a return to the North America region. This time, they'll be signing a roster who should be considered a Worlds contender. Bobby, Chino and Sans will all be lifting off together in their stellar journey of bringing home the trophy for North America and finally shutting up all of Europe for their lack of success. Hopefully you're all caught up to date on what's happening in the scene lately. This is surely going to be an exciting year of Brawl Esports, and we can't wait for you all to be a part of it. Best of luck to all the teams competing this year, and we're looking forward to all the amazing matches we'll see this year. This is Trav, signing off, and as always, keep brawling. We're back better than ever for another year in the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With the new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
Shot would do it. His gadget won't be enough to get the kill.
This time, our new beginnings start here, at the first month of the spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hey Brawl Stars fans, welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship. This is the South America monthly final, the first one of the 2025 season. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I'm so excited to be joining you for another day packed full of action. We got 8 incredible teams. We've got 3 wonderful casters. We've got Kenny and Ark on our first set. And Ark, we had a great time last week with Kenny. Long time no see. How you been doing, bud?
Good to see you. Obviously got to work together at the Invitational, but this is where points and postseasons are made. It's great to be kicking off South America here. I am very excited.
Yeah, Ark, how you feeling today?
Very excited to get stuck into some good old-fashioned South American fun. It's one of my favorite regions, and curious to see how this is going to fare this time around this year, because ultimately we see the back and forth of last year, Space Station Gaming versus Split Esports now with some new named rosters to familiarize yourselves with. Is it going to be that same old battle in that grand finals head-to-head all the way, or are we going to have some new rising stars this year? It's going to be exciting to find out.
Now let's jump into the bracket here at Ark. All that experience in South America, bring it to bear for me. Tell me a little bit about these 8 teams we're seeing today in these matchups.
Yeah, some familiar names, some familiar faces, but also some huge roster announcements. So Loud there being one of the biggest organizations now coming into the South American scene. That's your last year Space Station Gaming, so look out for them. A huge, heavy favorite for me in this year's competition. But also, I'm going to point out as well, Casa Brawl as well. That's Motep, Pekka, and Jubilee as well. Definitely a fan favorite for me, one that could go all the way, and funny to see that they're both on opposite sides of the brackets. But you've also got like a Limber Squad, SK Clouds there as well. Some familiar names too, and it's all for the taking.
Oh, you singled out Loud there, and that's a great call out. They're our team to watch for today. And Kenny, a lot of history on this team, coming in #1 ranked seed from 2024. What else can you tell me about them?
I mean, I think they're going to be the #1 seed coming into today as well, not just based on monthly qualifiers and last year, but honestly, in practices leading up to this, I think they've been by far the most convincing team. There's a lot of solid shouts in this region. Casa Brawl were in this last year and competing with them all year long, but right now, these guys just look a cut above the rest.
Yeah, they're looking sharp, Ark. You told us a little bit about them. What else can you tell me about this roster? Sticking together, ranking last year in our world final top, let's see, 9 through 12 there. You think they've got it this year?
Yes, this is the thing. They've got a big organization behind them, which comes with a great amount of then, bit of pressure. Nothing too terrible in that sense, but certainly a very decorative roster. Firecrow's got 14 monthly final wins out of 26 appearances. That's huge. Adino's got 11 wins out of 30 monthly finals in total, so this is his 31st here today. I mean, people forget these things. That is immensely talented when you think about how hard it is to even qualify for monthly finals. So these are big numbers. You know, Adino's, I think, played about as many monthly finals now as Semantic in the EMEA region. So, I mean, when you consider those things in mind, that's a wealth of experience behind yourselves.
Yeah, a lot of your favorite players got a lot of reps under their belt, and if you're trying to track your favorite player around the scene, support them, well, you're going to want to pick up a bunch of these sprays because these roster changes and these team changes are constant. But as we're getting into the 2025 season, these sprays are on their way out. So, Kenny, what do you got to grab before they go?
I've already grabbed every single one of them. As an unbiased caster, I, of course, had to do so. And, of course, I was supporting Code Arc with his codes.
As you should, absolutely. If anyone wants to do the same, all for it. But yeah, well, whatever creator code you're using, it's the last opportunity to get your, cells stuck into those, because once they're gone from the game, you have the chance to be able to still flex it, of course, but they will be gone forever. So make sure that you're getting quick.
Absolutely, if you want to pick them up. And we had a fun time last week. We saw a lot of different competitions, a lot in the draft and the ban phase. Kenny, let's take a look at our most picked and our most banned brawlers from last week.
I think Juju's a no-brainer for me. In the current state of the competitive meta, I think she just applies to so many different maps. Lou got touched in the balance changes a while back, but of course with the break after the World Finals, we really haven't gotten to see pro players kind of compete here. And I think Lou's hypercharge, the tweaks that they made to Dim have elevated him to the very top. But Melody is one I am certainly keeping my eyes on as well. She's so aggressive, can get in your backlines. Such a frustrating brawler to play against.
Yeah, I think for me as well, with Luz, such a versatile brawler. And I think when it comes to big tanks and that kind of thing, certainly a big option on defense a lot of the time. I think for this region as well, Stu has got a big high player rate generally anyway. A lot of players are very accomplished with that particular brawler. I mean, for me, High Dog's pretty much one of the best, if not the best in the entire world with Stu. So I think some relative stats there to consider when it comes to this region as well.
Well, lots to consider with this region. In fact, we asked all of you, and then also me, to consider who might win these quarterfinal rounds. Let's take a look at our talent predictions here. A bit of difference in that quarterfinal four, but otherwise same across the board here, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, I admire Kenny's prep. I know he's a man of stats and numbers, so I have to side with a man on my right there. But certainly, that is a bit of a 50-50 match for me. I think very close as far as those two teams are concerned. I think, for me, match is one of the three, probably the most one-sided of those. So I think that if you're looking to kind of match us on the desk, maybe go with those as your kind of number ones and number twos. But match two as well, I think could be quite a close affair also. But I think you're pretty safe for the most part on matches 1 and 3, or at least, we hope so. Otherwise, we're banging trouble here on the desk.
Yeah, our percentages as far as guessing, they could be better. And hopefully this weekend we'll pull those back up here. But let's see what the players are expecting for this tournament today.
Nesse ano de 2025, eu espero de novo continuar sendo o top 1 da região e trazer muitos títulos aí, principalmente para estar representando muito bem a Loud. A gente está querendo ganhar da FA Mini Pecas, que é o nosso rival desde o ano passado, então ganhar deles seria muito bom.
A expectativa está sendo as melhores, né? A gente vem ganhando alguns campeonatos menores e ganhamos um campeonato da nossa região que valia bastante premiação. Então a gente está bastante unido até e estamos tendo uma expectativa muito alta para essa primeira, porque provavelmente vamos contra a Mini Pecas, que é a melhor da região atualmente. Então eu acho que só vai ter uma disputa acirrada só nas semis, e nas quartas eu acho que a gente vai conseguir passar tranquilo.
La verdad tenemos unas expectativas bastante altas con mi equipo, ya que vamos a poder jugar en las mismas condiciones que los demás equipos. Lo que me gustaría tener para 2025 sería clasificar al Mundial, ya que nunca lo he hecho, y eso sería como la mejor experiencia que podría tener.
Early in the year, but every team has their eyes set on that world final. Good to know they're all fighting for something. And, while you're fighting for something, you may ignite passions. And those passions, well, they may lead to really strong opinions. So, community, we're asking you, what Brawl Stars take has got you like this? You can tune in on social media, share with us your answers. And, well, that's a heck of a take. Tufa's got me like, heck yeah. But we're asking, what's got you at the point of 100 swords? what's got the community a little fired up when you share this thought? Now, Ark, Kenny, I'm not going to ask you just yet, but I will ask you. Please do noodle on this question. I would like to check in with you later. And if you're watching at home, you're watching on our event site, make sure you share your Insta on social media. We'd love to throw them up here on stream. But Kenny, nothing coming to mind, right?
Nothing at this time. I've seen some pretty crazy tweets this week in response to this, though, so I'm curious what the community's got. So we'd love to hear from you, and maybe we'll even throw up some favorite ones that we've got here, too.
I think so. Trump being the predictions master maybe probably comes to mind, considering that he did terrible at the World Finals in terms of his predictions. That's probably rings true to me, at least. I know someone went 100% though. I forget the guy, but he's really handsome.
Yeah, who's counting though, right? Who's counting?
Who's counting though, right? Yeah, exactly.
All the same team, really.
Speaking of teams, our first two teams are ready for the first matchup of the day, the very first quarterfinal. We've got Loud versus Ningwam Segura, and Team Loud, they're our team to watch for a reason. Looking hot after last year, the #1 seed for the season, making it all the way to World's Finals. Now they are setting up for their first monthly final of the year, Ark.
Yeah, of course, who can forget as well the climax of that July monthly finals last year versus Esports, when Space Station Gaming just escaped with the final second stars, which landed them deep into the world finals. Skip the LCQ, didn't have to go through that side of things, but it wasn't a fruitful world finals by any means at all in Group B for Loud. Of course, losing to Pioneers and Reply Totem on day one. They ended in bottom last place, and that is not the result we expected really from a squad that really has showed such great promise. 3 monthly final victories last year, and an appearance in every single grand finals. So much to live up to that just wasn't kind of meeting our expectations when we got to the world finals.
I do wonder what the team is expecting of themselves after that last year's performance. Let's check in with them, what they have to say about this matchup.
Sempre que eu tenho uma partida importante, um dia antes, eu sempre peço pelo meu sono, então eu vou dormir cedo. Eu sempre fico calmo, vendo alguma coisa que me deixa calmo. Desligo todas as luzes, fico relaxado. E no dia em que eu acordo, onde vai ser a partida importante, eu sempre tomo um banho antes do jogo. Às vezes boto ele gelado para dar aquele up, aquela acordada. Eu tô muito feliz com a cena de esportes agora. Vejo que a gente só tem mais ainda potencial para crescer. E eu acredito que no futuro vai ser melhor ainda, com chegada de orgs juntamente com a Loud. Algumas outras organizações também podem vir pro Brasil. Só vejo que a gente tem muito potencial para continuar crescendo.
Firecrow excited about the growth of Brawl Stars Esports, and he has great reason to be, sitting on the top roster currently in the space. What else can you tell us about their meteoric rise here, Kenny?
Honestly, they were really successful last year, and it's a good reason why Loud ended up picking these guys up. Obviously, a lot of first places and a lot of second places and all that. I think Worlds is kind of the one blemish that we've got. There's been no South America team that's actually made it to the top 8 since about 2022, which is a long stretch here, but I think these guys have talent. I think they've shown promise. They've come close, but I think this is kind of the year that we want to see them make that next jump and leap to try and get this region back on global standing.
Well, they're going to have to bring these skills to bear in their first match against Ningwam Segura. Now, this is a free agent team reformed after 2019. We got Tufu back at the helm. And what does it mean with the team he's pulled together now for their options here, Kenny?
Well, Tufa's been around the block for a long time, like you mentioned. He's made Worlds several times, and of this team, it's kind of that veteran presence that they're kind of looking for, right? Brawl, Ray, they haven't been in these kind of intense situations, these deep runs in monthly finals, world finals, and such. I think they're really going to lean on Tufa's leadership, kind of his experience to try and push them through. The good news is they've got nothing to lose, right? Loud are definitely the favorites here. I think the other side, not as much. So they're kind of playing with house money here. Whatever happens, I think, is kind of meeting expectations.
And Arca, I want to ask a little bit about maybe the input of Ace in this as their analyst. He's been all over the place, worked for a bunch of different teams, been to the World Finals. What do you think this is going to be as a factor of their lineup?
I mean, certainly a great deal of prep comes into all of these kind of things. I'm certainly starting with Kenny. I think that Tufa really has got to be the man to kind of lead this squad. It's his 28th monthly final here today. And, one thing I have as a reservation with Tufa, it has been quite a while since we've really kind of seen him at his peak. I want to see him kind of get back to the swing of things. Last year, of course, on the roster with Bravo of Raider PL. And, they didn't really have much success. I think they didn't qualify for, 2 monthly finals. I think they sort of made the semifinals 3 times, losing to put Esports 3 times in those semifinals. So I think from memory, like a number 6 seed or something, really not a great season whatsoever. So, bringing in some fresh blood into this roster as well, maybe it's not the time, dare I say it. But I feel like, especially with the first match of the year against Loud, I mean, that's a really tough position to find yourselves in when you're trying to kind of get back into, sort of meeting the other teams at the World Finals and such.
Fresh blood. Here's the field of battle on which it might or might not be spilled. We got our lineup of our maps and our modes here. Any reactions to that, Kenny? Or are we just looking for a nice solid matchup between these two?
I do think this is leaning more towards a 3-0, if I'm being quite honest. I think Center Stage is going to be one of Loud's better maps. I think they're going to have to at least take sets 1 or 2 off these guys if they want to cause an upset. The reverse sweep doesn't really feel like it's something in the cards. So they're going to have to come out swinging with momentum a little early here on Gym 4, set themselves up for success, because otherwise I think this could be potentially a runaway like the audience is kind of showing.
Audience here very much in favor of Loud, but we've seen these go all sorts of ways, and Ark, we might be in for another upset here, but what odds are you giving it?
I mean, I think it's about fair what we're seeing in terms of the poll on the event site for me. I sort of had some reservations because I know the event site's pulling in some win rates from the qualifying stages, and when you go to that sort of 50-50 choice, it is saying that Loud have got like 100% win rate to an 80% win rate. So some may have been actually voting on the side of Ningwim Segura on this instance, but I don't think that they do stand much of a chance, to be honest. I think, let's be honest, if they are going to cause an upset against an organization like Loud, that's going to be a storyline that I can't wait to follow through for the rest of the season. Nonetheless, though, as the draft coming in now, the Gem Grab, Gem Fort being the first map, let's see where their minds are at. And again, certainly it's not always straightforward when you have such a big signing at the start of the season. It comes with a lot of pressure. The bans are already in, being Jant, the Lu, and the Juju. Again, brawlers that we've all seen at the beginning of the stream on the stats side of things being eradicated in this same instance. Juju, the Berry, and the Melody then on the right side of things, and coin toss is with Ningwim Segura. So they pick up Stufa's pick. I like it a lot, especially on a map and mode like this. Certainly taking it away from Loud, though, might have been the actual thought process here, because again, as I was saying earlier, Kaidog is so phenomenal with this particular brawler. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Kenny, if that's like a direct little nod towards taking it off his hands.
I think it is 100% as well. In practices leading up to this, Barry Ash combination and Stu have been kind of the 2 directions that they've gone. So they hadn't gotten their hands on Stu. Well, they're kind of looking for Barry to power up an ally. So they love getting aggressive on this map. I think that first overall selection is very safe as well. So I think they did their homework. Obviously these 2 teams aren't going to be practicing against each other leading up into this, but I do think that was very intentional as well.
I like the Penny pick as well. We haven't really seen too much of her across the other regions, and I'm not really too sure why, to be completely honest. She's been such a great addition now with the hypercharge coming into her kit that it really has resonated quite a lot with me as to how much better she is now in terms of the meta. I would like to see a bit of Jessie locking down this mid as well on the other side of the field. Obviously, I'd imagine Penny doing much of that on Loud side of things already. Search gonna come in now as a big heavy tank counter. Might be making Ningwim Segura think twice a little bit if they were going down those lines. Like I say, I agree with the Ash pick. I think that's a really strong tank idea on this particular map. Quite versed on that regard. We see Rosa a bit more in this region than other regions on Gem Fort, simply because you can lay down the grass into the center of the map, but I'm not really a big fan of that style of comp myself, and certainly not against the Surge. So you've got to keep considering the whole big picture here. Kit, wow. I mean,
he's back.
Well, you know how I feel about this. I mean, we saw it constantly last week in East Asia, not so much in EMEA, but I'm not a massive fan of it. We'll see what the third and final is to join this comp, but so far, already vibing with this idea.
I don't love it either. It had a 25% win rate in East Asia, and it was played quite a bit. It's a brawler that I think needs some perfect circumstances, and I think the Surge here on the other end is kind of playing into this, right? When you see the kit, we're going to assume they're going for something tanky or something more aggressive. So I think Surge is a little bit of a preventative pick. Now they can make an informed decision on this 6th and final pick. It's a high upside case. You're swinging for the fences, but I think that's kind of the thing you need to do for the 8 seed here, right? We've been talking about it. Odds of them winning this are not high. You got to come out with something crazy. Unfortunately for them, Colette is about the hardest of hard counters you could get into that combination.
I mean, you know, you really are driving into the eye of the storm. You've already seen the Surge pick on the right, on the left side of things with Loud, and then you're going to go hit Frank. And of course, they've got the final pick to go Colette and double down on the tank counter. I'm not really sure that's how I would play that draft out myself. Certainly, you know, Gwim Segura are focusing on the idea of overrunning this. As, you know, looks directly into the camera there in a very fierce manner. Certainly the Penny's going to have the toughest time against this kind of comp. Might be playing pretty well into the stew. The Salty Barrel can be a quite good deterrent of that with that gadget. But certainly with the Colette and the Surge doubling down, especially as they feed Firecrow so early on, he's already got super off the mark immediately, card on the left as well. And as quickly as that, Loud have shut down 2 of their opposition and have taken full control.
Yeah, and without wall break here on this Frank, there's really no way to break in. Kit's just going to be kind of sitting here, exhausting gadgets. They have to find some way to get a frag here. 5 gems in the pocket of Loud early, and a pushback and a takedown already. Veteran Tufa has fallen twice now.
Not a good start whatsoever here. I think Gwim Segura, and they've got to find some momentum. Already good shots from Firecrow to Bravo, going straight into an aggressive stance. Good timing though on the Kit side from Bravo. And now that might give a little bit more mid-control over, as Loud are forced away. Whole box there as well from Bravo, but now found once more and taken care of, in fact, by Dino with a final blow. Tufa now trying to assert some authority in the zone, but the gadget was missed, and now, as quickly as that, Loud can start to get the gems back on their side.
Yeah, this Colette is just locking them out. I mean, they're not able to do anything. There's the Kit going for something crazy here. Gonna be really tough with Firecrow and Kyodog surrounding him, and it's gonna lead to a gym countdown. Loud just running away with it.
Yeah, Tufa's got hypercharge, but that's about it. And especially with the aggressiveness there of Firecrow going in, there are going to be too much to save for it on the side of Gwim Segura. We'll try to get some sort of reset, but it's going to be Kyodog or nothing. He's got super as well, can get away. And it's going to be the first game going the way of Loud.
And I do think a lot of that is due to the draft as well, Ark. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be a Kit hater. It's really not intentional, but the numbers don't back it up. And, well, I mean, I'm just going to be, we're going to keep it a buck here. I mean, the win rates last weekend were atrocious. It was not good. It's not a brawler that I think can be played everywhere. And across regions in the world, support brawlers are great. Barry, Poco, some of the most prominent brawlers in our meta right now. This is not one of them to me, though. At least not to the category and level of selection it's being picked, and it's really being exploited right now.
It's just very cheesy, and I think that works on ladder, you know, maybe even on ranked in the low levels, but, you know, it just doesn't really work on the competitive side of things for me. Again, Loud already have a good firming position in the mid, and especially with that cardboard box on the Kit side, once it's eradicated and diminished down, it'll be much easier for Loud just to kind of pick and choose where they want to go. Look at this right-hand side, complete and utter dominance there from Firecrow and Kyodog. Forcing out then, ready to foot to the left-hand side. Ooh, as well. Good connection from the Kit, but that hypercharge Colette just coming in from Kyodog. Misses the second, but nonetheless, it's enough. And as quickly as that, again, Loud on 8 gems.
I can't help but chuckle. I mean, it's just been so convincing. Loud, the #1 seed, of course. This is the expectation we have for these guys, and we're looking for the red roster to kind of form an upset. But it's just constant dunks. Firecrow leaping on enemies. Tufa finally getting a super. Doesn't even have time to use it. Rated Foot trying to move down the mid. No success here. Loud are coming out swinging here in our monthly finals with such an easy look in this set #1. It's going to be back to the drawing board for Gwim Segura.
I mean, one of the most dominant victories I think we've seen all month, in my opinion. There wasn't really any moment that I felt like Loud were not in control of things. They lost positioning like once. I mean, that's about it. And it wasn't even like a very convincing loss of that mid. Immediately retook. I mean, you know, it's hard to really fault that. It was really all Loud. Such a convincing fashion. They're not even breaking a sweat, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's not a good way to build momentum up here. Oof.
I love that we're seeing the Loud player cams here too. You talked about them not even breaking a sweat. Did take some time for some quick comms. Having seen them in competition again and again, even seen them on these world stages, you know, this is their true form here. What do you think they're talking about, Art?
Probably about how bad the stats are, to be completely honest. I mean, 94 DPS in the kit, and as a donut, that's very, very reminiscent of the World Finals. 82 DPS on the Frank side as well. I mean, every player on the side of Loud had combined that DPS and more. I mean, it's just really what you'd expect from a draft that went so one-sidedly. I mean, you can't really ever consider doubling down on a tank hit heal concept, but the third and final pick is with your opposition, and they've already got a tank counter to start with. Of course they're going to double down. It was the perfect draft for Loud, and I felt like it was just handed to them on a plate, in all honesty.
Yeah, you've been kind of hard on the kit picks last weekend, this weekend, Ark, and can you kind of single that out, break that down for me, as we're kind of, you know, got some new people learning this game for the first time, or some people who are picking it and maybe shouldn't be?
It's one of those brawlers which can have a bit of a cheese quality to it. Ultimately, there's a great amount of healing once you kind of latch on to your, fellow teammate, and the elusiveness of that particular brawler with the cardboard box invisibility effect with the gadget. Normally, pretty much that's what we see in the competitive scene, is the ability to just press the green button, go invisible, and change your positioning on the map. Try and take your opposition by surprise. It can work, actually, in my opinion, probably best actually in knockout, by weighing down the clock and waiting until the final moments. But these are the best teams in the world. They tend to focus their scrims and practicing around the tougher comps to be able to handle and manage and ensure that when they come to that draft, they don't leave any stone unturned. They're really kind of expecting it, and therefore they're not really committing too heavily towards a certain idea, in the eventuality that if you're not going to ban it, it could still show its face. And Loud again played it perfectly. I think Surge was a great second pick to have. I think one that can just really be quite versatile and change the sway of the draft depending on what happens next. As we go into our second set then, Brawl Ball center stage, the bans being the Janet, the Rico, and the Otis. Nice to see the Janet banned across the majority of these regions now, is really quite a front runner now in this draft process. Berry and the Lou and the Stu banned out by Nguim Segura, and the coin toss now over with Loud, so they get the first pick this time round.
Yeah, Juju is wide open here, so I'm curious to see how both of these teams kind of play out the draft. If you go Juju first overall, you are picking a thrower first. There is a little risk to that. Instead, though, I think Surge is going to be kind of a safe overall pick. On this map especially, there are going to be tanky ideas. With no Barry, they're going to be looking for ways like Poco to possibly back that up. But Ash, Kenji, Frank, Melody all get played here a lot as kind of aggressive or tankier options. So I think picking this up first overall makes a lot of sense, just to kind of prevent the other side from getting too far ahead.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where it's like Juju's definitely always going to be good everywhere, in my opinion, pretty much. And for a very bushy map as well like this, definitely not going to be out of place to see. Now going to be followed up by Nguim Segura. But I feel like I'm also concerned because Loud could have absolutely picked it first. They didn't have a plan in mind. So the fact that they've actually left it open and I've gone against it makes it feel like to me there's a bit more of a strategy, because you don't leave Juju open if you really have not banned it out in any sense. So certainly a very strong tank counter as well, and that's going to be now on the minds of Loud. But I think for me, the best way to counter Juju, there's not that many, to be honest, but I think to try to overgovern it with speed, try to go and overgovern it with aggression, really kind of get up and close and personal as quickly as you possibly can. Going to be doubled down with by the Buster on the side of Nguim Segura, and it's definitely not a bad pick at all. One that's kind of escaped a lot of the drafts that I've seen over the weekend and over this month, and I'm not really too sure why, to be honest, because it is so good. And of course, when it comes to Brawl Ball, probably one of the best modes you can have a Buster for it. So already seeing some better signs of the draft so far, but again, that third and final pick is where we tend to see the stories change quite quickly. This time it's going to be on the other side, so Loud have got to play this cautiously and ensure that they get this one right. Frank, they're playing a daring game with that one. Of course, the Juju's can play really well into it, but they can just overthrow things, maybe get the heal behind it as well. Did a bit of a Rise of Poco recently too matters, so I wouldn't mind it. But if they can get close, rush things, there you go, there's a combination. That could overthrow things, but they are lacking the speed. That's a bit of a concern for me.
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? Overwhelming Juju, I think, is probably your best bet. Obviously, with Grigri on the map, you get an extra spawner, but Frank is the biggest of sponges on the map, and powered up with Poco is a huge way, I think, to try and take advantage here. Buster's not going to be able to bring him down easier. They're going to have Surge on their side as well, one of the better brawlers, I think, to get up in Frank's face, to jump on him, kind of disrupt those supers. I really like this well-rounded composition from Loud. This was kind of the direction I would have probably headed. Melody was also on my mind, just for a playmaker, a goal scorer, but we saw Colette be an answer to tank last time. This time, Nguim Segura is going to take it into their hands. I think that's probably one of their better bets to give them a chance here, to be honest with you. I don't know if there was a perfect answer there.
I like it. for sure. I mean, they're definitely going to be trying to give Loud a bit of a taste of their own medicine as the way that they were treated in the previous set. And I quite like it. I think certainly the Vision Gear could be very much on the minds of the players here as well, just to try to give them the earliest idea of when a flank might be inbound. And certainly, I think it's given them a good chance for sure. But one thing I'll say is that if Loud just continue to trample this set in the way that they have been, then well, this is the best draft they've had so far today, which doesn't give me much hope if it doesn't work out. Already, Pilot got off to a slow start, which is good on the side of Ingrid Segura. Get some takedowns as well. Trades are coming out. And fast 1 HP on Twardino is quite a rare sight to see on a Brawl which doesn't really have any capabilities of being so of any kind of gadget use, unlike a Draco and such. But already, yeah, they're looking a lot better as a result of this draft. And Loud stacked now in spawns and not playing too well together, it seems.
Adinho gonna release a super here. Rejected. The reflection coming in clutch here now a couple times. Could be a breakaway on this right-hand side, though. This red roster is set up for defense, offense, something much tougher. And the big barreling Frank just trying to move his way down. He's got assistance from Firecrow, who's being shredded through right now. A good super out here, a little shield up. They're releasing every shot they have on this man. They still haven't found a way to bring Adinho down.
Yeah, playing much better together. Kyodog now, last man standing, just trying to delay the inevitable, but there's a shot, and it should trickle over the line as well. The respawns were not there in time for Firecrow and Dino. And finally, we get a little bit of action on the side of Ningrum Segura as they get off the board.
Some signs of life here. A super dodged. Kyodog trades. Firecrow right hand in as the hypercharged super goes down. Looking to swing his way down the right hand side. Not enough though. This defense out of Buster has been incredible. Honestly, they have really shut down this Frank for the most part.
Oh, Birds able to survive on there. Should be able to heal up as the hypercharge. That's definitely a concern as Tuva's now invisible. Trying to get some good shots from Twardino. Does get up a smash. Wasted gadget. And two members of Ningrum Segura still stay standing on that right-hand side, just pocketing the ball now for the next 40 seconds as they'll try to delay the inevitable coming through. And that hypercharge is certainly going to be a very good thing to have on defense. The heal screen from Firecrow handed over to his teammates. They're pushing for the ball. Good connection for Bravo, following through the second one. Firecrow going to try and do his best all alone, but it's not going to avail too much. And they're Gregory on defense, definitely going to shut the very idea down.
Only about 20 seconds left to go. Shot clock approaching, and Kyodog nowhere inside of this ball. Adinho's going to have to grab it. Tufa on defense, releasing shots from a distance. All they have to do is battle the clock. Adinho, dribble, left hand in, breakaway, but a kick away and a perfect interception. Red roster throws it to the other side, and now Kyodog not going to be able to grab this. Signs of life coming in here in game number 1.
Fantastic stuff. It's what we want to see. And finally, a much better draft then. And one that has some legs, could even potentially even out these sets, but it is still early days. It's a glimmer of hope, and the first set was just so convincing in favor of Loud. This one now much more close together. Can Loud gain the game here? I think they can. I think they just cannot leave a big opening like they did last game. That was too much of an opportunity, and that Buster pick really now being the thorn in the side here of Loud, pushing it forwards now. Bravo on the right-hand side with some great value. Should be able to walk this one through as well, and he does so spectacularly well in the first 20 seconds of play. Loud are crumbling.
I was giving them a lot of credit on center stage, especially in scrims leading up to this week. This was one of their better maps, but right now, Ningrum Segura making it look too easy. Rated foot on this Buster has been incredible. And he's now working this left-hand side. Kyodog still on stage 1 is Surge. He has to get up, but it's a super pass over, a miraculous play, and it's a tie ball game here. Ningrum Segura looking to pull off a miracle.
Fantastic stuff. That's what you love to see to start off the day. No sweeps happening in our first match. And some big things to consider now for Loud, because that was a very convincing set in favor of Ningrum Segura. I mean, again, I draw a lot of it back to the draft. I think that's where things went very well. That Buster pick, as I was saying, very underrated. And I don't know why it is so, because it's such a great thing to have in Brawl Ball there. Two there on 490 DPS as well. Great stats. And a much better night and day difference, really. All tied up. Fantastic.
All tied up. I know this is not what you guys are expecting. We were saying a quick 3-0 right at the start of this, but this is exactly what we love to see. Now, talk to me a little bit about, after that draft, you know, this is a different game mode. What could they have learned from that last one? Are they just staying away from Kit here, or is this a whole new plan that they've got for a whole new setup, Art?
I think the draft was definitely much better. Loud really just, they were playing the same style of draft as we saw in the first set on the side of Ningwu and Segura, taking some risks that I don't think were really necessary to do so. You know, the tanky picks, even with combining the heals to it, just not really enough to overthrow a brawler like Juju for me. I was hoping to see a Max leading into that draft. That would have been kind of like, I would have expected to see a bit more of the aggression that we're used to seeing from Loud, maybe, to go against that Juju, but they left it open. I like the idea. It's a risk to leave it open for sure, but if you've got a firm strategy, no reason why on that particular map you have to necessarily pick it as your first pick. More often than not, though, pick Juju first. That's kind of how I see it. But certainly, I think that Loud will get back to some winning ways. I think that they've given themselves, you know, a bit of a disadvantage now, and will look to like try to turn this back into a more comfortable place very quickly as we move on to Bounty and Shooting Star. All about the sharp shooting side of things. I think this is pretty much a map for me that you do have to ban Juju, though. That middle area of lake combined with the grass can have the slow or the additional range on her shots, so I think it's safe to ban it. Tick wouldn't be a bad ban for me here either. Certainly the Nannies, the Pipers, the Byrons, the RTs, and that kind of stuff too. I want to kind of see a heavy consideration towards banning those particular brawlers, maybe even a Mandy, which was very heavily favorited in South America above other regions as a brawler, so I wouldn't necessarily mind those ones being out of the picture here either. Max is an option. I wouldn't ban it necessarily, but if the Pipers do start to show their faces and the Nannies, they're going to ban it. I don't mind it. Andrew as well was one that I missed off there, but certainly a big reason to ban that particular brawler here as well. So far, bans all looking great for me.
Juju, Angela are the first two I think of, and I think that makes a lot of sense why it's the right side banning it. They know they're not going to be able to get their hands on it, so they're going to lock it out of Loud's hands. RT about as safe of a burst pick as I think you can get right now. And Knockout and Bounty, he is one of the top dogs for me. I think Gus is going to be in the equation here. A lot of these players have been using Gus and Melody as a combination. You get your aggressive Melody that can get up in their faces, and the Gus bubble with long distance kind of powers her up. So I do think that's a possibility here as we look forward in Arc. I hate to say it, but since Kit is not in the ban stage, I will say Kit does show up quite a bit in this region on this particular map, especially in combination with aggressive brawlers. I've seen Kenji quite a bit, so it's a little crazy, it's a little out there, but I'm just going to call it how I see it and what I've seen this week.
I wouldn't want it any other way, Kenny, but you are wishing it from the universe at this present moment in time, and that makes me concerned. Gus, though, definitely was one that I think works really well here. Glad to see that particular brawler come through. Has the option of combining the shielding as well with a more aggressive brawler. Sometimes even Carl can be a good pairing with that kind of idea, but it provides more survivability and aggressiveness, really. So I'm kind of curious to see what the strategy could be. With a Gus as a standalone, it is absolutely fine as well. Melody, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Melody, as we've seen a lot in East Asia on this particular map too, getting some fantastic results, and definitely the much better of those two ideas between the Carl and the Melody. So I really like that. It's a very strong draft. It's going to play pretty badly into the RT at times, so it really is all about timing to ensure that that leg form is being kept well away, and eradicating the RT as a primary kind of source of low HP attention, really. But certainly that's a great synergy. Loud here, looking to me like having the week of the draft so far. Still going to come in. In any other instance, I wouldn't be as much of a fan of it. But in the hands of Kaya Dog, I mean, if it can't work, then they've given it the very best chance of working. But it is a very open map here, Kenny. Let's be honest, it's not really a map that caters immediately towards Stu, although I can see it working. With Byron, I don't think it makes much difference to me. I think that still I'm starting on the right side here.
I really love the start that the red side's got here. We've got Gus and Melody, which is a great combination. I think that kind of deters Loud from going the traditional sharpshooter route. Like I mentioned, you get a Gus bubble onto the Melody. She is going to dive at you. She's going to be pesky, and she's going to have those musical notes circling around her while she dances around you and takes down foes. And the name of this game is all kills. As long as you're getting those frags and keeping the lead, you're going to be great. The escapability she brings is also nice. I think Loud are kind of going with an out there composition. We've got Byron plus Stu. Stu's tougher for those sharpshooters at times if you can hit the jukes, and obviously, like you mentioned, Kyle Dog phenomenal at this brawler, but this is a really well-rounded composition on our right-hand side. I think I'm leaning their way too.
Piper can get overwhelmed sometimes against the Stu, but again, such an open map, not really much ability to push forwards. You're going to have to run Speed Zone as a gadget. I can't really see any advantage to trying to break the walls with anything else on that Stu gadget side. So, and it's also quite a good way to tank the Piper shots if you're really under pressure as a Stu. But even so, I mean, it's going to take a lot. It really is. This comp is so polished on the side of Ningguim Segura. I really like what they brought to the table in terms of strategy, but can Loud do anything against this? That's the question. Spire on heals from Firecrow going to have to land every single time for Firecrow, and he's not there for it in that instance. The kill was picked up, traded over though exactly as well. Actually into the hands of Loud. I think that poison trickle must have been more than I was expecting.
I don't know if I love the process, but the result was great. I mean, he kind of just dashed away from Firecrow, and now Firecrow goes down. They're going to be pinned in this bottom right-hand side, and Ningguim Segura elect not to put too much pressure on him. They're going to hold this mid control, let Firecrow respawn, get rid of that bubble, and now all of them are vulnerable.
Firecrow's going to have his work cut out, man. He's been healing the entire game, and sometimes it can only work for so long before you're just overrun, especially against a Melody now with Hypercharge on the side of Raider Foot. Down that left-hand side to making some space, I think is wise for Loud. They've still got the lead, but they do have to bring this back to a more mid-matched game. Firecrow too weak to really go on the healing side. Oh, some good taps though from Kaiodog. Almost secured a takedown for that.
It was pretty close, and they did exhaust a couple of those 3-for-1 supers that you get with Melody. That's also one of the perks with her. She's going to use that last one there and try and recharge it up to get all 3 back. She's also just going to hug this wall with her musical notes. It's not allowing Kaiodog to kind of push at them. He's having to zig and zag left and right. Low HP, a gadget going down for Firecrow. A dive in, 1, looking for 2, doesn't get it. Kaiodog survives, and with 30 seconds to go, they're going to be up 3.
Oh, Tuva just shortchanged on the left-hand side. Just scratching and grazing there with his shots, but nothing on the HP side. There's a final push coming in really here. for Ningguim Segura, who are behind on the stars. Big poison trickle down that Melody in the mid as Kaido gets the hypercharge, going straight for the eyes of that Piper and finds up the landing as well. 12 stars in the blue now for Loud, and in a very, very good spot to secure a game.
Gonna be a close call. Firecrow piling it on here as well. What's a couple extra kills for the stat line? Might as well get some garbage time stats. Nonetheless, a GG here in our first. Ademio back on top alongside his teammates. And to be honest with you, Ark, that felt like a lot of mechanics to me. I felt like Kaiodog was really having to put in some calculated work to get those frags towards the beginning of the game. I think it could have gone real south if they didn't get that lead early. I think they almost needed it to kind of hang on, survive, and really make the red side kind of push up.
And it was a very, very clutch kill as well. I believe it may have been from the Kaiodog flame of the Stu dash, potentially there, or combined with that poison from the Byron. But it almost wasn't a lead that Loud had to play with. And gaining it early on, I fully agree, was really quite the way forwards here, as they're really fighting for the lead again. Going super aggressive, getting right up in the faces there of Ningguim Segura. We're now trying to fight back. Oh, a lovely gadget pop with the hacks there from Adino, securing the kill on that right-hand side, giving then a 3-star lead over to Loud. A very advantageous stage of the game. Shield hands over to the Melody now, and some aggression. Not really much to come home with. Kaiodog's weak and weary here, but staying alive, and Tuva's not connecting the shots. Now he does follow up, and that will close the gap somewhat, but there's still a 1-star lead in favor of Loud.
Oh, and Tufa connects with another. The hacks aren't quite enough to get that kill on Melody, and as a result, Blue Star switching over to Ningguim Segura. They're gonna have a speed zone down. And they didn't make any kills with that bubble, but they did get a lot of presence and pressure, which allowed Tufa to push up to make those taps. So as long as everybody's doing their job, they're in good control here. They're gonna have to hold on for a little bit longer. The hypercharge moving down now, looking for one. Kaiodog goes, and they're expanding this lead. Ningguim Segura giving them a little fight back.
Yeah, lovely stuff. I thought Raiderfoot might get 2 for his trouble there, but just the 1 is plenty. 9 stars and that blue. But this is where they struggle on the defensive side. It's kind of going in the shield at just the right time there for Bro, but now taken care of. And it puts Raiderfoot back out of position, but he finds one behind himself. Now pinched out, and as 4 stars hand over. But Loud are still behind here with 20 seconds on the clock. They've got to find another takedown, but they've got the advantage of it being literally anyone.
Battling for the set now. Shot clock available. Kaiodog right-hand side as Firecrow approaches the mid. Tufa has a hypercharge available. Not diving in quite yet. Kaiodog skating around though. Rubber hits the road and Loud secures the kills. Raiderfoot nowhere in sight. He needs to get there, but Kaiodog skates away. Incredibly played, and the mechanics persevere.
The clock, the way it was, I thought there may have been a world that they ran out of time for Loud, and it may have been a tied-up set, but not to be. And a really convincing way for Loud to come back in this series, because honestly, it was looking a very tough draft. I much still prefer what we see on the side of Ningguim Segura, but As soon as I saw the Stu, I thought if there's any team that can land this mark, it's going to be Loud. And they were so good in the aggression, putting Ningwim Sakura on the defense time and time again, and coming out on top for it. Not an easy draft to make work, but one that is very much in the hands of Loud to do so.
Kenny, taking a look at the replay here, it looks like the story was the mechanics in this third set. I mean, talk to me a little bit about how Loud had to pull it together here to bring it to NGS, who was bringing a little bit more fire than I think anyone anticipated.
They've been really impressive. Outside of this first set, right, they've been drafting pretty well. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of with Ark. I think Loud made this a little bit more difficult on themselves than they needed to. The Stu's a comfort pick, but it's not an easy one to pull off on this map. And the fact that they did, I think, goes to show the caliber of a team we're working with. The draft is a lot, but ultimately you got to execute. And despite how we feel, it played out the way of Loud winning that 2-0. But I don't think this is over yet. I really do think this right-hand side's got a chance here.
Yeah, what would you have liked to see instead of the Stu that you think might have given them a better edge in that matchup?
It's not that much, to be completely honest, to kind of consider. I mean, you're looking at like long-range ideas. I think from memory, the Bell was banned as well. That would have been quite a nice one to consider. I mean, Colt potentially, but it's, again, quite risky, especially against the Melody. I think the draft really was just a tough one to play into for me. So, I mean, what about you, Kenny? Any thoughts on that side of things? I mean, it makes sense in the side of Loud. If that had been any other team, though, I think they would have probably lost the set.
I think so too. I think they really had to pull that one out. You know, obviously that's a map that caters more towards sharpshooters. We see some interesting combinations there with all the bans that went down. I really do think that 2-3 turn with grabbing Gus and Melody was such a strong thing because that's something Loud are running constantly. It's something a lot of teams are running. They grabbed the RT, but after that, a lot of those traditional picks were kind of in the ban stages. So I think, again, credit to the ban picks phase of this right-hand side. They're playing this a lot better and have seriously recovered from this first set.
Going to Heist, then Kaboom Canyon. Definitely a lot of heavy hitters that need to be banned here. Immediately, Melody's got to be there. Chuck is a bit of a 50-50, I think, for me. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It has a big kind of countermeasure idea in the strategy. So I think that it's not necessarily nearly as dominant as we saw it being last year. Definitely, though, if you're playing ladder and ranked, it's very high up in the win rates. In competitive, it's looking to be on the lower side actually for me, although it is quite a big threat still that you have to heavily consider, and whether you've kind of prepared enough for it in your, in your scrim side of things. The Crow, it has to be banned in this region, no doubt about it for me. It was very much the decision maker of things last year, and the meta hasn't changed for it this year. Probably played Crow in Heist before anyone else actually in South America, so that's a must-have ban here. But Colette certainly gonna have a great time on this particular map as well. And you know, Melody's Carl's over the lake as well. I can see it having a pretty decent place here also. So Amber, I think we've seen a bit more of a rise actually in Amber now in Heist, defensively speaking as well, but also aggressively. We've seen it actually play quite a big kind of counter roll into a Chuck as well, which we've seen last week. So certainly a lot of choice, a lot of options on this particular map for me. And it's a very South American map mode to have here. Loud, not going to be taking any chances in that regard, but they have already had a bit of a shaky second set. They do not want to have a position of going to the 5th and final against Ningwim Segura, and any possible idea of there being a turnaround here, you know, they've got to shut this idea down. They cannot allow any momentum over, because what an upset this would be, Kenny, if this was to go all the way.
Yeah, this would be a tough one for Loud to lose off the rip. I think you covered a lot of the prominent brawlers that show up on this map. The Amber and Carl even showing up. I think Melody, Colette, some key pieces for that heist safe damage. Honestly, Barry, somebody that shows up a ton in heist right now. So I think all of those are very worthwhile. Angelo, if you're playing a more control-styled gameplay, I think is a really solid first overall pick. And even if you're not, it's just one of the better brawlers, I think, on this map and mode. Anytime you have access to the water, a little extra space to move, it's going to be a good bit. 8-Bit is somebody I'm kind of looking out for here too. We saw in the graphic, and one of my favorite things this year is on these maps, they're kind of pointing you all out some of the tips and tricks on each of these. And it says break walls or don't break walls. And 8-Bit is a huge factor when it comes for that. Brock and 8-Bit often get in the equation. Penny with her turret. Those walls matter a lot for some of these brawlers. For Angelo, not as much, but depending on the strategy these teams want to use, I think that's going to come into play a ton.
Definitely Juju against Angelo. I prefer Juju on this particular map, especially with the Penny. This comp on the side of Loud is really screaming, let's get our opposition back in spawn and stuck. And Angelo's going to be terrible on defense in that regard. The slow effect that Juju can obtain by just hovering around that sort of lake area of the map. And the Penny turret, once that hypercharge is down, it's so hard to escape its clutches. Let's see what happens here with the Brock. I mean, it's not a very big pick for me coming in to join the party at the Angelo. It's still all about range. Gonna have some difficulties, I feel, on the defensiveness. Sure, the incendiary on the safe can shred through things, but nothing too much more to say for this side. It's still about range, and I think that they need to have a bit more variation on the side here of Ingram Segura. But it was a very good banding stage of this draft on both sides, so wouldn't mind seeing, I was gonna say a Bell, but Daryl coming in is definitely the sort of brawler that you want to have and when the Carl is banned in this kind of instance. Getting that roll, just time to get onto the safe. With the Chuck ban, the Carl ban, it makes sense to bring in a brawler like a Daryl. It's probably not the worst of picks. That may have swayed me somewhat towards the comp side of Ningwim Segura, but the third and final pick comes here from Loud. I'm liking what they're bringing already.
I will defend this right-hand side a little bit. They're going to be looking for wall break, and I think Griff's going to kind of cater to this as well, but they're going to go for this Angelo and Brock pairing. I think tear this open and try and make it a long-range affair, kind of deter some of that value that Juju would have gotten. Daryl is going to be a really aggressive factor that would have done great into Penny once those salty barrels are kind of exhausted. Juju, the one way she can't fend for himself is up close and personal, and that's exactly what Daryl does. Great at high safe damage, but this Griff pick's a really interesting one because not only is it going to be solid into breaking the map, I don't think that's necessarily what they're looking for, though. I think they want that super in tandem with the amount of high save damage he can do. I think this may be a decent shot at trying to block out this Daryl from being a threat.
Let's see how things fare. I just feel like with the Juju, though, against Daryl, it's going to be good on the defensive. Nice invisibility already from Medina, just taking that mid position immediately. So, trying to deny a little bit on the Daryl side. They probably fed him quite a lot on the side of Loud, but some good trades coming in now. It's 2 versus 2. Cardog, weak and weary, as is the Andrew there as well. It's 2 for by far the healthiest, now getting aggressed by that Griff pick. I quite like it. Firecrow, no, missing 2 shots there. He needs to finish him off, does so now, but now Daryl's on the safe for Ningum Segura, and damage, more importantly, rolling in with that damage gear too. Bit of a miss gadget. You want that on the safe ideally as well. That would be a ton of damage. He was, on low damage gear level as well. You gotta land those. That's a lot of damage wasted actually.
A lot of damage wasted. They exhaust a Penny barrel as well. You want to use those to defend against Daryl more than ideally. I mean, they can use them to block these single shot brawlers, but that was a long time to try and get one brawler takedown in a 2v2 situation. High safe damage certainly favoring Ningwim Segura right now. They're the ones that are aggressing. They're moving down, and another takedown on Kaio Dog. Adiu's gonna have to put in some serious work right here to make up for this.
Reverse not using his gadget on the safe at all. We've been trying to get super. Now he's got the hypercharge as well, but I mean, it's an odd choice, I mean, you're going to get super over time regardless playing a Daryl anyway. He's obviously struggling to close the gap, but you really want to. That's like 8k damage on the safe with a single gadget. I believe it's quite a substantial amount that you want to be reserving, but he's not really using it for that means. So just an interesting choice. Not sure it's one that I kind of agree with. 2 from the left-hand side though. Hypercharge going to surely try and find a time to land on the safe and does so here. So more continuous damage for the side there of Ningwim Segura. They've got a healthy lead so far, but now the aggressiveness of Bo needs to suffice onto that safe, and Dinu low. Good taps from Raider Foot as well might provide an opening here.
The long-range shots from Tufo and Ray have been phenomenal. Now they're laying it down on the high safe, bringing it all the way down to almost 30%. This is a huge difference. And I think the problem with Loud's composition is outside of maybe a Penny turret, a Griff super, they don't really have a way to play this unless it's control. But the other side, Red Roster has had control of the map the entire time. There's just no chance here for Loud to move.
They're really struggling, and that Penny turret now completely exposed. We'll be there for the taps. Brawl rolling in, trying to get behind this respawn. Regree, they're going to be helping on defense, but it's the damage that is lacking on the side of Loud. They're not going to have the time to be able to really establish much either. Not with 2 players standing on the side of Ningwim Segura and the respawn now of Brabo. So a very nice game. And this is really quite concerning for Loud. It's got to be. There wasn't really much to say for them in that set so far. That gives me too much hope. They got to establish a much better chokehold of this safe, which they just were not able to achieve that last game. This is dangerous. They're going to a 5th and final set, and that's a really concerning thing when you think about it. One bad draft or the coin toss is not going your way, and you're strategy unfolding, and then you're losing, for your organization in the quarterfinal stages. I mean, we need to see more from Loud really quite soon, and that's not a good way to start. All 3 members now respawning back in, and Ningbo Segura got the high ground.
Tufa has had this left-hand side on lockdown. We saw him get across the map, drop a hypercharge there, but honestly, he's winning his lane. Now he's being pesky. This is where Adinho has an advantage, though. Throwers into these sharpshooters. If there's a wall involved, it's going to favor that side. But for a control-based comp, for Penny, for Juju, for Griff, they're not controlling the map. They have to find these frags, but somehow, some way, this red roster just keeps finding ways to get kills. Firecrow finally getting a few taps. It's just not enough compared to a Brock Super or a Daryl Roll on that safe.
Tara, not really well placed. It could have been a bit more to the right-hand side for me. One tile gap there is going to leave it wide open for shots from the Angelo, and along with the Brock shots onto the grass. Not really anywhere now for Loud to hide. They're just taking too long to get set up, and there's one turret from Firecrow. He needs to get the hypercharge, and they need to start to get some damage in. They're getting some decent defenses, but again, time is not on their side right now. Firecrow's going to land more shots, get the hypercharge down, but also have his teammates stay firm. And the more map that's broken up and left wide open, less there is to hide realistically here. Hypercharge available for Brawl now. If he gets super now, it's going to be quite difficult to defend against it. So they've got to tap him down, which they do pretty well. Now, hypercharge there for Firecrow. The best chance that Loud have had all day so far in this set.
Firecrow gonna have to play this pretty perfectly. Penny turret is going to be shredded through, and now Brawl with a breakaway on the left-hand end, rolling straight at Kyodog, not even going for high safe damage. He's not gonna get a pick off this either. Kyodog survives. Firecrow with a hypercharge, trying to march up as well. They need as much positioning as possible here, and they're finally starting to even out the score.
Great prediction there from Tufa. That turret's been immediately eradicated. It was a great push forward from Firecrow. Diminished completely now. Green taking some shots there from Raided Foot, as Firecrow still stays on the safe, getting some damage, but there's a lot still to be done there. And it's just Adino and Kyodog that have got to be able to bring in damage now before we can rejoin the mix. It's going to be Ningbo Segura going heavily now into the defense, and they've got a good setup to do so.
Shot clock now on. And it's going to be Brawl rolling forward. I want to see offense right now. Loud don't have time to defend this, but they have to. Resources force away from the other end. And believe it or not, Loud's honeymoon phase is looking shaky. Ningwim Segura, the number 8 seed, have taken another set and pushed us to a set 5.
I mean, full circle conversation coming around here, isn't it, really? Coming into today, me saying that I wanted to see a rise up in this region from a new contender. I want less of this kind of back and forth between sort of Loud and Casa Brawl this year. I want to see something else to join the mix. And there's some stats that really say that it could be Ningbo Segura that are that team. Tufa becoming back onto his old winning ways, combined with Raided Foot, who's his first monthly final. I mean, there's definitely some real things here for me that are exciting to be seen.
The first monthly final for Ray, and a huge pickup here. Great plays from Tufa. What else do you see in our...
I'm seeing Loud starting to quake in their boots a little bit. I mean, it wasn't a bad draft, but the aggressiveness we saw with the Daryl pick, it really provided the space. I'm still not convinced that Brawl was landing the recalling rotator gadget on the safe as much as he probably should have done, but he was making the space for his team to come forwards, and the shots were landing pretty heavily. So the sharpshooting approach did work. It's a risky one to have with the Angelo, but Tufa was doing great work. I really got to say, some of the attentiveness, with the ability to really isolate Firecrow's turret was for me a really, really positive thing to see. And that prediction shot from Tufa, I mean, the one time in that second game that we saw it having a very good positioning, a chance to lock onto the safe, and Tufa just shut it down immediately.
Kenny, we've been seeing amazing stuff here at NGS. I know this wasn't as predicted, but they really seem to have a lot to fight for here, led by Tufa. But what other insights can you give me into how this team kind of runs?
Honestly, it feels like they're just out drafting them. At the end of the day, we even saw in that set number 3, I think the red roster still had draft. It didn't work out. The mechanics were great at a Kyodog, and the Byron healed him just enough to survive. But I think this is a strategy diff. I really do. Outside of that opening set where Loud dominated, I think that right-hand side has been winning this category. The Daryl pick was something for me that stood out. I think that's what won them that set almost. The Brock wall break at the beginning allowed them to expand. It gives Brock a little space to move, more time to operate. They couldn't push forward, and because of that Colette ban, they have a safe Daryl pick into 2 squishier brawlers on the other end. Now Daryl can play offensively onto the enemy brawlers and also that high safe. I'm really impressed. Honestly, Loud leading up to this have been far and away the best team in practices, but practice is one thing. How these guys are playing entirely different. And this number 8 seed is really showing a fight.
This could be such a fireball to start the region off to this season if Loud falter in this 5th and final set. and don't even live to see the semi-final stages, you know, that is a scary prospect here. So much comes down to a draft, and that's the area of weakness that we've established is the problem in this series. For a team that attended every grand final last year, winning 3 out of 5 of them, and breezing all the way through into the world finals, Loud might be in peril. And it's knockout, Gold Arm Gulch, the map and mode. And I was saying Kit probably got his best mode up. And that makes me really, really worried, Kenny. I want to see it banned. I really do. And it is. Thank the Lord. Kit, Max, and Brock banned out the Tick, the Juju, and the Angelo. All is right with the world. After this, anything can happen, but as long as I don't see a Kit, that's the main thing.
I like seeing this Brock, honestly. So this is the team that has picked second. So they're going to get rid of some brawlers that might ruin their strategy a little bit. So I'm kind of looking out for throwers, for anything that they want that wouldn't have any advantage if this opened up. Because Brock at your lower levels, not going to be a super strong brawler. But at this upper level gameplay, his wall break is a huge factor. He's got the range, incendiary, like you mentioned on our previous heist safe. This is going to be an interesting one. I think Gene a very safe first overall pick. I think that's something that a lot of teams are doing, but this is a common 2-3 turn. We're going to get Gray, who's a great support asset with that teleport, with the walking cane, and RT is as safe as it gets in this mode. Again, really impressed with this start here on the red roster.
As it is, both sides. I think the Gene first pick is very, very strong though here for Loud. Give me a little bit more confidence in them, but the Gray is going to be a big turn of any kind of thrower. So if Loud were thinking about it, now they're going to be reconsidering for sure. And RT in the late game as well, when the gas closes in, you do not want to be up facing a Brawl like that, unless, of course, you're a Pearl, in which case it could be absolutely perfect. So again, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Loud, starting to really kind of slow down the pace, think things through, and stop messing up these drafts and getting overconfident. These ideas are making much more sense here. Third and final pick coming in now as well. And so much rides on this now. In Loud, if they don't get this right, will not live to see a semi-finals here, let alone a grand finals.
Crazy to even think about, and even crazier maybe, that Leon is the brawler they're putting their fate in. This is a brawler that rarely shows up in the BSC. It's not somebody that's been tweaked a ton in balance changes. He's not OP, he's not broken. I think they're just going to rely on his ability to be assassin and the invisibility that comes alongside it. No sharpshooters for Loud side. It's going to be RT and Gray on the other end. This is risky, this is crazy, but Loud have the mechanics. We've seen some crazy picks here today. We'll have to see if it works out.
Sprout final could be an option. You can see the whole big picture now. Fire for the healing side. I don't mind necessarily, but there was, I think, a little bit of an open door for more control-based stuff, and the splash would have been great to eradicate the lollipop drop on the side of Leon and just whittle things down, and not really an answer that Loud would have had to it, but they chose better of it. And the Byron come over with the RT in the late game as well. Could be a shout. It's definitely never a bad thing to have in your arsenal, but I think now it's a pretty close, tight draft. I think Loud have got some great ideas, much better than we saw in the previous last 2 sets. And Nungam Segura, they've got that momentum in their sails now as well to consider heavily. The pressure on Loud, you know, they're representing a huge organization. It's just now a question of, can they lock this down? Already a great walking cane there from Raider Foot, eradicating that right-hand side as the map now fully open. And already Nungam Segura pushing forwards this right, forcing Loud to the left. The side of Firecrow shielded up. Of course, the better gadget and star power for me on that Pearl pick. But this is how you go against it. You got to go on the aggressive and very quickly early on. Great breaks. Wow.
That's huge too, because it breaks open that left-hand side grass. It's cutting Kyodog off from his teammates. Pearl already having to drop a gadget. Tufa gonna have to exhaust his super. They'll take that trade all day long on the Loud side. Tufa flanking now. They need to be careful here. Everybody kind of getting aggressive. You don't often see this in KO, but Kyodog invisible. They're not expecting this. Tufa falls. Brabao now in trouble. They drop a gadget to keep himself up. He's only got one more in the tank, but it is going to win them around more than likely.
Great from Kyodog there. That really was the decision maker moment. And if he keeps that up, he might be getting Loud out of a really, really tough position here. The Leon is still strong. It's definitely not on our minds necessarily on the desk here too much. We've seen it escaping through just a little bit in terms of the draft, but like I said, coming in, it's not the flashiest. The Gray can TP away from it as well, so Kaido's going to have to really choose his moments in RT with the dropping of the legs. You know, now with that super to hand, how much can Kaido do? But the pull is huge, and the eradication is swift. Now it's a 3 versus 2. The burn should seal up that takedown as well to Raider Foot. My word, there's no way the Loud can't secure a 3v1, and they do it with ease. That is a very, very important game, and it may just be enough to give Loud some more confidence in this series.
That's the #1 seed kind of mechanics that I'm expecting out of these guys. I think they had Leon on their mind the whole time. For the folks at home, I don't think that was a spontaneous decision. The two brawlers that I think would have been best to do with Leon for the vision in this map, Pearl and Gene. First two I think of. Brock wall break, getting rid of that allows him to kind of expand, get more aggressive, and keep these close quarters, so it's a little bit more advantageous to him. It's a complete switch up here, though. They're all moving the left-hand side. They get a pull off the surprise factor for the win, and now Louder down a brawler.
Fido going super aggressive, gets the trade super low. I don't think Firecrow's going to be able to do much here on his own. Does get Whistle down to 156 HP. Juking wondrously well here, but will eventually go down. Not the opening hand which Loud wanted to see here, realistically. Firecrow knows it, dropping the pin there, expressing himself, but they did not control that scenario very well. There's Raiderfoot really opening up some lovely moments. Kaido going Invis here, going to the right-hand side, but that's going to be a TP away as quickly as that. The burn, though, there from Firecrow will help see Toothless demise. 3 versus 2 now, back in the favor of Loud. These healing puffs here from Medino, really helping everyone get back really into their full HP.
They're taking some risk. They've taken the fight to Loud both times now. The left-hand side, much easier, but the pull goes through. Kyo Dog with the assist, and now it's a 3v1. Looking very unlikely, and I think Brawl knows it. Conceding, moving to the back of the map. He already has his super. He's just doing his best not to feed a Dino, and he's going to put the feet down. More than likely has a gadget that he can use to get it back instantly. He's going to charge forward into the round, and now Loud are one away from yet another semifinal appearance.
Well, Kaido again has Invis. There's no TP available for the Grey, so he could be going for the Raiderfoot here, going to the right-hand side. Nice juke, still invisible here, going round. And now a burn might see his demise again. A gadget pop. He's surviving. He's got the hypercharge as well, so the heals would be there too. And a safety pulls all away, as now Nguyen Segura altogether still alive in this. They're all pushed into the corner. Not the position they want to be in at all, and they've got to work their way around this. As Loud at the moment, put them exactly where they want them.
All of them in the top right-hand side. Back corner. No room for aggression with Kyo Dog on a hypercharge and several supers for the side of Loud. Gotta be nervous for the red roster. The pull goes through as well. Loud burying them. Now the fog closing in here too. Leon flanking, invisible, nowhere in sight. Veteran Tufa goes down, and Loud right back on top once again. It was a thriller, but they will survive.
Woo! Loud dodged a huge bullet. They really, really did. The question now that we all have is how are they going to fare for the rest of today if the quarterfinals were that close? Massively, massively close. And Nguyen Segura did so well. I mean, that could have been them breezing through to the semis in one of the biggest upsets of not just this region, but for the entire month. Let's be honest. But Loud, shaken, so far not stirred. They kept their cool for that draft. And it proved to be the most important one of the series. Kaido with that Leon pick as the third and final on that side. Did pull in the goods. And my God, I'm sure that his team will be thankful for it.
Kaido with that Leon pick. I do want to know more about this. Kenny, maybe you can speak to it a little bit there. Something they were maybe saving, something they had to bust out a little early, or something that you think they always had planned this matchup in particular?
I think Leon was what they were looking for. I really do. The Gene and Pearl kind of having shots that fan out, right? It makes it easier to a brawler like Leon that goes invisible. If you pick something like a sharpshooter, it's not always as easy to make that connection. So I think they were very intentional about it. Gene already very solid on this map. I think Pearl was honestly a good shout anyways, but I think they had Leon in their back pocket that whole time. I didn't see it much in practices this week, but that's why we play out the matches, right? There's no free wins in the BSC. Nonetheless, Loud come through, but dang, it was close. This is one of the two situations. It's either Loud aren't as good as we think they are, or this number 8 seed maybe has a spark to him that we just didn't expect.
I would like to hope it's the latter here, because Loud, with as much experience they have playing together on this roster, I do think they've got what it takes to go far here, but it's a new year. It's a first month of the 2025 season, and I'm glad to see that everyone came out swinging. Loud now moving forward in the bracket. And according to our predictions, we're expecting them to go up against Caio Pero, which would be its own interesting rematch here. But based on everything we've seen as far as the shakeups across all our monthly finals, Kenny, is this out of pocket? Is this, in the bag?
I don't think it would be too crazy to expect Caio Pero to win. I think this next one's going to be another 3-2 kind of affair, to be honest with you. I think this is one of the closer ones, if not the closest today, but that's why we play him out, right? I thought Loud was going to be a 3-0 sweep, and look at us now.
Can't sleep on any of our teams this week. We'll be right back with more games, but let's take a look at the quarterfinal we just watched.
Oh. Essa aí eu lembro perfeitamente. E o Motep me puxou. Foi o último modo da última final mensal que decidia qual dos dois times ia pra final mundial. E a gente acabou ganhando, eu matei os dois ali com a ult. Foi perfeito esse momento, inclusive por causa dele que eu devo estar na Loud hoje em dia, então simplesmente foi cinema. Essa é a final mundial, né, de 2024, KCP contra Rumble, e é simplesmente a mais icônica aí, acho que da história, né, que ficou mais famosa por causa do meme desse gato aí nesse modo, coitado do Juan Carlos, não conseguiu fazer nada com o coitado do gato, foi isso.
Hey Brawl Stars fans, welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship Monthly Final for South America, the first one of 2025. We've already had a bit of a shakeup with our full match for Loud versus Ningwam Segura, but Loud did come out on top there. Now we're giving Arc a break. We brought Uber in. We've got Kenny still, and gentlemen, ahead of us, we got Caio Pero versus Zarita Gang. Now, interested to see how this is going to work out for you, but Uber, we haven't seen you yet. Let's check in with you. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I mean, what a region to start my BSC stint off with, Rachel. I mean, that first game, by the way, sets the tone perfectly because this region, so volatile, always exciting to watch. And now we have a match, frankly, full of unproven young blood who are really mechanically quite skilled. We've seen actually a couple of these guys in monthly finals in the past, but just here and there. These are players that are still fighting for recognition in their home region.
Yeah, young blood, you nailed it there. Caio Pero featuring Derp, 16 years old, but already lots of reps. Taking a look at just what he's managed to pick up in B and C tier tournaments. 36 top 4 finishes last year, 9 since January. Looks like a strong team here, but that's not the only story, Kenny.
Yeah, Doritos and Locos back together. It's pretty cool to see them kind of join back in, especially with a young gun like Derp here, who's not really as seasoned when it comes to monthly finals. So I'm curious to see how they can do. They survived the upper bracket by beating Blue Lock in a pretty convincing fashion. So I think these guys have some promise. This was the one I was looking forward to most of our quarterfinals. I thought this was going to be the closest, but honestly, you just never know. I thought Loud was going to be an easy peasy 3-0 sweep and we move forward. Quite the opposite. So you just never know what you're going to get. That's why we play them out and never go with what's on paper.
Oh yeah, and that's where all the fun is. You gotta let them play out, and it's gonna be a great one going up against Zarita Gaming. Currently orderless, but 3 Titans on this roster, Uber.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Jay, the play here is probably something that we are most familiar with. A young player that was thrust straight into the spotlight last year, of course, in the LCQ. They came out of, the monthly final circuit in SA, were able to take it out in July with Draconic, And then on that Team Kaizo team, they were, reaching for glory. Unfortunately, that LCQ showing for them didn't go so great. Frankly, it was a live event. They were really under the gun, that Team Kaizo roster. Unfortunately, exiting Group C winless. It was a surprising and a weird group. You said like that BC Gaming roster, previously Coco Loco in there. So Jay has definitely had the chance to, really sort of reach for the top. Also, like Exit on Team Queso, we saw them here and there. But now, of course, we have that Chilean powerhouse duo teaming up, of course, with Prozzy here, who was with that SK Kalalas team.
Yeah, Kenny. We got the map pools, game modes ready here. Now, let's reflect on what we've seen here, too, from SK Kalalas. A lot of experience coming from that roster. How have you seen these players play together, Prozzy and Exit?
Yeah, I mean, Zarita Gang, they've all got some experience to a degree. 2024 was a little quieter, I would say, for some of these guys. Not all of them made things like the LCQ postseason. And like I said, the heights have not necessarily been making it to a world finals like Loud or Costa de Brawl. This is a little bit different. I think both of these teams are kind of unproven to the extent of some of the other ones in this region, but I think they have a real shot at contending for one of those LCQ spots, maybe causing an upset here and there. So this 4 and 5 seed match is something that I've been quite looking forward to see who kind of stands out.
And we've got our talent predictions here for this match. Pretty consistent across the board. Kaipera, though, they picked up a win over Loud in a little online competition just last week, so that did affect my choice. But Uber, how'd you make yours?
Again, with difficulty. Frankly, I think like Doritos is a player that's worth watching, right? We've seen a bunch of these guys on teams like Dato's free agents, like a bunch of free agent teams over 2023 and 2024. This for me is a floater, frankly. I really, I just had to make a judgment call, a gut check on this game. And we often have this, right, where we do have these like mixed teams of players that have had some degree of success, but haven't really reached the highest heights. Eventually, you just have to go for it. These are also the easiest spreads to get wrong, so I wouldn't stake my existence on it.
I don't think so either. I mean, if you're looking for side-by-side comparisons, Kaipera upper bracket beat Blue Lock 3-0. The reason Zarita Gang are in the lower bracket, they lost to Blue Lock 2-3. Ultimately, that's kind of all we have to go off of at this point in the year, like you said. You just never know. But here we go. Pick ban phase, Canal Grande. It's going to be Gray. No kid allowed. Ark's Heart is going to be very happy. And Eve, honestly, I think a sneaky shout. Water is a huge factor here, so getting rid of the Juju, the Angelo, and the Eve makes complete sense to me.
Yeah, being able to break out of any sort of deadlock that you can get put in by, opponents with like really effective throwers and good space closers. But frankly, there's just not enough ban slots to avoid the throwers from sneaking through. And Tick has been a very popular pick on this map. I think a hypercharge as well, just powering up that head first, really, generating a lot of kill threats, especially late in the round. If it's a pretty close game, is always a good call. Again, both teams have the options to pick up throwers. They also would consider later on in the draft, like some tanks that can take that space, because again, when you start to give up the map, when you have to play into your own half and into a corner, it feels like that is a precursor to disaster.
Interesting pick here in Lou. One of the stronger brawlers, one of the most banned brawlers entering this weekend. And I think that trend will mostly continue. But honestly, today, Lou hasn't felt like too much of a factor yet. But I do think his hypercharge is such a key factor for why he has gone up so much in our meta. Barry, though, is somebody that is a little interesting. I think on this map, it can still work out. There's a lot of different throwers that I think can contend. Obviously, you're going to see that left-hand side go for Tick, who, if you're looking at a tier list, isn't going to be nearly as high as Barry. But now they kind of have this open-ended 6th pick. They can pair an aggressive or a tanky brawler with Barry if it demands it. I don't hate this.
Okay, so Bell gives you a couple of options. I mean, we sometimes see like Nest Egg used more on those gem grab-esque maps. You can obviously take her other gadget and bounce some shots, bank them off the wall. But you've got to love the Jackie here. When you combine this with a thrower, you can really walk up, and there's no point where Zarita Gang are going to be safe behind those walls. They also have the shorter range thrower. So it's going to be easier for Kaipera to sort of take that space across the map, and Exik will likely also be trying to make use of those shots to heal up the Zarita Gang brawlers to kind of allow them to play the map. Because we know Lou, incredibly powerful super and hypercharge, but you need someone to really, pave the way for you. I do like the Frank pick here. It's someone who's going to get max value out of that berry healing and potentially break open that map a bit.
I don't mind this either. I think especially when paired with Barry, this is going to be kind of a 1-2 punch. Barry's going to try and keep Frank afloat. And I think this Jackie pick was a little bit for the map, but also maybe a little bit of tank denial. I think they were trying to prevent the enemy side from getting too many favorable matchups. And it also prevents the left-hand in from being too squishy because they don't want to get run over. Tick, Bell, by no means have a ton of health points. Damage amplifier with Bell also helps a little bit into the cause, but it's going to be up to Barry to kind of keep everybody going. It's going to be very interesting. I think off the rip here is going to be very telling of how each of these games could go. You really want to get this blue star if you're both these teams.
100%. I feel like and you know, neither team have like the most powerful mechanism for gaining it. Either there's no like free blue star brawler on this map. So Jay's actually able to move up and eventually take it. And this is the game plan with the Frank. So much of the time spent getting healing from that Berry, trying to take space in these bushes. But Doritos is going to get a lot of supers this game because there's really not a whole lot that Jay's going to be able to do to avoid that damage from the Tick.
Yeah, and Jay's just going to be receiving shots from Barry. It's going to get Barry his super a little easier. I mean, look at this. He's probably cycled 3 of them out already. They've got a small lead here as well, and now incredible positioning. This Lou Winter Wonderland on the left-hand side pushes KP all the way back, and now they have to rotate to the right. Frank kind of shadowing this Jackie too, so there's no sneak attack necessary. It's just going to have to take some serious skills to climb out.
You see how powerful Blue is. It is instant map control gained as soon as that Winter Wonderland gets thrown down on the map. Loco's trying to come forward here. Counter Crush is the star power that's been taken, so returning some of that damage taken back onto enemies. Super going to be popped and Prosy taken down straight away, but it's going to be the Frank Super to catch them out. And that's a 4-star lead here for Zarita Gang. They've got good map control. Exig obviously has to take risks to build that super by challenging the same lines that the Fell is on, but so far, so good for our team in red.
Now they're the ones being pushed back a little bit, but like I mentioned, Barry going to kind of passively charge up his super. He's just going to keep cycling them out, opening this up. A really interesting call, especially considering it's Barry and Frank. Now the Bell has free reign of this right-hand side. They're rotating all the way around. Jay staying put, a hypercharged super going down, and it is going to connect, but none of the mines after will do much work. They're going to get split here. This is going to be really interesting to see how they handle this.
Yeah, and frankly, the Lou super doesn't look nearly as good when the map is split this way. It doesn't take any space away from Caio Pero. Now, obviously, yeah, Loco going to fall in that position. That's the problem here for the blue side. They're doing so good at controlling space and being out in the open, but they, well, weren't able to get in there and take those kills. It's such a high sustained composition from Zarita Gang, and they comfortably breeze through that first round.
Yeah, and when I look at this draft too, I think it should be semi-comfortable if I'm being completely honest. I really like what the red roster are putting down. I think Tick's a fine brawler. He's not going to get the damage necessary to kind of bring down a Frank, especially a Frank with a Barry. Jackie, Bell are going to have to connect for some serious tags to bring down this Frank, and now they're separated a little bit. This is interesting. Barry playing right-hand side while Frank is working the left. Thankfully for him, it's just a Tick, and like I said, it's going to take a lot of magazines to bring down the big guy, but Bell kind of assisting here. Frank in the middle of this fight. Jackie running in. It's going to be a trade and a blue star at that as well. So Caio Pero for now will have a lead.
This is bad for Caio Pero. The fact that they can only trade against a Frank, even though they are 2v1, is a real issue. And that's even with the damage amp that's being given by the Bell. Caio Pero, though, do get at least even, and they have that blue star lead. Loco traded out there on that left-hand side of the map, and Exig falls. Exig so weak against Bell in these longer lines, splitting the map in that way. Less than ideal for the Lou. And I like that little spin there from Barry, sort of redirecting the head over towards Jay's direction. Obviously, the Frank can really soak that damage quite happily. Loco's trying to get in and past the Frank, though. And they'll have an easy pickup on the Barry, who does charge forward with that super. But it's a 5-star lead with blue star for Caio Pero. A much better start to this round.
This goes to show how important control is. And now they're getting these 2v1, 3v1 matchups. This could be bad, though. Loco going to get sucked up by the Frank here. Only a 3-star lead. And now KP are losing that precious control. That's something that they need to make this comp work, especially when Lou has an instant freeze on his left-hand side. Gonna drop it. Almost all of them get hit. Loco forced to expand. Derp hiding in the corner. They're skating around doing their very best, but Jay gets the kill. And now they're up 3 with 25.
I mean, the round would have been over, I think, if Loco doesn't zone Jay away from the rest of KP while they were frozen up there. So it's a lesser of 2 evils to give Zarita Gang those extra 3 stars. But now something has to happen here. Derp's trying to come forward, but there's a Winter Wonderland in the way, and Jay is holding onto a super. Lets it go, but of course, a little outranged by Loco. It creates the space that he needs, though, now, and there's just not enough time left for KP to fight back. And a beautiful start here for Zarita Gang, and this is exactly why I was not confident committing at all to my prediction A very, very solid composition as we kick things off on Bounty.
Not a good look here. I think this is a little bit of a weaker draft on our left-hand end. It just feels like they made it harder on themselves than they need to, right? You see the bury in there, you know the lose on the ground, so you can't really go too tanky if you want, and they still pick Jackie into this anyways. I think Jackie has a hard time. I think it takes several brawlers to bring down that Frank. Honestly, I think that Frank and final pick was kind of the icing on the cake.
I mean, there's no one that outranges. There's no one that the Jackie, outranges on the side of Zarita gang, right? Even the Frank, for God's sake, is able to deal with her pretty comfortably. Again, I think if you build like a hypercharged super and able to get on the move and slow people down, then yes, that's fine. But the fact that Zarita gang could put their Frank in a 1v2 on the left side and still trade 1-for-1 is ridiculous.
Yeah, strong plays here. Way to open things up for Zarita gang. I know we all pick Kyle Para, but I know, Kenny, you were telling us that this was the closest match. This is the one you're looking forward to. What are you hoping that these teams are able to pull out against each other going into the next one, learning what they have from the draft here on Kyle Para's side?
At least in practices, I think this has been one of Kyle Paro's better maps. The first one I felt like was going to be a coin toss. These two teams are also going to be pretty evenly matched, I imagine. I mean, the 4 and the 5 seed, they're facing off in this first round for a reason, but I want to see a better draft. I ultimately think that's what that first one came down to. I don't think that was good enough, and it showed. It was close in that second game. I think they had some strong mechanics. Honestly, the Bell hit some kills that most players wouldn't be able to, but here on Safe Zone, you're going to have to focus on the game mode. That's something we saw in this opening match that I feel like one of the comps just didn't really do. Control is nice. Control is not everything. I'm not caring about the kills as much. I want to see brawlers get to the other side, which is something done so well earlier. And when we look at these ban stages, Melody is going to be one of the biggest avenues of high safe damage that is now eliminated. A double Juju as well. Uber, gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There are still some pretty cracked brawlers on this map available though, right? Colt is always very effective here, his ability to use that silver bullet to open up the map. Angelo has really impressive range, but doesn't defend necessarily well. So this means the Zarita gang want to get in a really, proactive footing, I think, and be able to use this Angelo to rain down a lot of pressure. He's got great sustain, obviously, with that super, and if the hyper is active, it's going to move with him. Colette's an option. Obviously, she's very good at getting free safe damage, but, if you flash her too early, your opponents just avoid picking tanks. It's very telegraphed here from KP.
I think this Colette pit may be paired with an 8-bit. I think that's something that Zarita gang is going to be prevented by picking. And I think picking up this Eve as well is kind of the same effect, right? Eve would have been somebody that could have been lethal into Colette. The extra spawners, not going to be as strong of a factor for a single shot brawler like her, but that's oftentimes a pairing that you're going to see from these teams. There's a little bit of a 2-3 turn magic to that. You're going to pick a brawler that's really good for this mode like Colette and eliminate one of the counters the enemy team, Zarita gang here, could have selected that's also good on this map. So I think you are getting a lot more value out of this Colette pick that's going to be great for high safe damage by removing one of the things that makes her life difficult.
Let's go. Yep, I mean, perfectly reasonable. So really getting here as well. Now, know that they probably want to just outrange the Colette and Eve combo as much as they can. Those are two moderate range brawlers. Colette obviously with the, ability to hit that safe for free when she is able to use that super. And Eve can break into the side lane, of course, and can't be shut out of the map entirely, which is frustrating for Angela because that's what they really want to do. They themselves, of course, can move across water with no issues. So the Zarita gang are playing the very long-range marksman style. There's a question of how they round this out. Do they triple down? It's a yes. 8-bit comes in, of course, so they have extreme range. And if a damage amp gets put down and KP can't take that space in the middle of the map, they're going to find themselves without a safe very quickly.
Could be interesting to see what they respond with. It's a lot of long range on the right hand end. We saw Daryl be the solution here earlier, and I think into something like a Brock and an Angelo could be really pesky, bring them down quickly. Instead, though, they're just going to continue this long range affair. I think the Piper is a decent match on the Angelo, has the extra range on the Brock. However, traditionally doesn't do great into 8-bit, but they are going to be removing some of these walls. Maybe they're counting on that to get rid of that turret a little bit easier, but nonetheless, I think it's a solid shout. I think it plays decently matchup-wise, pretty solid in terms of high safe damage, so I feel like this one has potential to be pretty even.
I mean, the power play for Zarita gang here is once they have that damage amplifier down, Angelo has legitimate one-shot potential against a number of these KP brawlers. In fact, all of them, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be really dangerous for KP to sort of take those fights out in the open. So getting control of mid is going to be paramount for both teams for those reasons. We're going to see Loco work the right-hand side of the map. Derp here as well has a bit of a difficult matchup against Exic, but the fire rate of Angelo was low enough that Derp can pick their spots to start to encroach forwards as they've done here.
Immediate control for Kyle Pero, and this is going to force Exic away. Jay on the right-hand in, just trying to expand for his teammates. He hasn't elected to break any walls yet, so we're going to be looking out for that as well, as it's a common strategy at a professional level. Loco diving in, honestly, super aggressive. The fact that he didn't die there is pretty impressive. Doritos low HP as well, going to break down his own wall and back off for now.
A lot given up, though, for that mid-control. A lot of HP traded by KP to do this, but they didn't really turn that into any permanent map control or safe damage. Now, the damage amplifier is down, and it's has to be placed in the corner now because the map's been opened up a bit by Doritos and co, but, it's still going to be assisting the Zarita gang with a lot of this damage amp, and obviously the Angelo probably doesn't feel the need to, go to the extent of standing in that part of the map. They still need some control here on the left. But Zarita gang can essentially take their time. A shot here or there whilst maintaining a vice grip in mid is probably the order of the day.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, control and then letting it loose like you see here in large bursts is going to be the key. 8-bit, Brock, both have that capability. Angelo, not as much. He's going to be mainly here to get the frags, to get the tags, and this is a big start for them. Zarita gang moving forward. That 8-bit elimination, crucial though. Now Doritos popping a hypercharge of his own, trying to march up the map, but being deterred by this Angelo who can just hide on the water. It's one of his biggest features. That's why Eve, why Angelo are so coveted on this map.
Okay, pressure here in Jay's direction. Loco uses the second of those jump gadgets in order to do that, though. But it's resulted in some map control. Derp with the heal gadget now. So got to make sure they stay nice and topped up as they put that pressure down on the safe, and we have an even game on our hands. Another damage amp got to be thrown up here. The hatchling's annoying for Exic, and a lot of these marksmen in general to deal with. And Loco's been able to turn that into an elimination. Now the damage amp is down, and it's on for young and old as KP start to get those shots on safe.
The clock's starting to expire, but KP have dominant map control. I mean, it's going to take Zarita gang quite a bit of time just to move to the other end, and they're down 9%. This is where they have to start making it happen. Prosy on the right-hand end, forcing Loco back. It's a sweep through from Derp, though, and a ton of damage alongside it. About 10% every time that goes down. A jump away from Doritos, looking for those extra tags. A super swipe through, and Kyle Pero will hold on. This wasn't the base race that we saw earlier today, Uber, but it sure was calculated.
It definitely had elements of that, though, didn't it, towards the end? Zarita gang throw caution to the wind and realize the only option is to go for an all-in. But against a composition that's quite well-rounded and has very good range, they end up basically throwing themselves into the wood chipper. And you can see just how important it was that the map got broken up somewhat by KP at the start of that round, because all of a sudden there's not a great place to put the damage amplifier.
As part of eliminating some of those walls, too, I'm sure Doritos was more than cognizant of it. You want to be able to get rid of that 8-bit as quickly as possible, and getting rid of his biggest ally, the turret, is really helpful. Doritos left-hand side of this wall. You love having that, especially if you're on the offensive side. When you have the enemy side walls up, you can use it for protection. All you have to worry about is dodging and getting those extra tags. Keeps your life up a little bit longer, makes it difficult for these long-range brawlers to kind of defend against you.
I mean, look how Exic is playing. This is unbelievably aggressive. 2 gadgets already used this round. The first was used to jump right into the face of Pero. It didn't really result in any safe damage, but now there's a good amount of mid control, though, for our red side team. And Derp gets picked off here. This is very dangerous now. Exic gets some free arrow shots into the safe, but Zarita gang are still behind. They still need to convert this map control into safe damage, and Doritos, perfectly done. Homemade recipe apparently finishes the job there as Eric does get flattened by the hypercharged super. The shots to follow it up, and now that damage amp is gone.
That was phenomenal out of Doritos. Pops the hypercharge, gets the kill, and now makes defense a little bit easier. They have room to walk. That's partially why he's going to open that 4-pronged wall by the water where Eve is currently standing, because it makes it a little easier to get these tags. Sure, it makes it a little easier on the other end too, but at the same time, you have no chance if you're trapped behind your spawn. It's one less wall to work with. I really like that decision and a great execution out of it too.
Okay, the XCR has to use the rocket laces to get back from the threat of the Eve, but now a chance here to come forward for Zarita gang, and it's only in a 14% lead. Rocket Rain going to be used here by Jay. They are able to back up as well, just staying alive and playing from within the damage amp. Forces Loco to use another jump charge to get away. Jay has had no chance to heal any of this damage off, as they know they have to be going forward. They have to be going aggressive, but now they bought themselves a 12% lead as we head into the last 30 seconds.
12% is nice, but it's nothing compared to a call at hypercharge. charge, swipes through, and look at it go down to 45. X6 survives though, and now Loco gonna be soloed out, doing his best to dodge with the extra movement speed here. They're gonna have to rely on holding on to this small lead for just 15 seconds.
Damage Am going to be deployed once more. That's in a position where it can't be destroyed, but Prozzy will need to come forward out of it to pressure this safe down. Kind of collect there, used by Derp. There's one available to use on the safe for free. It is Zarita Gang getting in the lead, but the Colette Super comes in and very quickly salves that particular wound. We have ourselves a tied up series.
Well played out of Kyopero. I think honestly, few kills there from Doritos in that second game are what made a difference. Piper's not always an easy matchup there either, with Angelo having the extra movement on the water, and then you've also got 8-Bit, who's so tanky. It's one of the brawlers that traditionally has the extra range to kind of contest with Piper, but it takes Piper several shots, even at maximum range, to bring him down. Really liked that, and this is exactly kind of what I was expecting, a really close affair between these two teams.
Yeah, 6 eliminations here for Doritos, and yeah, pretty healthy amount of DPS being put down. And in that second round, they had to be more of the aggressor in some of these moments, as Exic was trying to take space in the map, use the jump gadget also to move up. Doritos felt like they had to play similarly there and go for an insta burst down on that Angelo. Again, this plays out probably very differently in another region. I'm going to be honest with you, but never a dull moment here in South America, and that's a very important way for Kyopero to get into the series and even it up here.
And talking about how this might play out differently in a different region here, Uber, I want to zero in on Doritos and find out exactly how he was able to pull this off in this match. A lot of support from his teammates, obviously, but a lot of great mechanics from him as well.
Yeah, I mean, there comes a point, I think, especially on this map, where you cannot simply just sit and try and trade damage, especially if you don't have mid control at all. Your game plan involves, you being able to get into the middle of the map and then shut the enemy in their own half. At some point, you have to use a gadget or some mobility effect to, get over the water, because you're not Eve, you're not Angelo, and you need to take a fight. Piper in a pinch can do that, of course, if you can land that first shot at point blank range and then use a homemade recipe gadget to guarantee the next hit. That does account for an insta kill, because obviously, you don't need to charge up the shots like an Angelo does. So you have these burst windows, you've got to use them to get that space.
I think that extra kind of mobility is something that's so coveted, why we see Angelo and why we see Eve go through. So to your point, when Piper hits that hypercharge kill, she's able to dive in on the enemy. If they don't get a kill there, they very well could be stuck there, because Piper surviving allows them to expand, get their foot in the middle a little bit. Now Eve can branch out a little bit, and your teammates can as well. So Doritos in the game got the star player. In my book, I think also was the star player of that set too. Knockout's going to have a lot of these sharpshooters and some similar brawlers as well. We're even seeing in the ban phase one noticeably escaping here. I know it's out in the open. I know it is a giant long-range map, but Juju still shows up here quite a bit. Maybe it's not team's top priority. Maybe that was part of the trap, but now we're playing the Juju game a little bit, and it's a little bit of a game of chicken.
Absolutely. I mean, you do open yourself up in some ways to certain picks here, but Juju can inhabit the bushes on either side of the map, and that gives her the kind of range that makes her the sharpshooter, the thrower equivalent of a sharpshooter in so many ways. She's an absolute nuisance, and Grigory is incredible for that space control. It's so annoying to have to deal with that deployable. I like the Gus here. Really crucial in those clutch moments. Gives you some 1v2 potential, especially with the extra burst damage offered by Kooky Popper. And Eve is just so flexible. She allows you to attack the map in a different way. And it's very hard to lock a team with Eve in their spawn.
That's a great point, and honestly, the graphic kind of shouted out too. You saw the walls on the spawn side. There's a really long stretch of them. Some of them are invincible. Some of them are not, though. And so sometimes with these things like a Brock or some kind of wall break option to kind of allow your team an extra lane. Eve doesn't need that. She can travel over that water. She can go through. She doesn't have to take the risk of that launch pad. She's just free access to and from the middle. To kind of get that extra juice going, though, the right-hand side's kind of electing to go with a max here, which is something interesting and something I honestly haven't seen as frequently here.
I mean, it is a bit of a classic, pairing of brawlers that we've seen on bounty maps and such in the past, right? The G-Max combo, of course, being able to hit that burst of speed and throw a magic hand in is really important. And this is a strategy that also might play for a later stage in the round. So really Gang can, charge up that Buster super, on virtue of him being in proximity of his teammates, and then make use of it later on. But Buster can't do a damn thing about Juju, and Kyopero now have this Juju aspect to apply pressure throughout the entirety of the round. Zarita Gang are not a long-range team. They have some poke here with this gene that will allow them to, build up those magic hands, but they're really focused on the all-in aspect, whereas KP's team are really about taking that space, chunking the enemy team down, and then having the contingency in terms of the gust shield with, of course, the star power that causes the knockback, for that inevitable all-in from Zarita game.
I'm right there with you. This is two completely contrasting situations. This right-hand side composition really felt like a meta of old, to be honest with you. They're going to be playing for this in-game scenario, charging up with Buster. Max will get the speed, and they're looking for high bursts of either defense or retaking this mid ground. They're contesting here early, though. Dorito's already in trouble, forced to jump away. Derp on the back heels, and Loco goes down as well. Zarita gang come out swinging.
And Jay built up that super so quickly. We aren't even thinking now about the end game setup because this comp from Zarita gang allows them to bully into the map. Now, at least you have an Eve if you're Kayapero, so you're not locked out of the game entirely, right? Having to fight through chokes, or the boxes of which are unbreakable, is virtually impossible. So that's an upside. It's a good choice of comp, or at least Eve, to round things out, but they already lost the Gus. So where is that deterministic win condition here for KP? It's just not there. They're going to hope to, poke someone down, that Zarita accidentally eat too much damage? It's just not going to happen. Doritos has already had to use 2 gadgets, and there's the slow-mo replay just to draw Kayapero in, and Zarita gang have actually, they've taken this comp and they've executed on it beautifully. This is really stunning stuff.
To be honest with you, I don't really think Kayapero have a win condition if this game extends too far. Even if they make it to the late stages, what are you going to do into a Buster Shield? You're going to try and lob some shots over it. Maybe you have Grigori on the map, but other than that, you don't really have a ton of burst here. You got to hope that Eve has a super and kind of a perfect collision of all their utility. Otherwise, though, Zarita gang can still hang back, relax, and just kind of charge up these utility supers.
Now, unless there's a gear, Doritos does not have another jump gadget available. Grigori rather, let's get it right here, did create that space for Kayapero. Like, you'll notice that Zarita gang have had to group up awkwardly, but it's kind of what their team wants to do anyway, right? They got the magic puff, the magic hand. Loco does get the knockback off the shield, but again, there's far too much front-loaded damage here for Zarita gang. So that was the game plan for Kayapero, just basically getting dragged out into the town square and exposed for being utterly insufficient against what Zarita gang have. This is going to be a pretty quick round. Snapped up, I think, now by our red side, who aren't in a huge hurry. Phase shift is there for Exing to dodge some of the damage. They do want to try and move into the middle of the map here and make it harder for Derp to, be such a nuisance, but they pop that super. Grigori, yeah, he's on the field, but does not count as a living player. So that will be a very quick first round taken by Zarita gang.
I just don't feel like the blue side has a dynamic brawler. On the other end, you've got the aggression from Buster if you really need it. You got the pull. You have Gene, who can also land a nasty pull. Max for a phase shift or some extra speed. They've got that perfect blend of defense and utility. It's the perfect passive-aggressive comp I think you're looking for, especially into the enemy side, where, like I mentioned, they don't have a lot of high bursts of damage that they can put out. I think Kayapero's gonna have to play this one pretty perfectly if they want a chance.
I mean, so much of this is about the Gus getting sick damage. Like, there needs to be pretty consistent damage being put down by Loco. You've got a surprisingly good range with that particular brawler. Doritos as well. I could consider them, pretty similar ranges on both those brawlers. Derp is going to allow them to play wherever they want to, because this constant pressure, and this annoyance of the thrower, from the Juju plus the super will allow Loco and Doritos to stand wherever they want to. They have to connect the shots. They need to do it consistently. They don't have like an insta-kill burst combo. They don't have a catch. They don't have CC. And they don't have map control, apparently. As, again, just that dash forward, the combo here for Zarita gang, even if it doesn't end the round, it basically allows you into the map.
If Loco gets pushed back as well, he has no way to get back to the mid quickly. At least the water-walking brawlers are going to be all right. Now they're being stuffed in the bottom right-hand side. Jay tries to make the tag, a jump through. Not enough. Loco being surrounded, pushes back. He does have this extra shield. Not enough, though. The gadget in shot goes through. That's as close as it gets, and it's still Zarita gang that take it.
I mean, it's so nice that you can take Vengeful Spirits as your gadget into this game and not have to use Lamp Blowout, because you know that Kayapero is not going to dive you. They can't really close the gap until the end game anyway, which is exactly what you want, and you have the better comp to deal with that situation. So now you can augment your team's overall poke damage by having a few charges of that gadget to also secure eliminations on enemies. Hypercharge here, Hatchling's going to come out, so Doritos does at least have a window, a power play now, as Kayapero can control the map. Zarita gang don't want to give up this very spot here, but they've got no choice really. Not with these Hatchlings coming at them. Now Grigori is also going to join the fray, but they should be able to burst him down. Exik has to use a phase shift to gadget there to avoid this constant harassment. And this is where Kayapero's team comp looks good. Once they can push Zarita gang off the map, they're fine. But again, they lose that control because they don't have the Gus in the picture. And Derp is going to fall eventually. This is going to be a very clean and quick set.
There's simply too many retake mechanisms from the red hand side. I'm really impressed with that draft. I think blue kind of got lost in translation of just picking a bunch of good brawlers for the map. But at the end of the day, they didn't have enough synergy in the books. There was no way they were going to get enough takedowns at the beginning of the game, the end of the game, whatever it was. And the mechanics were on point. Gene pools were being landed perfectly timed. Max speeds, phase shifts, buster shields. They always had some way to protect themselves. So the survivability, I think, was crucial there.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, again, your biggest tools in Dorito and Loco, the damage dealers, like they completely fold to montage, to that Buster Super. You know, and in those windows, Kyopero cannot interact with Zarita Gang as they walk into the map outside of this Juju damage, which isn't enough to, you know, dissuade them from just moving at them. This is why the Max Gene core is so good, and Buster is used pretty extensively. It doesn't have to be a late game, you know, setup where the gas is coming in. You can do it as soon as you get that super online.
And we were looking at drafts. You were talking about Juju as a bit of a trap there. I mean, knowing what was left in draft that mode, what would you have maybe recommended that they swapped out there, Kenny? Or was that kind of the inevitable pick that they got backed into?
I think it's hard because you see Juju available and you're really tempted to take it. Can't underestimate how good of a brawler Juju is, but I think my point still remains the same. I think for that composition that they had drafted, they needed something to kind of keep the control, something that does more damage, because they have a lot of brawlers that do good damage, but especially towards those end games. Buster Shield was available, Gene Pool was available, Max Speed. They had so much potential to move around the map, and even if they got in a pinch, they had ways to get out of it. I just don't feel like the same could be said for that blue side. I think somewhere along the way, they needed some more aggression. They needed an X factor. I don't know if there was honestly a perfect brawler in that situation just off the top of my head. Thankfully, I'm not the one taking 30 seconds a pick to make these perfect decisions like these guys are. But to be honest with you, I think Zarita Gang may have won the draft regardless.
No, I think losing the Gus so early in each of those rounds is a problem. I do think that like that team has to strike quickly before the Buster can actually build that super. Like you could arguably play more aggressively into the map, because that window when Zarita Gang didn't have supers is where you can really get them. But we're moving on here. Hot Zone. It's time for dueling beetles, folks. Obviously, a thrower here, it goes a heck of a long way. Juju's going to be picked up because, of course, her safe zone is in bushes. So she gets that extra range fundamentally, and basically Zarita Gang now might be priced into picking a comp that closes the gap, that can dive on her, because you are not going to outrange this brawler.
I wonder if they go for kind of a wall break in opening up this map. So traditionally in history, we've seen something like B Griff or B Gray kind of be the access point into these throwers. They can either join and do that, or they can get mad aggressive here. Draco's somebody that shows up a lot. They don't have the Poco, they don't have the Berry, but we've seen Draco this weekend work out. SK Gaming made this brawler look phenomenal just last weekend in their debut of the monthly finals and winning it all as well. I think there's a few good choices here, but I think you just have to overwhelm Juju. You have to have enough health points to withstand all the chip damage that she's going to do.
You may consider someone that can also heal this Draco, because you are going to get peppered down a lot. So you could take like Byron or like Healing Tonic Barley, for example. That's someone that is about as close in range as possible to the Juju. I also like, you know, full control. I think Bell is amazing, especially against comps that want to group up. Nest Egg also basically punishes you for stepping up onto the zone, but that strategy requires Zarita Gang to get that control. So they're going to have to turn like a last stand gadget from their Draco into point control. And here it is. We are really trying to close the gap on that Juju. Zarita Gang realized they've got no choice. They can't match the poke here of Kyopero. So now they're going to go for a bit of an all-in setup between Prozzy and Jay. And I quite like that. KP, of course, is going for the Frank, who's really effective on this map, given that his, his damage shots cover most of it, and a hypercharged super will basically catch you wherever you're standing.
Those picks came in so quickly. I'm kind of doing quick math in my head. I think I kind of like the Mortis. I don't think I hate it. I think it's hard to play, don't get me wrong, but into the B and the Juju, I think it makes a lot of sense. And honestly, you can cycle supers pretty frequently into a Frank. I don't think that's the worst response. It's gonna be a really aggressive comp on the top hand side, but I think they've got a chance at it yet. Don't hate Kyoperos either, but I think they're gonna have to play pretty well. Here goes Exic down the left hand side. A pull goes through. It's not enough. It's gonna be a trade here. Two go down, and that's a pretty perfect start for Kyopero.
Oh, Doritos has already built that hypercharge as well. Honey Molasses thrown down, which is gonna block a shot from Prozzy, but can also be really annoying. And there it is, the hypercharge super from Doritos there. Last stand going to be used at least for, Jay to trade that kill, but they still end up going down. something needs to be done about the Frank. What we saw in the first set on Canal Grande, the mark from Bell is not sufficient to account for such a durable brawler. You've got to make good use of those unbreakable boxes now, and X6 hypercharges are going to be really big difference makers in this game.
Got the extra spawner down as well. Prozzy's still going to work through it. Doritos now back in the mid. He's just going to be cycling his 14k-ish health points in and out just to get the extra damage, to get the pulls in there, set his teammates up, and more importantly, just the more they're rotating that percentage up, the better. Even if his KD is not great, the percentage on that hot zone is better and better.
Mexico, I mean, this is a suicide mission, 100%. They're diving in, they get the super, but then they get caught out by the stun. Doritos has cycled those supers now as Jay tries to come forward. Last stand has to be used here, and it's not going to be enough to get rid of Derp. One more stab would have been enough. Now Exic is back on the point. Loco pretty reluctant to give it up, and I don't blame them trying to dodge these shots coming in from the Frank, but Exic eventually gets caught by a slam of the sword, and now they've got to come forward once again. Another miss there off that super from Frank. Jay does get a touch, but the last stand gadget's being used to try and get him some extra capture percentage, and that's a missed super from Exic, which means that they are out of the fight for the next 10 seconds or so, unless they want to throw themselves in like that, which is fine, that's your business. But Kyopero, with this setup here, have a very well-rounded comp, and the Frank that frankly cannot be dragged down with ease.
I can't understate how important it was, I think, for Frank to win that first engagement. I think the other side, the red roster, does a good job in that early on to immediately identify, hey, if we take down this Frank, that's the only thing really stopping us. We can put Draco in the front line and kind of give them some trouble. Instead, though, he survives with, what, 70 HP, builds up that hypercharge, tears down every wall on the other side, and then they can be let free. We'll see how the start does anything different, but Zarya gang need a much better one if they want a chance.
You've got to be pretty perfect on this map. I think that's the only way of putting it. Exic at least has managed to get into the cookie jar here, so to speak. Dodging some of those shots from Loco has been very good. It means that Derp has to fire some of these shots before they can even really get out of spawn. And Exic, that's a connection from the super. We'd love to see those. Now Doritos can get some basic free percentage here on the point for Kyopero. And Exic going down there is not great. Loco is a real nuisance in that corner now. Hiding behind the Honey Molasses, it's also not a target you usually want to mark anyway. Slowing up anyone who tries to take that right-hand lane control, and getting Prozzy there is huge. I think Kyopero here have really paved the way to a set win beautifully.
Doritos has played phenomenally in this match. It's been somebody I've kept my eye on the whole time. When you've needed the X Factor, he's certainly delivered. And now they're not even going to break down these walls yet. This is great. They can lob shots up with Juju. They can have Doritos be a looming threat. So if they need to open it up, they can. But for now, they're just using their regular shot, letting loose. Gadget goes through. Jay survives, but not for long. Kyopero continue to expand this lead.
There's a question of maybe Zarya, if they drafted a bit more healing, they could have gotten more use out of Draco, but they just seem to be a little bit of a worse Frank in so many ways. Jay's able to bring him down. Actually pops the last stand gadget here as Derp charges on forward. And again, it gives them 2 seconds of invulnerability, which is just not enough when you're really focused on trying to capture this point for as long as possible. Exic, that's a beautiful hypercharge super, and cycling them would have been good, but Kyopero can still stand out on that hot zone, and they've taken away the set.
This is the 3-2 kind of match I was looking forward to. 2 unproven rosters who've done good, not been special yet. This is what I'm talking about, though. Doritos has come to play today. 498 DPS, top kills in the lobby. Impressive stuff, to say the least.
Yeah, it's so dirty. I mean, ever since Frank got that massive buff last year where your fire rate increases as your health gets lower, it makes you the premier tank in so many of these situations. That hypercharge super was built within like the first 15 seconds of the game here. And in the face of this, like the Mortis is pretty reasonable, right? In terms of trying to get into the backside and deal with Derp, but Derp wasn't even the biggest threat. You don't have an answer to Doritos. I refuse to believe that, the Bell mark is enough to make the Frank manageable, even if you're hitting it with regularity here. There were just too many threats on KP's comp, and there weren't enough answers from Zarya.
Absolutely scary performance from Doritos there. His whole team came to back him up, though, once again. And I think, are we seeing, a coalescence of the kind of team solidarity throughout this, or are we just seeing some better picks across the board there, Uber?
I do think the draft was really important. I think Kenny brought this up actually in practice. Like both these teams, were expected to give us a close game, and that they've been really back and forth. But the Juju usage has been much more effective on this particular map for Kyopero. So you can see as strong as she is, Kenny, there are just some maps where she's able to shine, or at least some comps when you can really build around her properly. We're reminded of how much of a menace she can be.
That was a much better display, I think, than some of the previous ones. And draft's important too. Who you surround yourself with, crucial. It's not all about just the brawler being great. It's who you're playing into, the map you're on. There's a lot of factors. It's what makes drafting so difficult to do at a high level here. These guys have practiced and practiced and practiced. They eat, breathe, and sleep Brawl Stars. And this is map number 5. Could go either way. 2-2 situation. We're on last stop. This map very open, but we're still removing Kit. Lou, Melody, not available, and we are getting rid of Juju for this one. Leon early on as a first overall pick. That's wild to me.
Yeah, in Gem Grab, that is pretty astonishing. Look, Leon is really terrifying in situations where like that 1 kill means so much more, right? On a knockout map, for example, we saw that in our first series of the day between Loud and Ingram Segura. Here, it's a little bit of a different story. The way that you're looking to play maybe changes someone as you've got to be more of a constant threat and apply that pressure over a longer period of time. But we have the Penny and the Lola picked up here, so very reasonable mid-range brawlers, great high damage, and also both are viable mids here. So we'll still wait to see, but these two teams have a very clear idea of what they want to bring onto this map. And the Kai Pero Byron and tank combination is really potent. It's actually something I thought we might see in that previous set. So yeah, they're definitely ready to throw down. I like this look. Obviously the Ashe is pretty terrifying, especially when I get to run down some of these squishier mid-range damage dealers.
With no Lou on the table either, I'm curious what Zarita Gang do to either bring some aggression or defend themselves from this Ashe and Leon, because they've got invisibility. One of the reasons I think Leon is coveted here is because of his hypercharge and the ability to just get across the map with that super, right? When you can disappear on a wide open map like this, it's just a guessing game of where they are. I kind of like what Kyle Pero are putting down the Daryl. A real interesting call here, though. I think this is going to help into the Byron. I think as long as Ashe doesn't surround you with 12 of his little rats, I think you can end up being okay. I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on this one as well, just from a quick glance, but we'll see how it plays out. I think, like you said, Zarita Gang kind of went for something much safer.
I think so, yeah. The Daryl is great, but we're not looking at like a Brawl Ball map where the knockup strips the ball, or we're not against a Frank, for example, where, Daryl's super can actually interrupt Frank's super by having that brief stun window. Here, you have something that just bounces around the map pretty effectively, can take a whole lot of space, but it's those side lanes that are really important. Doritos needs to flatten exit here, otherwise those turrets are going to be starting to be such a nuisance, and Jay just wins that fight out beautifully. Great support from crossing through the middle part of the map here, but the side lanes from Zarita Gang are able to collapse onto Kai Pero, and it doesn't matter how safe or strong their mid is.
Really impressive. Daryl showcasing that he can win those matchups, especially when supers aren't in the equation. The early game going to Zarita Gang. KP, though, fighting back. Doritos looking from the long distance, something that Leon doesn't want to be doing. And Jay let loose once again. Gets the takedown, the left hand in. Right lane one as well, and Derp alone cannot do this. Zarita Gang taking off right now in Gym Grab.
I mean, this is not even close. I mean, you can see what Frank does. Ashe, the shots or the damage from Ashe, those slams, are slow. And JX is basically just dashing through them behind the Ashe and really just causing them a whole lot of problems here. Now with the hypercharge active, there is some control taken to this right-hand side of the map, and little helpers are available here for Loco, but Jay can just keep pushing up, taking this kind of control here. And it's a pretty healthy lead of 7-2. Now, though, Loco does spawn those little helpers. They're going to go after the gem carrier, but, you've got an ego out if you're the Lola. That can soak up a little bit of that damage, even if you're positioned quite close together. And Loco is struggling to get in deep. Tar Barrel going to be used there by Jay to slow up the Ashe here, and it's really hard for KP's tank to get deep.
The Daryl pick paying dividends. He's rolling in once again. Doritos falls. Derp has gained a few gems as a result. They were able to gain possession of this mid, and now they're just gonna have to keep applying the pressure. Derp just can't be by himself here. Doritos invisible, getting sneaky on this right-hand side. Jay, the foresight to scout him out, though, and this is gonna push the enemy side back. Lola has a lot to deal with right now, but one little penny shot changes everything. Blue side, though, nonetheless with a gym count.
Okay, that is brutal stuff, and yeah, Jay trying to do what they can, but Derp is big chilling. Obviously, having self-heal available in 2 different manners, whether super or gadget, it's really hard to deal with the Byron, especially if they can keep you at arm's length here. 8-0. Obviously, those gems are dropped in that back corner, so Zarita Gang can still trigger a countdown if they pick them up, or interrupt that of Kai Pero. Oh, there weren't enough gems. Okay, only gets to 10, so it does at least reset things, but now Kai Pero have the map control, they have the 11th. It's dangerous for Zarita Gang.
And that's exactly why they wanted Leon. He was turned invisible. They couldn't see him. No way to scout him out. They were dealing with the Ashe in their face while the Leon is sneaking through. You don't have to play the best for an entire duration of a game. That's the magic of Gym Grab. You just have to be the one that closes out. And now it's a match point for Kyopero.
I mean, they played that really well. The approach from Zarina Gang and the use of Daryl made their composition really oppressive to play into at the start of the round, especially because they were making use of Penny quite effectively on that right side lane. So they had both side lanes covered, but it requires your Daryl to constantly come forward, to constantly look to pressure. Once Loco swapped to the right against the Penny and started to pinch at the top of the map, that's where the pressure was really starting to cause Zarina to crumble.
I think those Doritos supers too, once they started getting cycling, there was really nothing they can do. Ashe is just up in their face. They have to defend against him, and now they're overwhelmed by the other end. This is a much better start for KP as well. Jay on this left-hand end played it nearly perfectly last game and still wasn't enough. Now Doritos going to debate to rotate here. He's going to go to this right-hand end and try to get this grass, I think, in time. He's going to meet there, but Jay's going to slide through, gets the kill, and this could be a catastrophe. It's going to be a dropping of gems, but Prozzy should have enough time to grab these.
Yeah, easily. I mean, they are dropped in, Kyopero's territory, but Prozzy has already got some of that map control. KP are trying to anticipate the Daryl lane swaps here. They've now moved Doritos over to the right side to sort of match this, but Loco's getting punished here. Now that Ego is out, Prozzy can really start to burn those tanks down. Dorito does fall. Tar Barrel, of course, used by Jay in order to get deep, and now Kyopero have to find a way to get these gems back. They've got Hypercharge here for Loco. They need to move up the map first, and they're taking a lot of this consistent damage from the turret, and Exik isn't someone you can really afford to ignore. Doritos, though, is invisible. It's going to be a deadly mission to go in. A lot of little help is getting soaked up by Jay, and Prozzy is chilling here. This is now, of course, going to put us at a tie so far on Gem Grab.
Back-to-back games where the leader early on had a dominant gym count, 5-7 for each of the games, and one kill changes everything. That's all you need. Sometimes you just need that momentum swing, which is something that when you look on paper, looks so valuable because you got Leon, you've got Ashe, you can swing a game any moment. But nonetheless, the defense comes through, and the red roster have now tied things up. We got a double match point on our hands, Uber. This is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. Once we get gameplay, of course, we'll let you know how that sort of plays out. But something to keep in mind as we jump in is the lane assignment here. Where is the Leon? Doritos is really favored against Jay, can outrange Daryl for the most part, and does a disgusting amount of damage with those shurikens. Now they've gone deep. They are going to be able to get that clone, pop that super. Derp under some pressure now, has already used its super, but Jay is pretty well shielded up here, and he's going to be able to strip those 5 gems away. Now it's a question of getting the Daryl out of that part of the map, which is a much more complex issue, as you can see. Derp's able to come back off the spawn, get those gems back. Prozzy very deep on the map as Loco is able to make a swift exit. So map control given now over towards KP. Dealing with JX is not a huge issue, as they were virtually 1v3 there.
If Daryl had been able to escape, I think this would have gone very differently. It's kind of a game of chess you're playing, because if you leave Byron by himself, you're exposing the Daryl, but the other side's getting these frags, and it's ultimately going to work out here. 15 on the clock. Blue side with 10 in Byron's pocket. That's the man they have to protect. Doritos knows it. He's going to get aggressive. Jay sliding through, down to the other end. Loco there to play bodyguard, and it's not going to be enough here. Derp trying to hold on, and it will go through. Kyopero survive yet another one.
You can see what difference it makes when that actually gets to push into enemy territory. They've been able to claim the space on the map by moving through the bushes, and also really just abusing that favorable matchup against the Penny. It was an idea that we saw sort of materialize through the draft, but it didn't play out at the start of the map because, again, KP were a little shaken, I think, by just the Daryl being everywhere through the map and being able to win those 1v1s against the Ashe. As long as KP can avoid hitting Loco against JXCR, they're golden.
We saw, as you guys called out, a lot of success from Zarina Gaming in the early game on these before any supers could build up, but Doritos, so strong, and that Leon coming in big there. Looks like game 2, there was a chance that Zarina Gaming might have shut them down trying to respond to the lane switches, but ultimately, would you toss this up to teamwork here on Kyopero's part? Would you talk this up to just a really brilliant heads-up pick there with the Leon? Kenny?
I think is honestly a pretty 50-50 draft in my mind going into it, and it kind of played out that way as well. I think both teams had win conditions. The Lola seemed like something they definitely wanted on the right-hand end. I think that's probably why they pair it with Penny for a low control, but also that Lola ego gets shredded through by the Penny that can kind of shoot through projectiles. They go for Ashe, they go for Leon, they stuck to their guns there, and I give them a lot of credit for that because that's not an easy thing to pull off. You saw at times that they nearly collapsed, but at the end of the day, their aggression was just good enough. Byron survived just long enough, but truly, I think that could have gone either way.
There's a sense where I would have liked to have seen like a Penny play mid, and you have another brawler for Zarita gang that can actually just like, you know, really lean into a favorable side lane matchup. Like you could take Crow, Surge, anything that also like gives you all-in potential, because once the game gets out of hand, like it's really hard to close the gap. Penny's great over a long game. She gives you this incremental damage that stacks up, but if your opponents figure out how to, I don't know, move out of the way of those, you know, turret shots coming in, then she's not very effective against, you know, players that aren't grouped up together. You want someone who wins 1v1s consistently in that side lane, and Penny's much better at getting that splash damage through multiple people that are grouped up playing close.
Two players that got in each other's way all match long. Loco and Jay here going head to head in our stats. What is your reaction to this though, Kenny?
Kind of close like I expected, to be honest with you. Loco and Jay, two of the players that I definitely think you can keep your eyes on there. I mean, when looking at Leon, looking at Ashe, whoever they ended up being playing that were on the more aggressive end, I think they were huge instigators for their team, kind of setting themselves up for success. And I think part of the reason why it was close, but ultimately Caio Pero still get the dub.
Whew, lucky for our predictions, Caio Pero and Loud making it to the semifinals to face off against each other. Not by any means an easy road for them, though, and I can't imagine it's going to be too much easier for our next two quarterfinals. But we're going to take a quick replay, a look back at this last match, and then we're going to get into the next ones. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship South America monthly finals. Round and round the carousel of casters goes, but onward do we push through the bracket. Our next matchup, Casa Brawl versus Legion Otaku. This is a fun one, guys. A lot to talk about here for Casa Brawl, aka the Mini Pekkas. Storied team, a lot of history. What am I getting into it, Art?
Yeah, big time. This is going to be, for me, what I'm going to go out there and say could be our first sweep of the day. Maybe a bit early to say so, but I just have a feeling that this could be the one-sided match that we've been expecting potentially here. But Motep, Pekka, and Jubilee as well for the roster of Casa Brawl. Qualified as FA Mini Pekkas, the team name which they had prior to being signed by Foot Esports last year. This is a huge, huge roster. The number 2 seed of South America last year, of course, had a phenomenal LCQ, which was Jubilee's first LCQ as well. Knocking out Tribe in Group D and then being esporting and having a clean sheet, no less, in day 2 as well against Toxic Lotus, dropping no sets along the way. But then the World Finals, where it all went wrong. Loss in Group A to SK Gaming and Elevate meant that they would leave in last place and only gain 1 set along the way. So all that hard work, just a little bit to waste towards the end. Got 2 monthly final wins, almost a third actually in July when you consider just how close it really was. But the story of this region last year was all Casa Brawl versus Foot versus SSG, now known as the Loud roster. This is the rivalry that we saw all against the odds last year. And I think it could come down to it again this year if both sides show the same sort of premise.
Yeah, all those victories, and we didn't even touch on that they won the All-Stars LATAM in June 2024. Exciting roster here. Cannot wait to see what they bring. And Arky called it potentially our first 3-0, but we cannot count out Legion Otaku. Uber, tell me a little bit more about him.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to say, honestly. This team, as far as we're concerned, is relatively unknown in the grand scheme of things through this region. They, did have to qualify through what we call like a second chance. They go to the lower bracket after a close game against a Limpo squad in those qualifiers. And end up having to fight through, lowers, which is pretty scary. They do sort of squeak it out there. Actually, it ends up being a 3-0 win against IXFA. So this is a team that really started to get their teeth cut with their Brawl experience last year. But again, there's actually a ton of awesome regular tournaments that happen in LATAM, mostly like Narco and Co run it. So, there's a pretty lively scene in the tier 2 area bubbling up locally. So these guys are getting a lot of experience, and not just experience, it's against like pretty quality players, of course, as this SA team are building themselves up from within and are hoping, as we start to look ahead towards the rest of the year, this region really puts themselves on the international map and doesn't sort of just capitulate in groups at like a Worlds event like we saw last year, because they are going up against this Casa Brawl team who are also hoping for much more for themselves this year internationally.
Oh, they have everything to gain here with a win if they can pick it up. We're taking a look at our maps and game modes now that we'll be playing out on. And do want to shout out that Portox did make that appearance at the All-Stars LATAM tournament, picking up a 4th place finish on the team he played with. So some tournament experience in there, but yeah, as you said, Uber, ultimately a little bit of a newer roster. Does speak to how changeable, how evolving the scene is, though, as you said, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, and the veterans of this region are like 19, 20, right? So like in general, SA is a really dynamic and young region, which is great. There's always going to be fiery competition. It's great to see some of these newcomers, these younger guns, again, air quotes had to be used here, taking on the likes of Casa Brawl, who are the oldest. I think Pekka's 20s. These guys have got plenty of years in them here. And yeah, we really hope to see these players from Brazil, Chile, Argentina start to show what they're capable of domestically and then take that to the world stage.
My big reservation really is the fact that when you look at it on paper, when you consider the last year, Portox really only won 1 set throughout the entire season in monthly finals, 3 quarterfinals exits, and as well for Dacon and Bast, I mean, they only won 2 sets overall in 2 monthly final appearances. It's really quite shy to the comparison when you consider Casa Brawl, Pekka, out of this is his 26th monthly final here today, won 12. Motep is his 23rd monthly final, won 13. Jubilee as well. He's been in 17 monthly finals already. This is his 18th today. He's won 3. I mean, they are really harsh comparisons, which is why I just think that this could well be a sweep. I need to see a great amount in this first set from Legion Otaku, because there's so much to live up to.
Get stitched up.
Jubilee, of course, just trying to, get some space from the adoring press. See, looks like he might as well be on the bow of the Titanic there. They got some, fans running in the room. I appreciate that, especially with the combo of the luscious locks. It's going to be a Juju locked away pretty quickly here. And again, most of our, teams here in this region are in agreement that she definitely justifies a first pick if she sneaks through the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few final brawlers to have as your first pick. Let's be honest. I mean, if you've got a good strategy, then sure, it's a risk to leave open regardless of what way you look at it. But Nita will be the follow-up pick from Legion Otaku, but it's not a bad one. I don't mind it necessarily. I think that it's certainly going to be a great tank counter, as is Juju. So now it's both teams now in this position of they consider it. I think the bans are pretty solid already for eradicating some of the biggest of tank counters anyway. So, but nonetheless, not a bad start from both sides. See what they want to follow up with.
Seeing Juju pick this wall makes some teams feel like there's not much point sometimes taking a thrower because they're likely to be outranged, which is such a pain to deal with. You kind of already are on the back foot in that aspect of your matchup. So sometimes the idea is to go for something a little bit more all-in. For example, we saw a Mortis picked on Dueling Beetles in the previous series in order to try and overcome that difficulty instead of their matching throwers or trying to go with something that's equally long range. So the Janet here is going to get picked up. Janet, who was in obscurity for quite some time, Ark, but recently, of course, with that hypercharge, has started to make her way back.
Yeah, she's really got into a fantastic spot now. Rico coming out as well, which I love on this particular map. Has taken a bit more of a backseat recently, though. Unfortunately for me, Otis is still a bit of an oddball one, but suddenly the splash damage from the gadget will help deter a little bit of Janet's drop the base, which is that big radius that she can lay down on the map and sort of show up anyone within the bushes and just have some tick damage over time. Also, the hypercharge of Janet is a really good brawler pick. It really, really is. It's kind of making me side slightly on that right side, but again, it's the experience of custom Brawl already. Shade, it's definitely not for everyone. Still, I think in terms of the meta, not by far the strongest of the flashes, but a map which could well suit it. We did see a little bit of success rate with Shade in the East Asia region. It's one of those brawlers that is still okay, it's still viable for me. It's just very circumstantial and very dependent on the map and the mode, but I can see it fitting in quite nicely here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, incorporeal form is very potent, especially if there are those boxes on the map you can make use of. And if you take the hardened hoodie star power, you've got the durability, even use that super out in the open, or at least to try and close the gap to some degree. And use it to get in there. But we know Shade struggles when caught out in the open. This is the kind of map, though, where a lot of the time your movements can be obscured. You can sneak past enemy lines here and play from behind these boxes. So it may well work, but God, we know how powerful Rico is here. Pekka also just the person you want to be using it. Multiple launcher there just blows the Shade away here. And Portox finds themselves with no teammates to support them, and the ball going the wrong way as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, I was thinking of it, but too low HP to go for a shot on goal there, and of course back. Then immediately it is Legion Turku that are on the back foot, and these shots that Jubilee is going to be able to obtain off the back of Portox, he can't contest this at all. He needs to swap lanes, and even then he might not have the best of times. Just can't be too far away from getting another Grigri as well. Motep pushing forwards now, has the hand as well. Yeah, Portox is just no ability to get any shots off whatsoever on that top left-hand side.
Daikon obviously heavily favored against the Rico when they can start to move through those walls during the window of that super. Also, Motep just gets clapped by them. It can be really hard to see where the Shade's coming from when they're in the bushes and then they super into the boxes. You really don't know, where to expect them to come at you from. Jubilee, though, has done a very good job of controlling the map. There's still no real answer by Legion Otaku to this, high, long-range thrower. And now with another Gregory deployed, this should allow them to push into the map. Dakon's smashed as soon as they walk out of spawn. And yeah, Portox feels like they have to corner the ball for now.
For me, Casa Brawl are just they're just playing with their food at this point in time, really. They've got all time in the world, despite there being no goals scored. It's not really anywhere that Legion Otaku can go. They're just really forcing themselves into a bit of a bad spot whilst, Casa Brawl cycle utility and just getting that opening door, which could be right now as Daikon goes down, blast in a very tight spot. Now Motep getting a nice pinch, and it should be a clean, easy walk into the goal and a clean goal for Casa Brawl.
Subtle, isn't it? But the move of the Juju over to the right-hand side of the map when the ball was cornered there was a play from Casa Brawl saying, well, we're going to take our immense map control and we're going to, apply it to the space that we've tried to corner the ball. They dig it out pretty comfortably without even needing to get a team wipe. And this is going to go from bad to worse as far as I'm concerned. Ball dropped there as Motep couldn't quite get it in. And Jubilee is going to be happy enough with, the line of scrimmage on this map being drawn so far forward. Daikon again gets a good matchup, a positive one against the Rico, and Bast is going to take to the skies. But remember, they cannot control the objective while they're up there. They're brought down, and Portox just hasn't been able to get any value whatsoever. Casa Brawl say, hey, a 1-goal lead, that's good enough for us.
A little bit surprised though. I think it was definitely a second goal which could have easily been scored there by Jubilee. Just I think with the Elementalist gadget as well, which I assume he's probably running. It provides the shielding. You can just sort of pass the ball to the wall, shield yourself, and then walk it through. Playing it safe, I guess, and getting warmed up is never a bad thing. Certainly when it's the first monthly final of the year for your region. But I think that at the moment, Casa Brawl are showing signs of not overestimating their opposition as well, as like making sure that they've got everything on lockdown. And that was very controlled. There wasn't really any chances of hands over, but now there might be one. There is a trade, however, so it's 2v2. And again, Jubilee on this side. It's just every time. It's just nothing Lita can do. And another straight, easy, clean walkthrough of the goal. I mean, he's in all the right spots, and I think this needs a pick. They valued it so highly. It was their first brawler pick. It's just doing nothing.
I mean, Shade doesn't fare any better, really, outside of having that super. But they are going to at least try and match Daikon up, against Jubilee here, which is fine. Pekka also doesn't really mind because they can now play against the Nita. Nita does not have any positive matchups on this map, unfortunately. As you can see, Pekka has the ordnance required to blow her up. And have we even seen Bruce make an appearance at all? I think he has stage fright.
Yeah, it's not looking good, bro, so far for me. Again, that same story. You know, Legion just trying to come off the back spawn, trying to find something to have, again, like a Bruce Bear push, but nothing really to show for it. Gadget pop to give the longer arms there for Dracom, but it's the Rico hypercharge that is the story of the day, as it seems to wipe down almost everyone. As only Portal's left standing, and he's too far back to be able to protect the goal. A very, very clean set, it must be said, for Casa Brawl.
If only Nita had just taught Bruce how to play football, then he could have intercepted the ball there in those final moments. It wouldn't have been an issue here, but Casa Brawl, they pick one of the most impressive brawlers in the game right now, and they use that as the cornerstone for their comp. They build a really strong side laner out in the form of Rico. Pekka, frankly, struggles at times against Dakon. I think like that's one of the best maps for Shade, right? And even on their best map, it's still not really enough. And Motep doesn't have to do too much. Save the mute button for those opportune moments. Just burst someone down if they get too close. But really straightforward stuff here. Once you can spawn Gregory, you've got that extra player to work with. And yeah, you're an absolute nuisance. Very impressive, I think, for Legion Otaku to play against this comp.
This team has played together for a long time, since April in 2024. They seem to know, obviously, each other very well as they play through this game as well. Their placements, their callouts, their rotations. Uber, where did they think they really shined in this last matchup?
Yeah, again, I think the draft is a huge part of this. You notice that Pekka is an incredible Rico player and really experienced. So even up against Shade, who can basically hit you from behind those boxes, which is a hard counter to Rico, at no point does Pekka overextend and give up that side of the map in a losing matchup. That allows the rest of Casa Brawl to execute their strategy. Like, they don't have to worry about losing the right side. They can continue to be oppressive nuisances, take that space, and find some, frankly, really easy goals.
So aggressive for me from Casa Brawl, but also keeping things just on lockdown, really. Not going overly aggressive. Pekka is that player that can do that, but on the Rico pick, it's a bit more control based, and I expect we'll see him get a bit more comfortable as the day goes on as well. Kit ban on both sides. Love that stuff. Bounty, but Janet left open, and that's actually one of the best first pick brawlers here for me. So if Legion don't pick it up, then I've really got to question the drafting capabilities, because we've seen it time and time again, both last week and a little bit today. But Janet not really been seen so far yet on this particular map of mode, because it's the first time we've seen it today. But it is, but my opinion, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. That's good. That's a promising start, and gives me a little bit of faith now that they're not going to walk into some serious problems, because that would have been surely on the minds of Casa Brawl. I mean, it does have a bit of a disadvantage that when you go on the aggressive, it does leave your two teammates sort of susceptible on the ground, so they're gonna have to support each other at the same time as far as Legion are concerned, and not the best on defense. Gadget's quite easy to get taken down for the side of Janet, but the backstage pass jump Gadget has also been quite a nice little addition we saw last week, so it could be kind of both sided in that respect. RT is the follow-up on the side of Casa Brawl, and one more to follow.
Okay, so obviously you take a brawler here that, if we do get into some all-in situations, is quite effective, of course, up close and all. All right, we are not messing about here. Casa Brawl very clearly signal their intentions to walk at Legion Otaku over and over and over again. And this is a bit of an issue here, because like you mentioned, Janet isn't always great on defense. You can overwhelm the drop the base, boombox, clear it out of the way, that's no problem. And when you do take to the skies, you don't have huge burst damage. You drop those bombs, and yes, you have much more air control under that hypercharge, but you're not really contributing to the fights as much as you would if you were boots on the ground. You have to do it though, in order to make yourself safe to get away from the action. Larry and Laurie here wants to control that space, but Dakon does not want to get walked up on. That is also going to be an issue for this thrower.
Definitely lacking some DPS for me as well. It's a good choice, Larry and Laurie, as far as things are concerned, but into an Ashe, which can really just soak up so much damage along the way. They're kind of putting themselves into the corner at this point. They do have to have a solid response for it, and they think it's Hank. Hate to be the one to bring it to you boys, but the hypercharge not yet released. Won't even be a question until the update hits. What are you thinking? It does have some defensive capabilities, don't get me wrong, but it carries more meme potential than it does really much else for me right now. I'm not convinced it was the play.
So obviously you can really abuse the walls on this map, right? You play from the safe side of them. and Hank is terrifying. You also have a thrower that is going to do the same thing, but it's very clear what the game plan is here. And Castle Brawl have rounded out their composition with a brawler that can interact with Legion Otaku if they want to just sit behind walls and troll. So now they don't have that option. Now, Barley is going to force them to move, sometimes out into the open, and this Hank is going to have to run at them a little bit here as well. Remember, Hank does get that extra movement speed when his balloon is, above 80% of size of that charge, so you can run people down, you can chase them down. But Castle Brawl are not going to give you that dream scenario where they're all grouped up waiting on the other side of a wall. They're going to be slippery and hard to catch, and Hank can be a real vulnerability if your opponents know how to play around it.
Well, if the faces of the players were anything to go by there for me, I think Castle Brawl were all smiling and finding it quite funny because they're not really that bothered by the Hank pick. And I think for good reason. I mean, we saw it in the qualifying stages for North America where OG did play it and did qualify for his team with it. So it is dependent upon who's the person playing it. But again, for me, Legion Otaku are that team which are very much the underdog in this series. So it's a really bold, risky pick that I just don't see paying off. I'd love it to, for their sake, as we get the spectate back in just a moment. We're just going through a few technical hiccups in the background. We'll surely be back into the gameplay to see how it's going to fare. I don't see Castle Brawl really being too dismayed by it, though.
Oh, wait, can we go back to Pekka so I can try and read the reflection off his glasses to see what's happening in the game? Obviously, they're playing out right now, folks. On our end, it's a spectator client that is hitching a little bit, preventing us from being able to see the game. But again, we are going to be able to jump in here, and it is a pretty big lead for Castle Brawl here, Ark. About what you'd expect with how these comps line up, I think.
And yeah, the Hank's going to try its best to try to push back a little bit. Good connection there from Portis, but immediately so the hills come out from Jubilair as well, and Pekka going to be struggling this left-hand side. It's the hypercharge. You got to see that kill. Thank you. Bastard, you really did make me quite worried that might have been a miss. But some signs, some progress already as the Larian Lorry do take a little bit of a push to this left-hand side, but Castle Brawl look pretty much still in control despite being on the back lines a little bit. There is the 4-star differential though. Let's see whether Legion can make something of it in these final 20 seconds.
I mean, it's fun to see Layer Cake. We actually didn't see it last year. This is the kind of map where you also don't want to give this kind of space up. Bear in mind that Motep has filthy burst damage that can be deployed once push comes to shove, but this is getting close now. 2 stars in it. Oh man, the Hank is becoming an issue if you're going to just sit yourself in the corner, but Humaleo just rips him a new one. Oh my goodness, a quick double. That's for 7 stars. Just ending the game on the spot.
Yeah, in those final seconds, I think it was fair to say that Castle Brawl took that personal. I mean, that escalated very, very fast. And that's what I mean. Like, they're giving like a little bit of an inch here and there, dropping their guard sometimes, maybe just getting a little bit overly aggressive. But they look so calm. They're not rattled in the slightest. And as soon as it got a bit close, immediately the retaliation was tremendous. So again, I got to reiterate, I just feel like they're playing with their food somewhat. I think that, on the side of Legion, a little bit out of their comfort zone. Again, they are playing as we speak, and we'll do our best to get the spectate up immediately when we can, but it's not looking clean so far. Legion not really showing too much signs, some glimpses here and there, but aside from that, not really much to say.
Yeah. We're actually having a problem getting into this game, so you are going to have to read the gameplay off of Pekka's glasses here, but again, you see what happens when you give the map up to the Hank and they can safely start to pop bubbles from behind those walls, it gets a bit scary. But that's why that last pick Barley was such an important part of this composition. Because again, final, last call, very effective super, great damage, but you can continue to keep this, Hank honest by chunking them lower and lower so that, you have windows in which you can go aggressive, especially if you're, especially if your RT can get a couple shots on him, if he has the hack gadget that can, detonate the mark. It's also pretty darn important here. But yeah, this game, regrettably, folks, is going to proceed while we yap.
I'm willing to bet, however, as coming into this one, I did say it was going to be the first sweep of the day. Judging from the players and their faces right now, it's locked down for Castle Brawl. Legion looking pretty unnerved by the whole situation, and there's a substantial lead. Yeah, 8 stars still in favor of Castle Brawl. Hypercharge for Blast going down, and should find a takedown for it. Now just 5 stars difference. As we saw the last game, 15 seconds can be a difference maker, but Castle Brawl do fight back really hard. Like going in, should be able to get the kill here, and throws out a hypercharge for his time too. Bats from those guys can't really get too much done there. Maybe get the kill on Pekka. Still gonna be enough stars, however, regardless. And Castle Brawl continues to make this one look easy. That's another set. This is going by pretty quick.
Yeah, this is screaming past. You basically see all you need to, I think, there. Hank obviously is pretty weak when he gets pushed. He does do great damage, but he needs to be the pace setter. When you have an Ashe running at you and just, getting in your face, throwing that damage down, you don't have enough time to build up the bubbles to take them down. You want to, do your damage over time, one bubble here, a bubble there. You want to sit back and be the one that decides how quickly these fights occur. When Pekka gets in your face, you find out just how weak and why Hank is so weak so often in this game.
Yeah, it just feels like a big outmatch so far for me. And Legion have got a lot of work to do. Can it be done? Yeah, absolutely. Every team has an opportunity, has a chance, and it comes down very much to that draft as well. That's why I'm getting concerned. Brawler picks like this Hank, I kind of expect that when it's picked and to really do something, to show me some form of preparation, something that they've done in their scrims that they feel comfortable with, even if it's not a Brawler for me, it's like a very meta pick. It's got to be able to produce some goods, and right now it's just not working.
They're drafting for the map and not for what Castle Brawl are playing in the comp. I think that's, for me, what stands out so much here.
I'm just impressed that we cut out on Spectator there and Argue had like a flawless pick just based off vibes and face reads of what that score was going to be as we hop back in there. Castle Brawl, really a team you're this familiar with at this point, I assume.
Yeah, it's a gift. It's 5 years on the job. It comes with the territory, and faithfully able to bring something that I can't really do like what Uber's able to demonstrate so fantastically well and read off the reflections. That's still, I'm working on that. I'll get there one day though. But when it comes to reactions and like what's in their eyes, yeah, that tells the story for me.
Oh, buddy. I mean, yeah, what we saw there from Castle Brawl, I think no one is too shocked about. And again, I want to revisit that point that we sort of mentioned. The Barley pick from Castle Brawl to round up the comp was a direct answer to what their opponents were trying to do. It is possible that Legion Otaku looked at that map and said, we're going to draft these brawlers no matter what. Like they try and predict the bans to some degree and they go, okay, let's play stuff that's good on layer cake. It is good on layer cake. It's just not good against Castle Brawl's comp. I think, we know just how powerful Janet is right now because she cannot be interacted with while she has that super, and she can use it to get one kill. But if you're, not within 3 stars of your opponents, it does not matter. We're going to jump here to the next map very quickly, though. Hot Potato, it is Heist, the last chance for Legion Otaku to stay in the game, and they're going for a Carl. They might be considering going all in.
Is it the first best Brawler pick though on a map like Hot Potato? That's the thing. I'm not convinced it necessarily is. It's not a bad pick, however, we got to give them that for sure. Certainly if you get a Carl left on the safe, it can cause a tremendous amount of damage over time, and you have to deal with it. Now, Edgar first pick here is like a weird one. It is very weird. Normally you pick an Edgar into something which is heavily sort of saying throwers and kind of like squishier brawlers, but there's a Carl on the other side of the field. So I think Castle Brawl is going for a bit of a base race dive kind of approach for me. I'd be very much careful with that though, because again, like with the Carl and the heat ejector gadget, which allows that kind of line of hot coals to really whittle down the safe, it can destroy a safe, and if left untouched to allow time to really lay out multiple gadgets, scary stuff. So I'm not really sure this is a good pick. I think it's a bit of a weird wild card for Castle Brawl.
I mean, everything about this composition to me, Ark, is screaming, we're just going to walk up on you. We are going to try and eliminate as many of the variables as possible and simplify things for ourselves. Castle Brawl, though, have a pretty good window to sort of see this coming. The thing is that Amber is incredible against teams that are trying to run at you. She's one of the best brawlers, to answer this kind of threat. She can clear out the bushes in the middle part of this map as well to really deny any sneaky play from Legion Otaku. And again, just burn anyone down who, gives her the opportunity just to spray them. So not a lot of mobility here. And Lou, while they have an incredible, super, they're pretty awful fighting outside of it, right? They, the fire rate is pretty low. The range is okay. The damage, leaves a little bit to be desired here. And Castle Brawl also can really pick on that Lou with this Edgar. Dive on in and just try and remove them from these fights as quickly as possible.
It's got to be a spike, right? I mean, they left it open. They should have really picked on the side of Legion for me. If they're going for this base race approach, having a spike on the safe with that gadget for the popping pin cushion, it's going to decimate it. They're going with Barley for control. Clearly they have the Edgar in the back pocket for the idea of going up against it. That may have been a way to deter it from Legion's hands, so they picked it up instead. But I mean, you can't deny it. I mean, both sides are looking to base race this. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity there for me.
Spike would have been nice. Crow was also an option as well, because that slowing Toxin on this very tanky lineup means your Amber just gets to maul them, right? They are slowed and, you know, like in the way of her flames, and you have the all-in potential with a hypercharge that ruins a safe. So yeah, going for the, I guess, the more safe option, but Jubilee so far on that Barley has looked pretty incredible. And so you have this composition that has great elements of like map control, good duelists, you know, if you want to consider Amber one of those, and then the ability to just, you know, face roll into the back line. Jubilee is going to control this side lane quite effectively.
Last on the right hand side, already creeping up on the safe, but look at that. First takedown of that Eggo to Pekka. So opens up the space, and now here we go, the ambush shots on the safe as well. This could be shredded down. The stun is good though on the side of the Lu pick from Daikon, but already the safe down to 50% on both sides here. Jubilee as well, trying to get some defensiveness going, but the damage is still going down here as based on the safe, it's not being dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, Bast was a problem, right? They just sat on Casa Brawl safe for quite some time there, and ended up being a bit of an issue. But Legion Otaku saw this Casa Brawl comp and decided to still go for the Lu here, which I think is one of the weaker components of it. It only offers them that map control within the confines of having that super up, and it won't always be easy for them to charge it. There's just too much that can really sort of dive on them here. Again, close game, but I don't know how many times you can, you know, really expect that Draco to be able to walk up there and DPS down the safe. So once again, we've been kicked out of the bloody spec lobby, and we're probably in between games now. So we'll await the confirmation on our winning team from that last round.
But it could be, to be honest, the one instance where Legion might gain a set, because ultimately it's now so 50-50 with this base race concept, and Heist is always very unpredictable in that manner. So this might be a possibility for them to come back in this series. I think Casa Brawl have got the experience, but on the map and mode, it's a possibility here. It looks like they did get a game. So Casa Brawl now need to be a little bit more cautious as to how much they leave open for defense. They can't leave Bast on the safe at all as long as they did last time around. Getting them much better around. There's the gadget they're popping. It'll give him a little bit longer standing, and he should get taken care of eventually if he does by Jubilee there. So now a chance for Casa Brawl to go on the offense.
Remember, like, how much damage that, you know, Draco can do when he's at his maximum range, right? The tip of that spear does like over 4k per hit to a safe. That is significant. And you can repeat that step 3 times. You charge down the field. Yeah, Sticky Syrup Mixture is a must here for Jubilee's gadget. It's a good choice. So this is last stand number 2. It's all well and good there, but a walk up on the safe here. At some point, Casa Brawl do need to be able to pressure this down, but now they need to deal with a Winter Wonderland from this Lu, and Pekka is pretty low. The hypercharge does give Pekka the, you know, capacity to run through the entirety of this team, but, you know, defensively, you just throw down this hypercharge super. Pekka shrugs it off though. Now it's looking a little bit dangerous. The base race 2v1, but Casa Brawl realize they can't hang. Daikon's going to come back and get their gadget ready to go. Bast is finally dealt with though, but Pekka has to do so much here in this 1v2. Maybe wanted to hit Daikon instead of the safe with that second volley of punches.
Yeah, I agree. He's got the hypercharge now. As Jubilee throws his one down. Bast on the left-hand side has been the problem all game. Won't choose to go for a gadget this time round, but Paul looks on the right-hand side might well do. And he's going on to the safe now as well with a super. That's going to be very, very precarious. Now 18% left here for Casa Brawl to be able to obtain. Then meanwhile, Carl there, and there are the hot calls that will be going to town. It's really quite tough. Can Motive be able to defend this though? I'm not sure whether they'll be able to do it. They might just be able to. There's 2% left. There's no burn left. Can Casa Brawl come back here? They're going for the damage. It's going to be so close, but they actually go and do it. Moving on to match points.
Well, it doesn't get much closer than that, folks. That was extremely tight finish there. A credit to our Draco player there who doesn't use the gadget on one of those later pushes and instead saves it for one last all-in, one last gambit on the safe. Last call that was available for Jubilee on that Barley. And again, they didn't quite, you know, they only used the corner of that super to catch the safe because they were still trying to use it for control. Very little adaptation here. Bast can't gadget there. They're too far away from the safe, and that is really the gameplay for Casa Brawl. Get damage on the Draco early so that the gadget doesn't actually get them onto the safe.
Yeah, exactly that. There was no chance, no point in wasting a last stand there, and I think that's the wise call. That's what Casa Brawl needs to continue to do. Because ultimately, you'll have still those gadgets for later on. Poltox now creeping forwards, can't find enough of a range there to land his gadget. But look at this cycle that Legion are going for now. There's the last stand pop, and that will allow for some decent damage, but just 20%. Pekka going in, baits out a little bit of a pickaxe swing there from Poltox, and the wasted super as a result, as now Motive and Jubilee are starting to get gathered up in this mid.
Okay, so that is going to be super committed to getting Pekka out of that corner. There isn't a better way, really, for Legion and Otaku to deal with it. Bulldogs is in a decent position, actually throws that gadget, so some of those hot coals are being distributed behind. And that is a nasty little hypercharge there coming out from the Barley, and I'm pretty sure Casa Brawl realize this is all they need, the all-in to finish off the series. And Casa Brawl do take our first sweep of the day.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, it was looking comfortable, no doubt about that, but you just never know in monthly finals. Casa Brawl did sweep their qualifying stages to get to this point, didn't drop a single set, and the same can be said, at least for the quarterfinals. They'll proceed to the semis, and we'll see how their story continues on. But it didn't look like they were being tested too much for me. They looked thoroughly in control from start to finish, and the drafts were pretty much bang on. I think the most questionable was the one that we just saw, but it worked out for them in the end. I think that was definitely a set which they could have lost, but they kept their cool. They held it firm together, and it's going to be GG try again next month for Legion.
Absolutely impressive from Casa Brawl here, and as you said, Ark, there, that last game there was probably where they brought it the closest. I want to know how much gadgets ended up being a factor in that last game.
I mean,
certainly for me, I mean, very close. I mean, like Uber spotted out right at the beginning of that last game. I think that Casa Brawl started to shut it down before they had the opportunity to, right, towards the end.
Yeah, I think like, you know, Draco has a gadget that prevents him from falling below 1 health for 2 seconds. So that window of invulnerability is really important. It allows him to secure kills and win 1v1s, but, you know, crucially, get some damage down on that safe. And again, he can deal like over 4k per hit. Sticky Syrup Mixer is the answer from the Barley, right? A gadget used to create a slowing field that makes it harder for these all-in comps to actually cross the map and get what they need to. We saw in that last game where the Draco gets to low health. They don't gadget because they're in the middle of the map, and they realize that after 2 seconds, they still won't be within striking distance of the safe, and there won't be any health here. So you do need to, you know, walk up a fair bit before you can start putting that damage down. So going up against a comp that has good map control with the Barley and with the Amber is really difficult still for this all-in comp. Again, it's a case of Casa Brawl. They are drafting against Legion Otaku. Legion Otaku are basically folding up half of the ping pong table, right? That's what their drafts have looked like over this series. And maybe not having that flexibility or reactivity in the pick and ban has hurt them at a couple of points.
Casa Brawl putting on a masterclass there as far as teamwork, draft, and everything else, but they're going to head on to the semifinals. So find out against who right after this break. Check out the replays in the meantime.
Eu creio que foi contra Totem. Eu aceitei, foi uma briga muito boa, né? A hipercarga do Symantec acaba trazendo no final. E isso aí fez a Symantec se destacar bastante nesse Mundial aí. Oh, essa aí eu sei. Essa aí é contra a SSG no ano passado. Aí no caso, o Pekka não estava com a start certa, e aí eles acabaram se embananando, se juntou no meio e tem o puxão do Motep. Mesmo se ele não puxa, essa foi a virada maior que teve, e mesmo assim foi complicada a situação. Acho que o time da Put acabou jogando muito mal.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship 2025 South America Monthly Final. It's the first one of the year. We've already had 3 banger matches, and we're getting to our 4th for the quarterfinals. I've got Ark and Kenny back. Gentlemen, we're diving into SK Kalalas versus Olimpo squad here. And we're working through this. SK Kalalas, RHZ, Brian, they've been teammates for a long time, since 2023. Now we've got Nelson here. Let's talk about what this means for the roster, what it means for what they can bring to Olimpo squad. Ark.
Yeah, Brian and Reese, former Team Casso, of course, made the LCQ last year and didn't make it beyond that, unfortunately. Didn't get out of Group C, lost to Eclipse Esports and BC Gaming. So it wasn't really the World Finals appearance that they were hoping for, but to get the LCQ itself, not an easy task by any means, and being the number 3 seed in the region did make everyone look and turn their heads towards this particular squad. The question is here is like, how is North going to fit into this roster? It's his first monthly final, so it's definitely a big undertaking for sure. But this roster, of course, we saw last year. Very different, however. We saw VT Sim, Doritos, and Kyle last year. VT Sim as well didn't actually even make day 2 in the qualifying stages, which is a little bit concerning. We obviously saw Doritos go to the semi-finals earlier today, and it's definitely going to be a tough one.
It's going to be a tough one. Let's see how SK Kalalas is feeling about this, heading out into this matchup.
Junto a mi equipo entrenamos a diario, 3 veces por día, y así nos preparamos para los torneos importantes. Nosotros tenemos un entrenador que se encarga mayormente de elegir los brawlers que juegan en cada mapa. Yo la verdad no me ocupo de eso. Mi entrenador es lo que lo hace todo. El futuro de Brawl Stars yo creo que va por buen camino, y la verdad yo creo que estaré jugando lo máximo que pueda en Brawl Stars hasta que dé mi nivel.
Three times a day they get that practice in there, and they've got a coach somewhere in the background helping them pick up the drafts. But taking a look now at Olimpo squad, they are locking in. Kenny, 3 players, a lot of history, all together now under Olimpo squad. What does it mean?
Honestly, this is a team that I expect to be underdogs in this one. I think SKC should have the upper hand here. This feels like a 60-40 kind of matchup for me, to be honest with you. They did make it out of the lower bracket, so SKC obviously has that in their favor. But just in terms of their tenure in history, not a ton. I mean, no real big time LCQ runs, anything like that. Ice Crow kind of bounced around a little bit. Wesley had a quiet 2024, so I'm honestly not sure what to expect from Olimpo squad. They certainly earned their spot here, but to me, they're an underdog.
Oh, I wonder if they'll be practicing 3 times a day as well. Let's check in with them heading into this matchup.
Estamos treinando bastante com as maiores equipes da nossa região. Estamos treinando 2 a 3 treinos por dia e estamos jogando os campeonatos menores e também estamos fazendo push de troféus em equipe. Então, eu acho que esse é o melhor preparativo que a gente pode ter e a gente está se saindo bastante bem até. A gente, quando a gente está nos treinos, a gente olha os melhores do meta e vai deixando todos os brawlers abertos para ser picados. E assim a gente vê quais os brawlers que a gente está tendo mais dificuldades. E aí a gente vai banindo, e os que ficam a gente pega o mais forte, como por exemplo, hoje em dia a Juju é a mais forte. Então se eles deixam open, a gente pega.
Olimpo squad, we are here. That's the team hashtag, but they are in fact here. We can confirm this, right, Ken?
We can. I mean, like I said, they've certainly earned their place here, and it's kind of cool in that interview seeing how they think about things like the brawlers. Obviously, Juju, like they resonated with, and what we've seen today is going to be atop the list, but I like that they're kind of looking at it from what's the best overall, what are the biggest threats. Always cool to kind of get in their heads and see what these guys are thinking.
Yeah, Ark, they're always just down to pick the strongest here. No mind games in the draft for them. We've seen some other teams maybe try to corral their opponents into taking certain picks, falling for certain traps, but what do you think it means? Is this just actually a mega head game and they are going to do that? But they're lying in their interview video. It's all so strategic, Ark.
I gotta be honest, I don't really feel strongly towards the Olympus squad here, mainly because I don't really kind of see there being any synergy from previous rosters. This is all a bit of a mismatch, like Kenny was saying, and you know, I think that despite Christian competing in the qualifying stages for SKC, and now Nalth coming in to kind of fit his shoes, that's my reservation on the other side of the field. Is that you've got the synergy of a pairing that go back to seeing which got the number 3 seed last year, made the LCQ and didn't quite get beyond it, but there is still some firm foundations on the other side of things. The Olympus squad, it just feels a little bit put together here. Historically, the organization's not really had much of a run in the regions. They've always kind of faltered primarily in like the quarterfinal stages. I'm waiting to see what to expect. I'm not really sure what to expect is my point here, but I feel a bit more confident on the side of SKC.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing's for certain, we got the maps and the game modes all set up, but like you said, Ark, we're mixing up the rosters a little bit here on both sides. Icecrow, though, has had a lot of experience as a sub, hopping in with some of the players that you're seeing around these other teams here. Do you feel like that kind of mercenary experience is actually going to come into play when he's kind of thrown into a situation like the current Olympo squad, Kenny?
I think it definitely helps. I mean, experience certainly needed. It's not like SKC are to the caliber of a Casa Brawl in my mind, and even though Loud's match was close, I still feel like those are the two kind of contenders in this region. Those would be the S-tier teams, if you will. SKC are probably a step behind them, and in my mind, coming into this, Olympo or at least another tier below that in terms of experience and level. I think, like Ark pointed out too, there's not a huge history with these guys. I think they've got a chance. I don't think this is a runaway by any means, but to me, SKC are kind of the favorites in this by a decent amount. Like I said, 60-40 feels right. This is a 3-1 in my mind.
All right, let's take a look at the predictions, see what we called out earlier in the day. It's pretty consistent here. The only time we've split. Ark, you feeling the same as Kenny on this one?
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I do feel quite heavily sided, probably about maybe more than a 70-30 in my opinion. But again, we thought that the most one-sided match was going to be the first today, and Lau took it to a 5th final set. So hey, what do we know, right? It's one of those matches which could go either way. I just feel like there is certainly a synergy which comes on the side of SKC, which is not really present on Olympus squad side. And the question of, like, you know, how is Nelf going to be fitting into this squad? How is it going to fare? Have they really had the time that it takes to put that synergy into place? And, you know, when it comes down to that, I think it makes a big difference, in fact. You know, you don't want to be necessarily finding yourselves trying to carry your team as a two-piece. You know, a third player does have to really carry their weight in gold also. So, definitely, I think a pretty close match for all intents and purposes. It's not like going to be a steamroll, in my opinion. But I think that, you know, regardless of what way you look at it, you know, I mean, Olympus squad did lose to Legion in the qualifying stages. So do they really want to face Casa Brawl in the semi-finals? I think anyone does on this matchup, to be honest. It's not really the best way to reward yourselves, is it, after their performance so far today? Looking like possibly the most runaway of everything. But nonetheless, I think both sides will give it their all. That's fair to say.
Yeah, we do have some question here, too, about, you know, Icecrow joining up, picking up this roster, the three of them coming together. What I want to say here is, as he brings his team together, as they prepare for this matchup, as they talked about this in the interview, preparing also 2-3 times a day against the best squads in the region. Do you have any sense of who that might be that they're scrimming against, who they might be working with here as they've been preparing?
Normally from teams on the other side of the bracket is fair to say, because ultimately then you're only going to face in the grand finals. You're not really going to be stepping on anyone's toes on the way through that stage of things. But South America is a very close-knit region. That's always been the case. And I think, you know, pretty more so than any other region, in fact. I think everyone's pretty well, like, known in that regard, and no real big kind of, you know, controversies or big rivalries that extend, you know, outside of the game itself. So I think that everyone pretty much has got a very laid-back approach, and servers do matter as well, so localities as well to consider in that regard. But nonetheless, to gear up, all sides looking pretty relaxed for the most part, possibly playing from a hotel there as Icecrow. But yeah, I mean, I'm still starting on my sort of gut feelings for SKC. I think that from last year's results as well, despite it being, you know, a very different roster, I think the organization's got a pretty decent track record by comparison. Olympus squad never really escaped the quarterfinals, lost 3 times in April, May, and June to sweeps, except for the month of April rather, where they lost 1 set. But I think SKC are looking to pick up that squad, which is a little bit more under their thumbs. Due to the first pick, no surprises there for Olympus squad. Quite a bold brawlers are not banned at the start of SKC, though, let's be honest. For Gem Grab, Hard Rock Mine, the bans being the Nita, the Janet, and the Kit. Thank the Lord. But is Kit really the best brawler to ban on this map? I'm not too convinced, Kenny.
It's a double ban as well, and Stu and Juju were the first two that came to mind when we saw this ban stage go through. Rico can be super difficult to deal with, but this is the top two brawlers that I think of because I think they're atop the meta. Stu's super versatile, and I really like Juju. I think this map, it can work. I'm curious to see how SKC combat this, if they get really aggressive like we see the Stu here, and yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. The fear with Juju is if you first overall pick it, Juju is a fantastic option, and there are some indestructible walls and such on this map, but if too much wall break comes to, if there's too many health points on the other side, if you have ways to get up in Juju's face really easily like Kenji and Stu, it can be a lot to deal with. Lose left on the table, so they could go for some kind of anti-tank counter here and things like that, but if they're not careful, Olympus squad are going to have to triple down on defense, and they're not going to be able to operate the game mode itself and work on these gyms.
Surge going through Kenji, you know, 8-bit for sure. I quite like here as a mid, but when the Kenji comes out as well, I think that that's quite a concerning thing. I think that, you know, the 8-bit TP back with the gadget, G cartridge can obviously, you know, bring you back to your damage booster as long as you're in range at any point in time during the game at the touch of a button. If the Kenji's waiting for you for when you land, and of course, you know, Kenji's got a pretty decent super as well to double down on that, can be quite a daunting prospect for Olympus squad. And of course, the Surge is always got that risk attached, where if you don't quickly get off to your first super, you're gonna be very slow and sluggish, very short in range. Squeak, not a brawl that I expected to see today in pretty much its entirety, to be honest. I mean, we seen it a little bit last week, but not a massive amount. It's okay. I think it would be much better once we see the gadget rework coming forwards than in the monthly finals to come, but I don't think it's necessarily that warranted here.
I'm a little surprised to see it as the 6th overall pick. I'm really curious to see if the zone coverage with Squeak ends up working out for them. They kind of had that aggressive factor. The other side didn't get too tanky with it, so there's no need to go anti-tank, really. I think this is a much more traditional lineup for Olympo squad, and SKC are kind of pushing chips to the table. A little bit of everything here, to be honest with you.
Well, sticky residue already in the mid there from Brian, and that will be able to force the hand and separate both then Wesley and Ice Crow to either side of it. Going from the aggressive now. Reese and now going in that top right hand side, getting some good aggression for it. Now pinched out is Wesley in a very precarious position. He'll fall as well. Meanwhile, Power is in the back spawn side and trying to be a thorn, but he should be able to get taken care of. He's not really much forwards in stacks unless he's fed. The gems still on the side there, 6 to SKC so far. And Reese pops down another speed zone. We're getting spectator issues yet again. We'll see if they iron themselves out. So far, though, so good for SKC. Olympus squad very much on the back foot and not doing that well against the aggressiveness of SKC.
Yeah, I think Surge was in their backlines for a while there, which is why we see SKC kind of pop up in the backlines all of a sudden. They do have a super available, but in the meantime, it's going to be the red roster taking a little bit control. They're going to have to hold on here as well. We've got Kenji, we've got Stu. They can branch out quickly, but they're also open fire for somebody like a Surge, so it is going to make it a little bit easier, but nonetheless, this guy is still on tier 1. I mean, Coway has to find a way to get this to at least tier 2, because Surge at tier 1, pretty useless.
Good residue gadgets here from Brian. To be honest, look at that as well, suppressing that Surge pick and the Neville tap just for good measure too, allowing Reese to really get a lot of gems for his time. Good connections as well, allows now to push up on this left-hand side a little bit more. Good taps from Wesley in retaliation for it. In the meanwhile, though, it's still a countdown regardless for SKC, and Olympus squad falling very much behind here.
Now they're going to have to press the situation. It's just RHC in the back lines. Wesley with the long range, but Note's there to suppress everything. Swipes through. Wesley forced to teleport away, and that's the wrong direction. They need to push forward, and they simply could not. SKC going to escape with the gyms on this first game.
And again, pretty controlled, I would say, for the most part. Some attempts from Olympus squad to try to just prolong the inevitable almost, especially with that Surge picking the back lines. But despite being there for a long time, it didn't come out with any goods. It wasn't really fed at all on the side of SKC. And that, for me, was a bit of the downfall in that last game, really. Depriving Surge is always quite a key component to any comp. If you can do so, then by the end of it, the Surge can't really do much to help out at all. It can't really kind of snowball in any sense. So I like that from SKC. Good awareness again. We'll look to try to get the matchup again as soon as possible, but having a few continued connection issues at the moment. This game commences.
Yeah, to your point, if we let Surge get out of hand, thinking from SKC side, then it's just going to be much more difficult to deal with. I think Kenji could easily feed him, but they've been really aware of all the lane placements, who's aggressing, because we want Kenji to be in Juju's face, not to feed the Surge. So I think very strategic there coming in from their side. I think Stu just a consistent backing there, somebody that can have a mid presence that can go in and out. And I like the choice of that speed zone as the gadget.
Ice Crew's wearing glasses, Kenny. There is a chance if we get a good angle, their reflection. As we were saying in the last series, I'm quite keen to enhance my skills in this. Here we go. If he looks just up a little bit, I can probably see what the gem score is.
Oh, your eyesight is much better than mine. There's a reason I rock the glasses, big dog. There is a reason. Good news is, though, you're an expert at reading people. You had a perfect read on the last situation here. So, honestly, I'm just going to go with your gut here. I mean, everybody's pretty locked in. What's the situation here, Ark?
SKC, again, they're looking more composed for the most part. There is a chance that if they do drop the ball and feed the Surge a bit too much, then that could then sway things back over. And it's gem grab. So ultimately, it only takes one moment to shine, really, and then the whole thing goes crumbling, to the ground. But for the most part, we haven't received enough from Olympus Squad, and the control of that squeak, despite not being my favorite pick, does seem to be exactly what I'm saying. One moment of weakness, and the gems then handed over to Olympus Squad. They should be relatively safe. Yeah, they will be now with Ice Crew rather there to help out to prevent the onslaught. So now all tied up in this set. And a good turnaround. Some fuel left still in the tank so far in this first set for Olympus Squad.
Surge, big difference here too, was no longer in that tier 1, tier 2 stage. We saw there that somehow in the progression of events that tier 4 hit the equation. Surge at tier 4 is a problem, especially into something like a Kenji where, yeah, Kenji can jump, sure, Kenji can heal a little bit, but Surge kind of cancels out with the dunk of his own. I think that obviously Surge getting going there changed the game entirely. Like you said, Ice Crow can kind of lean back, fire away, and if they can take the pressure of Kenji and squeak off of, or excuse me, Stu off of them, then Juju can flank like you're seeing here on the left, apply a little more pressure.
Good tabs though, Brian. And now they're just getting a good pinch. Cal coming through and swipe will seal it. The tap from Brian as well, Shao. Brian healing up and going straight for damage boost. So that's quite a rarity to really focus primarily on that, but it makes a lot of sense to do so. Still, gems already with Reese there, and teammates now coming into the helping hand, but Wesley will have to earn back that damage booster, and he will want it down to be able to have that exit strategy with the cheat cartridge gadget. So Reese peeking forwards now, trying to get a gem, almost get a bit overzealous there, and goes down. Yeah, why did he do that?
I don't know either. I mean, they had the squeak gadget down to get a little bit of control. No need to overstep. Just take your gems and get out. Thankfully, Brian's able to scoop these up, but now it's the squishy squeak that's got them all rather than the Stu that can skate around the map.
Yeah, connection, she's still struggling a little bit with the spectate, but so far SKC, despite taking a few risks that were a little bit too much for me, still in the lead. It's the Olympus Squad that are trailing 3-7, but getting set up better, learning from some mistakes. And again, if they continue to focus on the damage booster on the side of SKC, then at least we'll know for Wesley to go. That's my primary concern when it comes to getting those gems back safely.
Yeah, an important clarification as well. It's just on the Spectre side, folks. These guys, completely fair game. They're playing from their homes. Internet, to our knowledge, is all good for them. It's going to be Notes on this left-hand in, trying to combat the Surge. Surge popping a gadget, doing his best. Gregory on this right-hand side, so now essentially a fourth brawler on the map. That's really going to waste RHZ's shots. Getting that super down, I think, is a big deal for the side of Olympus Squad.
And to contest the mid, and it's so hard to push through that 8-bit. Blazing through mid now, hypercharge as well for Kao. It's going to be really tough. We're going to get these gems with everything against Brian, including a Gregory as well. Nowhere to go, and SKC, despite a really promising start now, are going to be trailing behind in this series. They're going to be losing the set. The Liver Squad just gain the confidence to get the job done.
Big deal for them to grab that opening set, I think. They're the underdogs in this after all. You know, we're kind of 50-50 on the casting desk, but I really do think that the team that went through the upper bracket that's had more success as individual players in the past, that has a little more team chemistry, especially in the first month where anything can happen. You never really know where these teams are at. SKC should be favorites here, but Ice Crow with 13 kills. I mean, what a huge set from him.
It is very impressive, but is it that impressive that it's on a Juju? You know, let's be honest. Juju's pretty much the strongest brawler in the entire game right now, and it was left open in the draft by SKC. So we kind of expect it. Nonetheless, Ice Crow definitely did do exactly what we were discussing coming into the match. What he had to do was lead his team, and to his credit in that regard, but he can't keep this up all day long. It's going to get to a point where he's going to have backup, right?
Or can he? It's entirely possible. I mean, he laid out the strategy right there in the interview. If there's a strong brawler open, we're going to pick it. If it's Juju, we're definitely going to pick it. The cards are on the table here. It's interesting to see how SK Kalalas will respond after this first round, this opening salvo. Kenny, any thoughts?
I mean, in fairness to what you said, Ark, it is a huge problem to have Juju in a set, and especially if you're not going to pick it up for yourself, might be just worthwhile to ban it. And I think that was part of the issue for him, is maybe they weren't even setting themselves up for success in the first place.
That feels true to you, Ark. I'm glad. Well, it's going to be whatever these two teams decide to choose here, and as we get everything sorted out, make sure everybody can enjoy these matches. We're giving them extra context to exactly these two teams meeting up here, because SK did manage to pull out some impressive plays. They did pick up one game of the set. How did they do that in your perspective, Art?
To be honest, very difficult to say, because a lot of the match we didn't really get to enjoy. Just putting it out there. I think that for me, what we did see in the first game was they deprived that Surge pick, which did gather some steam as the matches went on. And I think that did lead to a great amount of maybe over-aggression as SKC were trying to buy some lost time. A bit too aggressive when it comes down to those gems. And, ultimately, that's what I saw a great deal was RHC going down too often in that mid. And regardless as to whether, those gems get handed over to the opposition, they get handed over to your teammate who might not be in the best position to carry them. So there is that to consider too. As the Olympus squad maybe still off the mark, but they were quick to finish the set in the way that they did. And just looked a bit more confident towards the end. Now, like I said, with regards to leaving the Juju open, that was a mistake. And as Kenny said, absolutely, if you're not going to pick it, then you should probably just kind of ban it everywhere. It's pretty much one of those brawlers that's just so versatile, so good into so many different brawlers that why take the risk, As I was saying at the very beginning of the day, when it comes to the Juju, it's... If you're going to leave it open, you really need to make sure that you've got a very firm strategy against it. It's a high risk thing to leave open, and I think why take that risk? Just get it out of the way, just ban it. So I think SKC should learn from that going into the second set, massively so, because if they don't, then it could be another set which costs them. Realistically, there for me, that was the biggest thorn, and one that they shouldn't let happen again.
Well, when it comes to making adjustments like that, especially like right now in the heat of the moment, they're heading into battle, they're trying to figure out this next matchup, they're trying to get things sorted. This is where I imagine team synergy comes into a big play here. You talked a little bit before about RHZ and Brian and their history. They've been teammates since 2023, been on a couple different rosters together. Any idea what their relationship is like with notes? And, are they able to pass notes back and forth? Are they able to kind of get on the same page here? Or is this last minute substitution really something that's going to be potentially a bigger thorn in their side than we anticipated?
It might be a bigger factor than we think, too. I mean, it was definitely something to consider when coming into this match. Notes was on IXFA right before this in the qualifiers. IXFA super close. They lost Loud 3-1 in the upper bracket, then lost Legion Otaku 3-0. So they end up picking this guy up just a couple of days before, and that's a daunting task. That's a lot of pressure. You're trying to make it work as much as possible, and at the end of the day, when it comes to game day, when you don't have as much familiarity with each other, it can be a little tougher. You don't know your strengths. You don't know your weaknesses as a team. In terms of the brawler meta, it's probably staying pretty close to the same. I mean, unless you have just specialties that Notes brings to the table, you're not changing your draft strategy too much, but nonetheless, there is some comfortability that of course goes with that.
Looking back across the board at Olympo Squad, in their interview, they did say it was a pretty simple draft strategy that they did have. I wonder how much of that is a factor of, not having to negotiate with two new teammates, not having to kind of talk through things. But Ark, have you had any experience with their communication as a trio over on Olympo Squad? And how amenable they might be to talking through things versus just setting down a simple rule like that?
I think in South America, a lot of it comes from just having fun with the game. I mean, a lot of these guys will just joke around and just take light of pretty much every situation. Sometimes to the own downfall, in fact. We've seen that in the past where teams get a little bit carried away, a little bit too in the moment and kind of joke around a little bit too much. And then, the game can suffer as a result. But I think there's definitely something to be said when it comes to kind of team dynamic and team charisma for sure. And South America really does bring a lot of that to the party. I think the best teams teams across every region are those teams which really kind of have a great deal of team spirit and friendship, more importantly than other things to consider in that regard. Certainly North America is a region which really comes to mind when I think of friendships and how much that can really bring to the table. I think that, for Olympus squad, they've definitely seemed to have that from what I've seen so far, and the way that they're engaged with each other, the way they're looking quite not really deterred by their opposition too much in that regard. And certainly SKC have the tougher challenge in that regard because they didn't qualify with Nouns. But I mean, Christian would have been playing with them, and that goes back a great deal with regards to recent Christian, who won the monthly finals for Iconic Esports back in July in 2023 for SA West. And that's the kind of thing that is a bit of an underpinning point, I would say, maybe, is that Reese as well, being in South America West. In 2023, those regions were kind of split between East and West. So I would say that historically, South America East had maybe the tougher of the teams in that sort of side of the bracket. But nonetheless, it's a tough thing. As Kenny points out, coming in with someone that you've not really necessarily had the time to really establish that kind of synergy with. It's now its first monthly final here today. It's Reese's 13th. And he's won 3 to Brian's 7, and he's won 1. So there's definitely something to be said about the experience. If Christian were playing, this would have been his 19th monthly final, and he's also won 1 himself. So there's no doubt about it. Nose definitely has the least experience when it comes down to things, but it's about how his team can bring him up and kind of cover some of those mistakes. The first thing they've got to iron out is the draft, first and foremost, because that's where things went wrong in the last game.
I did find it so insightful to check in with both teams, especially Olimpo squad, before that last matchup. Let's see if they have anything more to say as we wait for their next game between SK Kalalas and Olimpo squad.
Sem dúvida, os que estavam top 1 e top 2 da região, que atualmente são a Loud e a Mini Pecas FA, que a gente é uma equipe que sempre tem dificuldade contra elas, enquanto as outras a gente consegue ganhar até facilmente, ou tem alguma disputa, óbvio, eles são bons também, mas a gente consegue ter menos dificuldade contra elas. Agora, contra a Loud e Mini Pecas sempre tem uma disputa e uma dificuldade maior. A gente ficou muito feliz porque acreditamos que é uma org muito responsável e consegue ajudar bastante a equipe que eles contratou. Acho que a comunicação deles são muito boa e vamos conseguir bastante trazer os títulos para eles.
Looking forward into the year, ready to bring home some titles. We got to start with this first one, though, in this first monthly. And Olimpo squad is looking good, up their first set over SK Kalalas. And we've been enjoying watching what we can of these matchups here. Coming up, we should have a bit more for you because these teams ready. And I love checking in, particularly on Olimpo squad, Kenny. They're all hanging out, I guess, in the same hotel room. And Ark was talking about how important vibes, friendships, synergy are for a team like this. Looking at them there, feel like they're in the hot zone still, in a good way.
I think just having comms directly with your teammates, being in person with each other, having that presence, honestly, it can make a huge difference. I mean, just the level of call outs, the ups, the downs, the keeping each other in check. I think it goes a long way just having somebody next to you and having a teammate there. Because like I said, it can really make a difference, especially in game. There's so much happening all at once in any Brawl Stars match. You just got to be ready for anything. So I think having a buddy there next to you honestly just helps the cause.
Well, this is a map, it has been banned, yeah, and that can only mean that SKC have the coin toss because this is a Juju map, and that is basically like an instant win. If you're not going to be banning it, then you're certainly going to be picking it for sure. Poco first pick, though, it's kind of bold. I'm growing towards Poco being, or rather I'm accepting that Poco is coming in a little bit here and there now. It's probably a better choice of wording. Can sort of indicate the Frank combination might be on the minds of SKC. Regardless, I think Olympus squad have to have some very heavy DPS damage, which again, the B band and the Griff band by SKC, those are probably picks that I feel like is lining up a strategy that Olympus squad have got to see through. Janet first pick, it's pretty decent for the most part on this particular map. I think that the piercing damage as well, if you want to really attack the mid, can go quite a long way here. But the Poco first pick, Kenny, so bold. It's screaming to me a 10 counter. They're not really going for in their draft yet.
Yeah, to your point, I think by picking this Poco first overall, sure, you're locking it up for your teammates, but also you're kind of exposing what you're going to do. I mean, I'd be pretty shocked if they weren't at least trying to get something aggressive or tanky, or maybe both of these picks end up being that. Janet, a pretty frequent ban on this map, to be honest with you. I mean, Barry, Melody, Janet, all escaping this ban stage. And like you said, too, sometimes the bans tell a story of what these guys are going for. Gale going to be a historic, not great brawler in this current meta, but in terms of getting rid of the tanks and pushing them back, that's exactly what he can do. B, Griff going to be opening up the map, be a good anti-tank, Griff a good anti-tank. They're just all in, Arc. They brought the kit, they brought the Poco, double support, and they have to pair this with a tank. I just don't really see any way around it. This just has to be it, right?
It's gonna be Frank, there's no doubt. I mean, if they don't, then I'm just kind of like a bit amazed, and maybe it'd be still a tank, but I mean, this is screaming out for that kind of combo, and if it is the case, I mean, I say, okay, I mean, it's not the worst of combos to have, but I was definitely still expecting tank. I mean, I don't know, man. I really don't know. It's okay. I kind of can. I think just pick Shelly on the other side of things, in all honesty, and just shut this idea down immediately. I mean, I don't know why so many teams kind of like really fear for Kit when it shows its face, and I think that it can be shut down pretty straightforwardly. But I was expecting the Frank, I'll be honest. The Melody, it can work, sure. It's a bit cheesy for me. I think that the teams can shut this idea down if they've just been doing their prep enough. So if SKC struggle with it, then it's going to raise some questions.
I'm still not aboard the Kit train either. I mean, win rate coming into this weekend, like I said, in East Asia, he was played a ton, 25% win rate. I mean, out of the 8 plays, I know that's a small sample size in the grand scheme of things, and, you know, we would rather have lots of monthly qualifiers data and stuff to back that up. Maybe he was way better in some of these other tournaments, or maybe he was way better in scrims. I'm not convinced. I think it's very circumstantial. Again, Kit by no means a bad brawler, folks, but this just takes a lot of skill to pull off. I think Melody, a fantastic choice, but you're really all inning with one brawler here. Poco is not somebody that's going to have just a ton of damage output. Kit's going to have to get some random picks here. I think this is going to take a lot of skill coming out from SKC to pull this set off.
Yeah, if they pick Frank, I would still not like the comp, but I could understand it a bit better. That's the way I see it. And they've kind of gone for a brawler which is not as good, and sort of just preying on the idea that they're going to be getting kind of paranoid to where the Kit might be, and that's going to be leading into the minds of Olympus squad. But realistically, they're just sitting back doing nothing until they've got a super to go in. Now the dashing around comes into play and the additional healing, but it's depending upon a lot of things to go right. So far, Olympus squad only just dipping their toes on the zone, and that's going to be said for something. Now 2 versus 1, Wesley should fall here, and now it's just the last person left on the zone, so still good capture points and objective power for SKC, but this might not go according to plan all the way through.
And honestly, in defense of this as well, SKC starting off pretty perfectly here. I think they're kind of working the fear factor. They don't want to isolate any of their brawlers so that a Kit doesn't pounce on them or anything like that. And as a result, they were kind of able to just hold control early without Notes really even doing anything. Finally, Olympo squad able to step up here, get this Janet turret down, get the nest eggs down. They're going to be playing the control game from here on out, and I think it might be difficult until SKC's RHZ gets a little super in here that Melody can't really travel the map.
Good prediction from the Kit. The charge as well now for Reese going in. Ice Coast taking to the skies, and again, a couple of spectate issues at the moment. So see who's coming out on top. SKC still have the lead, but only just as now Liver Squad are starting to gain some momentum and maybe caring less about the Kit and just going more together as the squad. Certainly at the beginning they were being very overly cautious, but SKC still in the lead. It's Olympus squad though that have got that mid control. Reese going in again, getting some notes for his time. Wesley falls, but Ice Chris stays alive. No one's on the zone. I mean, they can't really go on there because the HP and the poker's there, but nonetheless, I mean, Reese going in now, gets 2 for his time. Oh, what a high charge. We might even get a third here. Wesley shuts the idea down, but only 5% now needed now for SKC.
And making us eat our words here a little bit too, Ark. This is going to be a nice performance here from SKC. I think the biggest change I want to see is it felt like they were holding back. I want to see this red roster push up a little bit here early. They're just kind of letting Poco have it for free. Focus one brawler at a time. Kit is much more vulnerable when the whole squad's not working with him, when he's not healing somebody up, when he doesn't have teammates to back him when he dives. You got to find a frag here early. They can't be too afraid to not march forward.
I think this time round they might think better of it, given how things went, and just that's the way to play it. No, it's going in, no. With the Double box will get a lovely swap from that surge at just the right time. I think they're getting quite fortunate with their timings on the side of SKC, and if they keep this up, then they'll get some good objective for it. But nonetheless, this comp is not invincible. I think Olympus squad are not playing it very well in that regard. And like you said, can afford to go a bit more aggressive, maybe mark up the kit, maybe have some more utility placed onto the Poco and just eradicate that. And a lot of those heals are keeping them in the mix in that regard. So again, so I think being still a bit of an issue here, unfortunately, but regardless, set continues on. The players are still continuing to battle it out in that regard. So,
yeah, obviously easier said than done as well, right? For both of these teams, for that matter. I mean, for a draft that I wasn't super convinced by, that hasn't had great results, they're making it look great. But to your point as well, by no means is this invincible. I think an early kill, a few more extra tags, you know, there's mechanics that can certainly get involved here that would elevate this result for Olimpo squad. I think by allowing them to run away with this early, SKC are going to be able to hold this lead pretty convincingly. You know, never know. But I really don't think this is just a huge outdraft or some crazy situation here. I think Olimpo squad certainly can do this, but now being down 25%, I mean, they're gonna have to play pretty perfectly from here on out.
Now they're just using a couple box, but going nowhere. I mean, I kind of get it. Again, playing on the idea of the paranoia to take effect, but going in now, getting some good value for it. And now Brian comes in with one, almost two as well. Where's he surviving there on just 2 HP, but now tapping out nodes, and that's definitely a concern. Zyskro helps out, not going to matter. Brian staying on the zone, getting the objective dealt, and that's going to be a set. Now going the way of SKC, all tied up.
And in hindsight as well, I think they picked some good brawlers for the map. I don't know if this was the proper composition to kind of deal with the super kit strategy, right? It was double support. You got to find a way to bring at least one of them down, I would say. But SKC, at the end of the day, going to get away with it. I think they played the comp pretty well, all things considered. Again, this is something that I didn't super believe in. The result itself hasn't been great, but these guys made it work. So credit where credit's due. I didn't believe in it, but they sure proved me wrong.
Wesley did pretty well. Yeah, I mean, 417 on a brawler like Bell is pretty commendable for sure, but what's the point if you're not getting the objective done? That's the problem. You know, stats are great to, you know, sort of tell your parents about, but you want to get the win, don't you? And SKC, despite, again, me not being a big fan of this draft whatsoever, it's one of those brawler picks that still, to some that are maybe like, you know, maybe less just kind of prepared for it or screwing it less, it can't be denied. Teams are still worried about this kit pick, and this is a lot about the EMEA region. We didn't see kit barely at all there, but in others, it's still a problem.
Yeah, I've seen both of you, honestly, all of you react very poorly every time kit comes up in the draft, but have you have a sense of how the opposing team usually feels when they see a kit? Is that as, you know, as sad to see? It seems like an opportunity sometimes for these other teams. Okay.
I think it should be an opportunity. I don't know. Again, it's a mixed bag. Clearly, these pros feel very differently. I'm just watching the pros. I'm just seeing the results. And maybe I have a little PTSD from past world sets and things like that, where kit hasn't necessarily been set up for success. We've seen sets like that, where the upside comes out swinging, big wins. We've also seen a donut with him today, a 90 average DPS in a set for a huge loss. It goes one of two ways. This is a big swing for the fence. Sometimes it works, but at least these past couple weekends, more often than not, it does not work. And for me, until I see proven otherwise, again, every draft is different. But for the most part, this isn't a brawler I'm leaning towards as a crutch.
PTSD from kit in the World Finals. I can't imagine what match that could have been. Nothing springs to mind, really. Yeah. It sounds like a North American thing, to be honest.
Okay,
safe to say.
I had to make it personal.
Definitely sounds like your region, Kenny, for sure. I mean, you know, but that's my point. You know, we saw that on the world stage, and it was abysmal. And it's like some regions were taking notes, thinking it was a great idea to bring it to 2025. I don't really kind of get it. But nonetheless, like I say, I mean, statistically, it's not working out. So I think teams will start to realize, especially now with the meta shakeup that we're going to have, and it's going to be a big one to strap yourselves in for that, especially with the gadget reworks. I think this could be one of those times where we're going to see it for the last time or non-stop in the future. But the bans are in for Brawl, for Triple Dribble, Frank, Poco, and the Nita pick, or rather banned out by SKC, and the Lou, the Berry, and the Juju banned out by Olympus squad, the first draft of the Stu. Good stuff so far from everything that I'm seeing. Liking a lot of the bands and the Stu pick. It's always a really good one to have in Brawl Ball for sure. Melody coming in for Olympus squad. Don't mind it.
Melody and Stu, first two brawlers I think of. When I took some notes here, written down all 5 of those brawlers' name, and now they're throwing in a Larry Laurie. It's no surprise that you're going to see throwers end up on this map. When Barry is banned and Juju is banned, you'll frequently see brawlers like Barley, like Larry Laurie. And the one thing I will say as a plus for Larry Laurie, maybe compared to some of the other ones, is he's going to do a little bit better at dealing with tanks, dealing with aggression. He's got a more defensive build. He has an extra spawner, Laurie, who can jump in and basically has a Griff-esque shot. So when you add that extra spawner, it's kind of like a Nita Bear or anything like that, right? It's going to take some of the pressure off of you, and especially with tanks for the most part, they can only focus one brawler at a time. So here comes Kit again. I'm going to go in open-minded. I think Kit can be solid, and honestly, when you see Melody on the other end, they know how deadly that Kit-Melody combo could be, so maybe they're just picking it up for themselves here to kind of get rid of it.
I love your positivity, Kenny. It's always such a refreshing thing. It's something that we don't really have that in the UK, you know. Like in the UK, we always sort of go for the sarcasm card, but you guys in the States, you really do bring it. I love it. No, I'm with you to some extent. I think now that there's a Jackie as well, I don't think it makes me like it much more. Just simply because, again, like especially in Brawl Ball, right? I mean, I don't know why people don't consider more highly as Shelly in this regard. What is a Jackie going to do against that, realistically? I mean, it's going to try to rush the situation, of course, but for the most part, I just feel like, you know, we saw it in EMEA, right? Shelly's one of those brawler picks where, you know, whatever your strategy is with a Jackie and a heal idea comp, it can shut it down. Surge, it can definitely get some good value, and, you know, going into a Jackie, never going to have a bad time. But the Jackie comp idea is basically aimed to rush. It's meant to run you down and keep you on the back foot and try and get the game wrapped up in 30 seconds. It's definitely not a bad brawler pick to have. I think Olympus Squad definitely going down the more controlled approach, which might not be the play. It depends really how SKC are going to bring it to the table here. For me, I would be going to rush, and if Olympus Squad can slow that advance and draw the game out and allow that surge to get sort of stacked up and leveled up, then that could go very much in their favor as well. Kind of hard to get a bit of a gauge, to be honest, on these two teams at the moment. Both seem to be kind of keeping a lot of their cards close to their chest. We've seen SKC making some draft mistakes and paying the price for it, and we've also seen some ideas that have been really quite difficult for Olympus Squad to handle already, although a very quick early goal. 13 seconds on the clock is all it took for that one to scave through, and SKC really not shutting the idea down well enough for me.
Yeah, that's rough, and I mean, they haven't even gotten to this tier 2 surge yet, and they're already struggling. Brian left hand in, looking for a super shot, does have the defense available, just gonna kick it away, and it is gonna be enough. The other teammates are going to walk it through. Bit of a speed run here, and I'm right there with you. I think this is how SKC win. I think they need to end this in a minute.
Yeah, both sides seem to want to end it in a very short amount of time here. Ice Crow will go down there to Reese, and this is going to be a precarious position as they're both trying to heal up on the defensiveness for SKC. Brian now still can't really get a break. Couple box drop there for now to try to have an opportunity to get the ball if someone goes for a dash in, as Ice Crow is doing just that coming forwards now. Definitely not an easy spot for SKC. Oh, look at that timing. That's not what you want to see, is it, on the side of SKC? Now we'll get the kill regardless. But the ball pushed out of the way now by Reese as the hypercharge is there for the speed's sake. We're going to get anything much on the super. Some mistakes being shown definitely here on both sides.
Galway being forced away, and now Brian's just gonna have to guard this ball. They are doing a good job of cycling out kills, and it's not enough so far. Hypercharge goes down, dash forward for Ice Core, but the pounce from the cat is there. It's gonna be a trade. RHC able to hold on to this ball, but they are going to be crammed in their spawn.
Yeah, definitely not a spot that SKC wants to be in. They're probably going to rely on Reese a little bit here to alleviate somewhat with his Jackie pick, but it's been quite sheepish to do so. Giving the ball to the right hand side, it's going to be precarious, almost like a matter of time realistically here for Olympus Squad to go on the offensive, but now the kit is able to make that connection. Now opening up some opportunities to both heal and get some thrower advantage up the map here. Now let's think about going for a break. This Ice Crow hypercharge comes through and getting a lot of value for it. Low HP now, they're forced the ball to the side. Power now in a very tough spot.
Stu able to charge himself up to stay alive. Not enough for kills though. And Olympus Squad's going to be pushing forward. The ball still top left-hand side. And SKC forced all the way back. They're running for the hills. Melody with no super available. They've only got one in the tank. It's Surge who has it. And a full house here for SKC. They're going to have to play a serious defensive effort.
Nice there. Connection. Ice Crow susceptible goes down 2v2 now. But the HP is not on the side of Reese. as the push from Olympus Squad is strong. Hypercharge available as well for KO. Now coming in, going to find some great shots down to Brian, who goes down. Now Larry and Laurie really cutting his worth. Niles can't do much here. It's going to be Reset left all alone. Shoot, super shot to the side. And this is going to be, oh, it's going to stay a straightforward goal, but that might have just defended slightly better. Brian, though, no HP enough to take the surge down. The game will go the way of Olympus Squad.
I was thinking the same thing as you. My mouth was dropped because of how good of a play that would have been if the Jackie made that pull. A couple kills there, just one away, but couldn't quite cycle them all out enough. Honestly, that went the distance, and it did favor the team that we kind of thought it would, right? They have Melody. They have a little extra range. Kit plays up close. Jackie plays up close. If they can make it to overtime, Olympo Squad going to be chilling. Heck, they might not even need overtime. This is going to be another super early bucket. What a start.
Exactly the same as the last game with it 13 seconds on the clock. But can SKC retaliate enough to be staying within this set? Because things are escalating out of control quite quickly here. As Cal now on the right hand side gets a nice amount of value. Should go down here, but Brian missed all those shots. The jump was in midair past the Ice Crow. Thinking better of it now that Reese is back in. Cover box gadget yet again from Nouds, but it's not going to do too much realistically except try to defend. That's the best that SKC can do right now. You've got to do the opposite, get the ball out, get some control. It's just not really working for them right now. There's no synergy. The comps and the drafts are not great, and this kit pick that they keep trying to throw into the mix, it's not really cutting the mustard now. Look at this.
It's going to be a drop of the ball. Simply not enough that can be done here, to be honest with you. Olympo Squad getting the W here, and Kit has regressed back to what we thought he was. He is the guy that we thought he was, Ark. Look, it's a boom or bust. They went for boom, and instead they got the opposite. We see it go back and forth more oftentimes than not. I think the red roster should win. I like the Melody read several times there as well. Kit goes for a dive in, Melody dashes back. You immediately eliminate Kit's super, which is what makes him valuable entirely, whether that's jumping on a teammate or jumping on the enemy for a quick pick. They couldn't get it done. I think Surge was a great pick into this composition. I think Larry Laurie did his job. I think Ice Crow was good to have a little dynamic playmaking so they could score goals. I think the right-hand side just have the better comp.
It's just when you look at the comp, one of those comps that, where's it going to work? Jackie, Kit, and Stu, you're waiting on the Kit to have Stu the whole entire time, and until then, you're going to get aggression in front of you.
Great choices in the draft there, especially for Olympo Squad, but also the early aggression. Both of them, both games picking up that early 13-second goal there. That's got to set the momentum in each of those games in your favor there, Kenny. And they had SK playing on the back foot.
Yeah, again, it's just kind of the risky run with this Kit pick, I think. I know it's been a huge storyline, but I'm genuinely shocked as much as we've seen it in this region. EMEA really cooled off on it, but especially after East Asia, it wasn't very successful, but these teams keep putting their faith in it, and it's worked out a couple times, but more often than not, it's been low DPS, a donut, a lost set. So I think it is circumstantial. I just don't think that's necessarily Kit's best map, best mode. I think you're looking more towards KO for something like that, and it's kind of funny, Ark, because that's probably the one map I don't think we've really seen him at all.
Yeah, I hate to be that kind of, like, you know, overbearing negativity every time it shows its face, but I think I'm in the right to do so. That's the problem. Like, I'm sure the chat grilling me every time. Oh, there he goes again, just giving Kit, you know, a load of smack talk, but it's just very underwhelming. I think it's easily countered. I don't think it really serves a purpose until you've got something of a super to really have for your team, and even then, it doesn't tend to bring the best results. So I'm with you. I'm surprised to be seeing it as much. To be fair, I don't think we're seeing it as played too much from the most accomplished of teams that are, in my opinion, for this region. But at least this is a map that I think it's fair to say we won't see it in Heist Kaboom Canyon. So let's go with that for now. No Crow Band, no Carl Band. Looking as well, no Andrew, I don't think there as well. Definitely some opportunities, maybe even the Daryl. So the bands being Melody, the Amber, and the Berry, the Penny, the Carl, and the Lily. So Carl was the band there on the side of Olympus Squad, but certainly Angelo, Eve, they're kind of two brawlers. Juju's left open here. Weird drafts, I'll be honest. This is a bit of an odd draft to have on a map and mode like this. These two teams, for me, just not really showing too much. Angelo, now I'm getting a bit more convinced, but some big bands left out here for me. I don't know whether Lily's necessarily up there for me in the bands. I can understand it, but I don't think that was necessary.
Probably not. And given that they had first pick, I think it's clear that they're maybe looking into what SKC bring to the table or what they favor. Maybe they know something that we don't for why they bring up those bans, because I'm with you. Lily is a surprise factor. It's a decent brawler. I just don't know if for Kaboom Canyon it would be at the top of my list either. Angelo and Juju escaped the ban stage. Those are the first two I think of. They're going to grab Angelo and Colette. I think this is a good 1-2 punch because Colette could struggle into these longer range brawlers like Piper, Angelo, who have the distance on her, who can cover that up. So typically Colette fantastic for those moments where you can get onto the high safe, but getting there can sometimes be a struggle if she's outranged. So I think pairing these two together is a good synergy.
In terms of the draft so far, I do like SKC side of things. I think the Lola ego could be a concern. Shark now. I mean, there's only one way to go about this if you're SKC, and that's to run it down. Don't allow the Chuck time to set up and just go straight on the offense. So that's going to bring into mind the base race idea. Eve, I think it's a great idea to have in the arsenal of Olympus squad because ultimately Ando's going to have a pretty decent time of things. I still would be opposed to a Juju. He's going to struggle a little bit against the Eve, somewhat, maybe against the Lola too. But I think once you get in the mid, get some control, and with the helping hand of your team, get locked down. I think it's been very hard to get out of the spawn cycle when you've got that on your side. But nonetheless, the Chuck is a concern. SKC can't ignore it. They can't go with a slow approach. They've got to just go on the aggressive. That's the brawler that can do just that. So I'm not necessarily minding it, but it's going to take a while for Dow to get set up equally as much so. Is it my favorite? Not really too convinced. It will definitely do the job that it's designed to do. And with the car band, it's like the next best thing to go on a bit of a base race approach. But yeah, certainly not the easiest things to go up against the Chuck as long as you're running everything down. I just kind of feel like, did SKC prepare for it?
Daryl is who I was mouthing on the sidelines. I just think it makes sense. Two ways to deal with Chuck. You either counter him and play a hard defense on him, or you outrace him. I think Colette plus Daryl is enough to where they can probably get that done. So it's going to depend on how much Chuck production we can get, or can RHZ and Notes make it to the other end, do enough damage. This safe pick of Lola better show its worth. That's a first overall selection. You're putting a lot of value in that, and already 10% being done every time Colette swipes through a regular super. No damage gear, no hypercharge. Does a baseline 10%, which is crazy. So having that in your back pocket early is massive.
Yeah, Reese has been going absolutely crazy so far, cycling 2 supers already. Not too sure that the second one did connect. I think it may have done, but it's kind of hard to say. We've got a bit of lag then as well. Now the hatchlings will come in to help out Cal there on that left-hand side. And that's going to get some good taps onto the safe as well, as SKC just fall behind now. Liver squad just getting the lead with 7%. Again, some spectator issues, but some action going down nonetheless, as Liver squad now extend it beyond. Getting a little bit risky now, and Reese falls, leaving Brian all on the defense, and not a good position whatsoever to find yourselves in when you're SKC.
Brian's gonna have to get some serious kills, because otherwise there's no escape. Olimpo squad now grabbing this opening game of set number 4, and it will result in a match point. The Chuck was able to just, I'm assuming, get some constant pressure, and honestly, it looked like throughout that they had a pretty solid mid control. There was really no room to escape for our blue side there, so I'm guessing they just couldn't get the kills necessary, make it to the other end. They got some early presence on that high safe, but just not enough to get you a win by any means.
Yeah, Brian's going to have to land all of these shots. I think, again, Reese had a fantastic start, but it wasn't enough. He needs the help of his teammates. He needs now to get onto the safe as well. Now, again, Reese staying in position, getting it probably about 2 shots away from another super. One more now, and he'll have a second as well. But in the meanwhile, Ice Chris forced themselves forward. Now it's on the safe as well. And this is much, much better from SKC. They've got a good heavy advantage now. They can't really force in this position. Surely it's going to be a base race with Wesley still there nonetheless, but with 15% left, they can surely get this done. But now body blocking Ice Chris slowing the advance. Time is against them somewhat now, so the more this truck can prepare, 5% they should get this done and just scave it off and evade certain peril. But this one is far from over. Risks being taken on both sides. That was one that favored SKC, but the next one might not be so lucky.
SKC holding on for now. They're gonna have to do it again though to extend to a set 5. It will never not be crazy to me, Ark, how we can have the exact same brawlers play 3 games and yet it plays out so differently. One little interaction changing things up, and SKC were able to let Colette and Daryl loose. They had Brian being pesky on that top right hand side to land the kills, the extra high safe damage, whatever they needed. Now Wesley on this right hand in, looking to set up his train station to make it all the way to the other end. That's going to be a huge factor for them. If the Olimpo squad want to win this right here, right now, they're going to need Chuck to bring the damage.
And again, just a little bit of lag, and hopefully it will pass shortly. But the Chuck setup is definitely something of a concern. And Reese didn't have the best of starts that time round either, which was the reason, in my opinion, why that second game went so quickly in their favor. Now, we might be seeing Olympus squad making themselves through into the semi-finals. They keep this pressure on, hold that mid-control, get the damage dealt onto the safe, and don't give it a chance for SKC to struggle on the offense. Let's see, as I'm sure back and forth will be going on. For Olympus squad, for sure, they would love to see themselves into the semi-finals despite their opposition being Casa Brawl, who, oh, that's the set. I think Olympus squad have done it.
GG set. I'm honestly not sure, but we've got SKC on the cam receiving confirmation. This is going to a set number 5. Should be 2-2 on the board.
Well, forgive me. It was hard to say.
No, you're good. We're
going all the way. Yeah, that's definitely going to be tough for both sides now because, again, I'm not too convinced on these drafts or, regardless. We don't know how it went down towards the end either, whether it was neck and neck, but SKC definitely dodged a big bullet there. I wasn't overly convinced they were going to do it either, the way that Olympus squad won the first game. They did bring it back quite well. The setup was not quite there, though. But regardless, Olympus squad now losing some of that momentum. SKC taking it all the way to the 5th. You've got to give them something for that.
We are early in the 2025 season. This is our first monthly final for South America, and these teams are turning out to be more evenly matched than I think any one of us expected. We saw Casa Brawl take the 3-0, but now we have another head-to-head going the distance here. SK Kalala's Olympus squad. If you had to look at them before we even sat down to have them play, looked at these lineups, we talked a little bit about how both of these rosters kind of coming together for this time. We had some synergy early on, though. We had some guesses. How have those guesses played out for you, Kenny?
Honestly, I think a little bit of a victory lap for you and Uber. This is much closer than I thought it would be. This felt like a 3-1 to me, a 60-40, and obviously that's leaving a 40% chance in my brain that Olympus squad might be good enough, but I think this region's just turning out to be a lot closer than I thought it was leading into this. Last year's storyline was Loud at the time, SSG, and Casa Brawl at the time, Foot Esports, were the top dogs, and it was their world. We were all just living in it. Right now, Casa Brawl walking through things, but other than that, every single one of these matches has felt pretty close.
It's definitely tough to say exactly how close, though. Let's be honest. I want to see a bit more to unpack from both sides to give a bit more of an analysis, I guess, because it's hard to really point out outside the draft where it's going wrong and where things didn't go right for me for Olympus squad in that last set, to be honest. As definitely the Chuck, as we know going into it, has that setup time. It can certainly go against it. For SKC now, I mean, they've got to get this draft right. This is, for me, been their weakest area in this series so far. Again, this will be the last set, and then we're off to the semi-finals. It's the last team to decide who's going to be going forwards, and it's going to be done on a bounty. Canal Grande. Let's see what the bands are: the Gus, the Carl, and the Barley, the Carl, the Great, and the Kit. Well, that's a brawler that is banned that I'm glad to see. But I tell you what, I put it in the chat when I was watching from the sidelines earlier. It was a very odd way to watch Canal Grande be played out early today. So I'm hoping that we get a bit more of a sort of back and forth rather than a ring around the rosy. Juju's the first pick from Olympus squad. That might already be sealing some of the fate here, in all honesty, because I mean, this map is perfect for Juju. I mean, really is. He's still got some opportunities in the mid, as with Angelo or Eve could potentially be a good brawler for that. But why would you leave Juju open here, honestly?
I don't know either. This map is truly crafted for water walking brawlers. We've got Angelo and Juju picked here early. Eve's still on the table too, and honestly, an Angelo plus Eve, maybe a little too much long range, but at least the projectiles would be really helpful into a single shot brawler like Angelo. This is tough for me though. I'm kind of with you. If you don't ban it, you're playing the game and fully accepting that the other team has Juju. Maybe SKC can part ways with it. Maybe they feel they can deal with it or outplay it, whatever that looks like. But nonetheless, you can't fault Olympus squad for picking it up first overall. I'm sure they didn't even expect to have it.
It's not a bad draft for SKC, but the biggest mistake may have already been made. And let's be honest, Olympus squad now popping the penny into the mix as well. It's okay. It's not the greatest on the defense. Certainly the turret is going to lend a big helping hand, but takes a bit of time to earn it, and even longer to get the hypercharge for it. I think it definitely has a place on this map, and if SKC can avoid feeding into it too much and try to deprive it in that sense, then that will be the biggest way to really combat it, to go about it, to work around it. And Lou, I mean, some area denial, sure, somewhat of a hefty tank counter, but not one that's on the other side of the field yet. And unless the Olympus squad are reading this like a book and, you know, can kind of see something that I'm not, then I'm not sure that it really kind of warrants the pick here, in my opinion. Definitely not the strongest of drafters, I would say, on both sides from what I've seen in this series so far. Are you seeing something in that Lou pick that I'm not? I just don't really kind of see it having a place unless they really are preempting tanks on the side of SKC. And, you know, Larry and Laurie throw a pick. You know, I don't think the Lou was the deterrent there. I don't know whether it was really something that was necessary, but Larry and Laurie here I love. I mean, that's the broader pick that I can get behind all day long. But against the Juju, you're already ever going to be second place.
Which is fair. I actually think into this other comp, though, it makes a lot of sense to go thrower with Barley locked out with Juju already on the other end. I think this may have been the best option for them at this point. Larry, Laurie at least apply a little pressure, especially for these brawlers like a Penny Turret, for example, or Lou, who can't really get around these walls easily. Larry and Laurie can kind of sit back and relax. Obviously, Juju has more domain. I'd rather have Juju, but maybe the Lou is more preventative. I do really like the brawler for the map itself. They're maybe in fear of being too squishy if a Daryl rolled up on them or something, but I do see your point a little bit. I think everybody's just being kind of reactive. Nobody's being super proactive with that draft.
We'll see. Again, you know, if SKC lose this set and the Juju really does pop off, which I don't see how it really can't, I think they dug their own grave, to be completely honest. I don't think you can afford to leave it open. Certainly not in a fifth and final set. I think when you've had like, a pretty close series as we've had so far, no reason to leave it open. Just kind of ban it straight off the bat. If you're leaving it open and your first pick goes the way of your opposition, expect it to be picked up. Again, Spectate continuing to be a bit of a pest today, unfortunately. The players are still locked in. They are still engaged in the back and forth, despite us not being able to follow the action, Sally. But we'll catch up soon with the score line and get you guys posted.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned, if they lose this set with Juju, I think you have to live with it. You're obviously disappointed in that result, but if Juju's available, especially on this map, I just don't see how you don't pick it up. I know Angelo's still available, and there's other water brawlers that you can traverse with, but at the end of the day, Juju's atop the meta for a reason. It's a very powerful brawler. It applies a great amount of damage, pressure. I mean, there's so many things that Juju does well, and even having Gregory as an extra spawner to get pinches on a map like this, you can walk up the middle of the map, the side of the map, you can get the slow shots with the water. There's just so much that can go your way, and that's clearly what we're seeing here. Olympo squad with a huge lead. SK Kalalas don't even have a kill yet.
Yeah, struggling to really close the gap, as you kind of already expect, let's be honest. There's an opportunity to the match to maybe get something to bring home. If Ice Crow can go down, there's a chance. There's a good pinch being done from the top side of the map here. Reese going in as well. Ice Crow low. There could be an opportunity here. They can just follow with some of these shots. Ice Crow falls. Counter with those as well. Wall stays standing, and the lead stays with Olympus squad now. Moving on to match point yet again. Can they tie it up this time round, or can SKC bring something to the fight? We didn't really see much until the very end of that one. One thing's for sure, in the next game, it's going to be much earlier than that. They stand a chance.
Whew, it was so close. The fact that these fellas are keeping their faces this calm, considering the distance that went, I'm honestly impressed. I don't know if I could hold the same composure. Wesley flanking here early right-hand side, though. It's going to be Notes taking him on for a more long-range engagement. And, of course, our two brawlers, Angelo and Juju, taking more of a middle presence because they have that extra walkway, and that makes such a huge difference on a map like this. Sure, Brian can lob shots over, but just having a little bit extra of a walkway can sometimes be the difference in life and death.
Well, again, not too much to say. Once we go back to the players and try to get the spectate back for now. But Olympus squad have got that advantage so far, but they did relinquish some of that along the way. It's going all the way to the fifth and final. Now this could be the final game. The victor to go towards the semi-finals of the match. Lead now with SKC. It seems 1 minute on the clock. But know how quickly that can change. And as quickly as I'm saying it, a Penny Turret punishes the action. Blue Star is with Olympus squad. In the eventuality of a draw, then they will still be the winners here and proceed to the semi-finals. better start that we can say on the side of SKC, who had nothing to say for the story until the very final moments of the last game. Now that penny turret there on the top left-hand side, it's going to be a tough thing now for SKC to get back in this game properly.
Yeah, don't like SKC's odds if they're still in their spawn, especially with as little time as there is left. Finally, Brian branching out a little bit. Wesley, Cal still in this right-hand end. They're sitting comfortably. They have a loose super available. Juju can just hide behind these walls. The thrower battle going down in the left-hand end, but it's definitely favoring Ice Crow. He's got the extra spawner already. He's got the grass and the long distance to work with. And now a dive away. It's going to be a close call if he even lives. Barely surviving. With shot clock available, they have to pop off here.
I don't know where Reese was going there. Like, that was never going to work out well. And Juju punished the action, and again, the follow-ups are good. It's Trace going back and forth, but Reese is out of position yet again. Going to be absolutely pinched, and it's going to be an absolute domination of that set by Olympus Squad. They take the match.
Impressive stuff, to say the least. Congratulations to them. I definitely think this was an upset. I think SKC, despite having a new player kind of join their fold over the last couple days, they have a little more history to them. They've had some success at these postseason runs. They've at least made it that far. So I think major congrats to Olympus Squad. Obviously a close one here, but the opponent on the other end waiting for them is going to be really brutal. 3-0 victory for Casa Brawl. We'll see if Olympus Squad has what it takes to take down a Titan to this region.
To be honest,
Olympus Squad,
I
we are
wasn't blown
here.
away. I wasn't blown away by either side, to be honest. You know, I didn't really feel like anyone really outshone the other. I think the drafts were questionable both sides. I think that the better team won, but against, you know, Casa Brawl in the semi-finals, I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's hard to catch the entirety of the action there. You guys are doing an admirable job breaking it down, but so much of that last set's story seemed to come down to the draft once again. They got the Juju pick, and that was absolutely huge in that one, catapulting Olympus Squad to that final round, that final set, and then the match win over SK Kalalas to go up against Casa Brawl in our bracket. Our semifinals are set. They are, well, in line with some predictions, but definitely not when you start looking at the granular aspects of them. So many of these have gone the distance. So many exciting performances from our players. And a lot of credit to our casters, too, for breaking it all down in the face of that. Gentlemen, you had a wild one with these two teams. Any final words on these matchups?
Well, I hope we get to see a little bit more of them in the semi-finals, to be completely honest. Certainly, that would help out a considerable amount because, again, with Loud in the semi-finals, I want to see how they're going to fare because it wasn't a clean quarterfinals run by any means of the imagination. Certainly one that we expected to be a sweep, for sure. And it was not the case. So, you know, do they even make the grand finals, which would be for the first time in over a year? So that's my big reservation on this next match. I'm quite excited for it.
Hey, Kenny, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think Casa Brawl looked really convincing in their quarterfinal, but to me, Loud were the team in scrims this week that looked to cut above the rest. Does that hold true today or not? I guess we'll have to see. Loud have a tough one ahead of them, though.
Well, you teed it up. Let's send it to replays from that last match. When we come back, we'll kick off the semifinals.
1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. We making noise, balling's our hobby, don't disappoint, making the party jump, time to make your body bump, let's light the dance floor up, and do it like we want. Now wait, let's turn this up, okay, let's work it out, okay, let's shake and move, okay, do what it do, I'm feeling great, now let's turn on the cool, get busy.
I see the baby night, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down. It's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. This is the first monthly final for South America. We started with 8 teams. We are down now to just 4. I've got Kenny and Uber to take us through the action as we get into our semifinals, and we're heading into it with a bit of an expected team. Loud going up against Caio Pero, another team that was picked across the board by our talent to take this matchup. But now, we've come to a bit of a head-to-head here, and I do believe there's some disagreements behind the scenes. Let's take a look at how these two teams are going to match up and how we think this is going to go, starting with Loud, Caio Dog, Fire Crow, and No, 3 players you guys are very well familiar with. Tell me about this team, Uber.
Right. I mean, in my opinion, the team to sort of be looking out for in South America, all Brazilian players, right? Where we have actually, great representation from all over South America. But this is kind of the lineup that, has probably had the most impact a lot of the time. Adinho, Firecrow, Caio Dog, all in their own right have, showed some great results. I think like Firecrow is someone who, goes back a long way to like that Chasmac Gaming BR team back in 2022. This guy, has been around a long time. 5 MVPs in grand finals. You see here, obviously, INTZ, he made the top 4 at Worlds under some controversy. INTZ were playing remotely, whereas I think the rest of the teams sort of weren't, but they were an incredible team that year. So, year after year after year, this is a player that's getting the Worlds, that's representing some of the best rosters. I'd say recently, some stumbles though with Nouns and SSG respectively. This is the kind of player who wants them top 4 podium finishes even. I don't think they'd be satisfied with what they've seen so far.
Firecrow, a fantastic player, somebody that's been around this region for a long time. And I know it was a shaky start to the day. For me, though, I just have to go with my gut and what we've seen in the past. Teams play well a lot. It's no free win in the BSC. It's tough out here, but the fact that this guy has persevered, his teammates have been a part of some of the most winning organizations in SA over the past several years. You saw that resume. That's a lot of world finals. And no, it's not a ton of top 4s and things like that, but that's a high bar for any team on the planet. These guys have been as good as it gets in the region for at least last year, and I'm kind of expecting similar this year too. So I'm going to hold the line, even though Loud were a little shaky that first match. I still think it's them.
Well, Loud has got the resume to intimidate, but Caio Pero has got some recent results that should leave them dubious. We've got Doritos here, who is a top fragger across what we saw earlier today, and Derp, this 16-year-old out of nowhere, absolutely crushing it in online tournaments, looking to bring that energy to this matchup here. What is your read on this, Uber, as these 3 come together?
The team is good. Some of their drafts, I think, are have been a little bit questionable here. They've really been trying to force the juju, but there's been some maps where they really have wanted to probably take more notice about what is being drafted on the other side and maybe react to that a little bit more. On an individual basis, I think it will be hard to stand toe-to-toe with Loud in some cases, but both of these teams have had to fight tooth and nail to get into matches like this, right? On certain maps, especially when there's some of those higher mechanics brawlers picked, you might see that Caio Pero have the ability to at least stand on even footing with Loud. But when we look at the macro, the more strategic, the draft, the stuff that's outside of just like the 2 thumbs going to work in Brawl Stars, that's where we might see this Loud team and the years of experience they have give them an edge.
We've got the maps, we've got the game modes that they'll be playing on, and location, so important. Good to see Caio Pero all hanging out same location, looking, I think, the most comfortable of any team I've seen on cam so far, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they've been able to handle themselves pretty well. It's big mental game as well. Obviously, the mechanics come to play, but especially when pressure is underway and a lot of really good teams are facing you down, you got to be able to stand your ground. When looking at these maps as well, one thing that I do think kind of favors Loud is 3 of these maps repeat. They've already played some of these and won on several of them today. In fact, Gold Arm Gulch and Shooting Star and Jim Ford, I think the 3 that they ended up winning in that first quarterfinal, and now they're in this rotation too. So something worth noting, a little bit of a luck of the draw in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Familiarity with it, comfort on it today. Big factors here, Uber. Any other factors you want to shout out that might lean it Pero or Loud's way? And we can take a look at our predictions here if you want to explain why you've made your... Oh, I'm alone. I believe in you, Pero.
Again, like, I think this is the kind of region where like you are prone to see the most upsets. You gotta understand, last year this region was ruled by the Loud players and by the Casa Brawl players. Like no other team won a monthly final. These 2 guys just sort of traded it back month after month. I'd probably expect this year to be relatively similar because it's not as if either of these rosters have gotten weaker. So it should be a Loud Casa Brawl grand final. I think that's where we're going to get the most disagreement here. But this team have like a cumulative 10 years of experience in advantage over Pero. And for players that are like 16 to 20 years old, that's like half one of their players' lives. It's a big difference. These guys, Loud, have been around for so long. 2021, folks. I mean, that's 4 years ago. In Brawl, that's an eon.
It is a long time, and honestly, Pero closer in the prediction than I think I maybe thought they would. It looks like we've got some doubters creeping in here. Maybe Loud not as convincing as we thought, but I'm right there with you. Most of the casting desk lining up with that side, but to your point, it's a volatile region. You never really know, and Loud struggled in that opening match. We'll see if that continues here, but nonetheless, I think they should still be the favorites.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They are, again, I thought they looked a little bit scrappy in that first series. Ningwem Segura with, obviously Tufa able to lead that team, someone with a huge amount of experience. And, that team obviously was, like a throwback to what we saw from them in the past, but Tufa was on that INTZ roster as well. A lot of these more experienced Brazilian players have a ton of experience being on the same team as one another, but we're headed into Gold Arm Gulch here for our first map of the series, and our bands are in Kit. No surprise to see them taken off. Also, one half of the sort of Gene Max combo has been nullified, with Max being banned. RT also taken off the table, as it just makes it a little bit dangerous to drag the game out against them.
And this is set 5 of our quarterfinals. Number 1, which Loud ended up winning. That was a really interesting one for them too. They won with Gene, Pearl, and Leon. There's 1/3 of that trio right there. Interestingly enough, though, we're once again going to see Juju slide through. So it's going to be a game of, do Pero pick this up here? Do they let it go? You kind of have to be ready and fully accepting, if you're Loud, that by picking the Gene, you are letting that brawler go. But they were willing to do that earlier today too.
The fact that Leon isn't really addressed here, is something that Loud are going to try and play towards. All of that you're really looking to aggressively ban. The thing is that on a map like Gold Arm Gulch, because the map is ringed by those bushes, Leon can cross the map without being detected, and of course then lollipop drop, create that space, or even just super to get in behind you without being spotted. So I kind of like the Pearl getting taken away from this. This also dissuades a dive from someone like Leon, because again, Pearl is very tanky. If you walk up on her, she can hit that super, kind of blow you up, and Byron here, it will sort of combine, obviously, to add a little bit of important healing and help sustain from some of the persistent poke that's going to be coming from a composition that features Gene, right? It's not lethal damage, but it's kind of annoying. Vengeful Spirits also can, add extra poke damage in across the map. And also, like, you have in a pinch a super that can turn fights on their head, right? Healing and damage at the same time to people that are sort of within a small area can be really difficult to play around.
The beauty of this Loud setup is that they pick the Gene first overall, meaning that Gene's a great brawler anyways. You don't have to play the same composition you did earlier. I think Pearl's a smart one, just knowing what the enemy team did to win. This deters them from going Leon. I think you abort that plan. But the good news is, because of the way Pero have drafted, not only do they get Gene as a first overall, they get a ton of value with this pick 4. They get Juju, who's now playing into Byron, a single shot brawler with no real way outside of his super to get over these walls. That's incredible. You get an extra spawner down on the ground. Juju can walk on water. I think Loud have played this pretty darn well so far.
Yeah, I like this. Allowing Juju to go through, providing that Loud get to play the comp they want, and then when half of that gets cut off and the Pearl is picked up, they simply pivot, add the Juju back into their plans and in their composition, and say, fine, we can still build a composition that we're satisfied enough with. Sprout here, pretty powerful, and it might be a direct answer to the 8-bit now, as it's very good at taking down those direct shooting brawlers, sharpshooters, and of course, just 8-bit in general to block off the map. At some point, though, Caio Peru need to find a way to make a use of the build-up of heat with this Pearl. If they're the team that actually has to go aggressive, and you normally are when you have the shorter range thrower, that's where Pearl can get punished a little bit. The shield can be knocked off. You have to get aggressive and be kind of obvious with you trying to make use of your overcooked gadget. It's pretty clear to see what the aggressor team with the Pearl is trying to do. So Caio Peru want to take that map control and then lock Loud out of it.
Going to be a start on this left-hand din, but KP going to be beating them as well. This is a frequent, you take your left-hand side and you play from there. A lot of the times it's east-west. It's not going to be north-south like we're seeing right now, but Pearl there to meet them alongside Byron. They're having Loco on this right-hand din play the Sprout, the longer lane. But Loud finally able to branch out a little bit.
I think Caio Peru need to do this because the way that they had split the map top to bottom means that a hedge wouldn't actually cut Firecrow's line of sight off. Here, you can obviously build it up as Loco and force Firecrow to group up with the rest of Loud and deny an off angle entirely. The hedge is really effective on this map, and you'll notice that Loud don't really have any way to break it open, so those hedges are going to stick around and they are going to be a problem. They do shut down the Byron, frankly, so Loco might look to try and use a hedge to lock Loud into the gas as it encroaches, but a Magic Hand is going to mean that the Sprout option is off the table entirely.
That's one way to deal with it, right? Let's take the squishy brawler, pull him our way, and immediately eliminate him. 3v2 situation. This looking bleak for KP. Derp on this left-hand din has a shield up. Not enough. 8-bit shreds through. Adinho approaches, and it's an easy round number 1 for Loud. And the good news for him, too, they've got plenty of utility walking into this with a Caio dog pull and an 8-bit turret.
And I think Caio Peru at this point have to be asking themselves, what's our plan here? Because the map's been opened up, presumably by like a derp super. The Magic Hand actually was perfect. So Caio Dog not only gets the pick on the Sprout, but breaks open the map, making it even harder for those hedges to actually be remotely impactful. Now you have these long sight lines that Firecrow can exploit, and stood inside the damage booster that really can't be destroyed by Loco at this range. Loud have a massive, massive advantage.
And even if Loco drops a wall down, say, just to allow himself to move forward a little bit, if he isolates himself even a little bit, one Caio dog pull will end that immediately. Loco flashing that super now, going to cut off this left-hand in, so Firecrow taking the long way around. Derp charging up. Doritos has a super available. They're working this utility as best as possible, but they're really going to have to hold the line here. I want to see KP try and take this mid control and hold on for as long as they can, but it's Loud encroaching. Sprout dying along the way as well, and Derp looks to be in trouble here too. Looking very likely that Loud take it away, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, it was a Magic Hand caught onto the Sprout again, Kenny. So perfectly executed gene composition here so far from Loud. The Sprout is not the most high mobility and needs to get relatively close to, land consistently those shots on you. They're not safe on the other side of really any of those walls. Can be pulled through them entirely, and then Adinho gets the extra upside, or rather Caio Dog gets the extra upside, of breaking open the map. Those unbreakable walls are there. There aren't really enough of them.
Reset here. KP this time electing to go right. They're not going to try and contest Loud early. They're going to play the long game here. I think even then that's tough. As long as Caio Dog gets a super, I think you're locking Loco out. Adinho going for a drop shot on the right-hand din. Derp, Byron, just trying to charge up their supers here. I think that's the name of the game when it comes to professional KO. Who can get their utility, their supers the earliest, and take a little bit of a presence in the middle of this map?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a huge component here. And it's tough because Caio Peru's composition is so super dependent. They need the Pearl super to guarantee a kill, to open up the map, but usually it's just to punish any sort of all-in. And the hedge is the most important super on the entire battlefield in terms of how it plays into their team's respective strategies. So being able to cut off that off angle, deny the sightline from the 8-bit, and then move close and start to pummel them with that, that thrower damage is really, really important. So again, Pearl comps normally want to play for late game. That option kind of gets taken away from you when you're dealing with that looming threat of a Magic Hand pull.
I agree. I think just the ability to get an early pick, it changes everything. A 3v2 situation is a huge deal in KO. Obviously, you only get 1 life per round, so by eliminating the Sprout here early, or even cutting off his ability to get his super down to cycle in those walls, it's easy money for him. I think Loud do a good job in this draft of setting themselves up for success, and on the other end, I think no matter what pick KP make, it's a really difficult one for Caio Peru to nail that 6th pick. Sprout going to be kind of their best bet in their minds. I get the idea of having a thrower, but the gene pools of the mechanics are clicking. Caio Dog's going to get some easy kills.
It's really aggro here. Adinho at the bottom of the map trying to pinch, but this sort of allows Kyopera or bakes them in to make this kind of play. This might be all the plan here for Loud as far as they're concerned. There's Derp, absolutely flattened. Nothing you can do about that one when the Magic Hand comes in, and Kyodog has been the pace setter for Loud so far. This is going to be pretty cut and dry in the end. Doritos with a super, but the hedges of Loco don't do anything now with half the map completely broken up, and it is a matter of time. Adinho sneaks on up there, puts some good damage down on Doritos, and Loco eventually falls. This is going to be a first set here taken in a sweep.
It's a really convincing one as well. He was really taking his time to die there, Uber. I thought it was going to be much quicker than that, but Kyodog and his teammates end up persevering, and I think that's kind of the beauty of their draft setup, right? They picked that Gene first overall. This team has watched. They know what happened. Gene, Pearl, and Leon are what this team used to win in the quarterfinals. They pick up the Pearl, and they feel like they have to grab a Byron maybe for the gadget to get some extra visibility in case they do end up going Leon. Maybe that's just the brawler they wanted. As a result, they leave arguably the best brawler in the game open, Juju, and now Loud can scoop that up too. I think really beautifully played, not just the mechanics, I think it's decided before we even touched the ground.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a little bit in Brawl about how like a draft, you can win or lose a match in draft, and like the game plan here is so simple. Loud say, okay, if they push us, well, we can punish that, right? We have 8-bit that can sort of blow them up. We're playing the damage in. If they don't push us, we'll play a long game. We'll poke it down, we'll get a magic hand, and we'll find a pick.
Oh, they were pushed. They were pushed all the way back in the corner. I'm talking about Kyopera here, and that was a tough one for them. Not even able to get many kills on the board, just one for the whole team here. But what can they learn from this? How can they rally? What do they know about how Loud's going to bring a draft to them, and how they're willing to pivot in the midst of that draft, Kenny, that's going to let them make this a little better from the jump?
I think there was a lot of mind games being played by Loud, to be quite frank. I mean, they leave the Juju open, I think intentionally, right? You have the option to take that for yourself. So part of the risk you run, left side drafts Gene, the right side Sand has an opportunity. They don't take it. And I think it's hard when you see this team succeed so well in that quarterfinals and win on this map in a set 5 in a clutch situation to get them here. You're trying to play into that comp, but at the same time, you got to play the meta a little bit too. And I think they ultimately played a little too much into what happened in the past, not enough to what the best brawler in the game is. I think you almost have to pick Juju in that spot, in that 2-3 turn, if you're on the other side. Not an easy decision by any means. I think, honestly, just beautifully played by Loud.
Again, they have a game plan for the enemy team taking Juju, and one where they have the option to fold her into their composition. Remember, they prioritized the Gene because they knew that it gave them almost an inevitability in that knockout map where they could just force a 3v2, and basically the odds of winning in a 3v2 have got to be up at 80% also. Like, it is significant at this level. Really hard for the team with that lead to sort of throw it away, especially if they're the quality of Loud. Off to Shooting Star though here, a much more opened up map. Again, this is map with like the Gene Max comp has been really popular here. Loud don't really want to dice with it, so they must have a first pick in mind that they're more likely to get value out of here. I mean, Ficro is a very well-known sharpshooter player. Like Piper, I think, was where they really made their name all those years ago. But getting access to Juju first here, there's obviously a safe zone on the right-hand side of the map to make use of a thrower, and it just happens to be a bush there, which will increase Adinho's range, and there is some tracts of water that can give you that slowing on hit, plus the ability to traverse parts of the map that are inaccessible to others.
This was one of the sets earlier too, despite winning it, that Loud looked a little shaky on. If you remember, RT, Stu, Byron was kind of the composition they ran with, and Kyodog had to really play well as the Stu. I mean, that's a tough one in general, especially into the foes he was against at the time. I think RT makes a lot of sense. I think Loud have the opportunity to draft Juju. You kind of just click the button and don't think too much about it. I don't blame them at all. Again, that's just part of the process. This brawler has such a great win rate, success rate, ban rate, that when you see it, you kind of just grab it. I do think RT's a safe bet. I think they got some other options alongside it as well. This region clearly really likes Byron, so I'm curious if they pair that with him or if they go a different direction. They've removed Angelo from the equation. They removed Bell, so some of these sharpshooters are already gone. So one of the ones that are left is going to be Piper. I really don't mind this.
I saw Kyodog 1v3 on Colt on this map like a couple of years ago. It was the most stupid, passenger play I've ever seen in Brawl Stars. So I'm pretty confident in them no matter what kind of brawler they're on. They take the Nani here, right, which is often the prescribed response to the Piper, and also, fairly effective against RT, but being able to return to sender one of those Piper hits is always really satisfying. And of course, getting that peep in there against some of these lower health brawlers, also potentially forcing that super out of Piper is always a good way to play. Brock comes in, so we are really loaded up on sharpshooters, and I'll give Juju the honorary sharpshooter title here, given that her range is so bonkers when she's inside those bushes.
Honestly, a fair point. I guess wall break maybe what they're looking for, or a rocket lace jump. I think the utility is what makes Brock shine in general, despite the map and mode you're playing him on. I don't know about this one for the right hand end. I think the Nani 8-bit was a really good selection of two brawlers, because Piper gets basically locked out there. 8-bit turret to block things. He's got extra HP, so traditionally Piper doesn't do great into 8-bit, and Nani is the sharpshooter counter that you'll love to see. I think it's a brawler that kind of gets forgotten about. I don't think it's an overpowered brawler. It's funny because I don't think Nani's the best sharpshooter, but it's the best sharpshooter at countering other sharpshooters. So if you're Loud, yes, I don't see why not. Their mechanics are fantastic. They've got Juju on their side. I think I favor Loud in this one.
I mean, like, what wall are you breaking here that actually shuts Adino's game plan down? That's the problem. They do get rid of the bushes, so subtle, but obviously means that Adino doesn't get a range increase. So I do like that, little adaptation there to, what the Juju can do. Adino still can make use of the slowing impact of the water, right? See, as they step over there, their icon changes. So that's scary, but I like it. Adino falls back here, and as it happens, does get picked off now. We are casting a slideshow for you here, folks, so I won't lie. As Adino now takes that left side bush, so does get range, a bit more safety here. Kaidog looking to move up the map, and Adino getting very aggressive. Almost gets away with it too, but Derp able to find that extra bit of damage.
Credit where credit's due. Kyle Pero hanging in there. I mean, this can get difficult, especially with these indestructible walls. Adino can just hide back, and if they press him, lob up some shots. But his range is so limited now that grass is gone. Maybe this is the change that they needed. Kyle Pero may have stumbled onto something here.
I mean, it's definitely shut Adino's sort of oppressive potential down. And now that Kyle Pero get to be defenders, I think that favors them greatly, because it's not a great spot for Juju to stand behind that gives her protection and that range from the bush. Adino gonna blow up more of the map here, continue to deny that free damage. 30 seconds left though, and only 4 stars in it. Firecrow definitely looking pretty dangerous. Loco though with a rocket rain here could be devastating. I don't know what the plan is for Adino, trying to make some bushes happen, but yes, the Juju kind of getting punished here. Peep should find a kill, and that will be Loco going down. So still a 3-star affair, but Kaidog has to get busy.
Loud need to get this kill in the final seconds. 3 stars being the difference maker here. Kaidog so slow though as an 8-bit Firecrow from the distance. Can't quite connect with the return to Cinder, and now Adino rushing forward. Rocket rain going down. They do find one. They need a second though, closing in, but not enough time on the clock. Kyle Pero get the job done. A little bit of a bounce back considering that set 1.
Yeah, I think we kind of, now that we realize how easy it is to shut the Juju down on this map by attacking the bush rather than breaking the wall, it seems like it's a little bit harder for Loud to turn that into a pick that actually generates threat, Kenny. In fact, Adino just impotently was trying to, throw a couple of those bombs on that left-hand side of the map that Doritos was happy to juke and dodge away from.
That's definitely a note-taking moment for me, just to see that play out. I mean, when I see those indestructible walls, Brock wall break doesn't even come to mind. So the fact that these guys come up with that, now they're breaking this right-hand side as well. They're trying to make Adino's life as difficult as possible, which is a good call considering Juju's the best brawler in the game right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's happening here, right? It's another, it's another rocket that's being used for the express purpose of clearing that right side bush. Again, denying further location. So Adino, being as experienced as they are, has to try to find a way around this pretty severe limitation, turning Juju now into, a much less appealing option to bring in as a thrower on this map. And frankly, there are only a few throwers that really make the cut at the top level on Hideout. Juju, if you walk into a draft knowing that it's going to be like this, you probably reconsider this pick entirely.
I love how one simple Brock has been an insanely good solution for them. And all things considered, too, not the easiest of matchups for Piper. It's going to take several shots to bring down Kaidog. Return to Cinder with Firecrow. Certainly a way to deal with that. So a lot of credit here to Kyle Pero, who continue to get the job done. 5-0 right now as Adino tries to approach, use whatever sliver of grass he can get his hands on. But the second he steps off of it, all this KP team has to do is step back. If they're not careful, though, they're going to be too much in a corner. And that's where things start to get hairy at the end of that last game.
Okay, well, still a 5-star lead, though. It's a healthy one. Kaidog has got to try and reinvent an angle of attack here. sees them get caught out. It is traded at the very least, and honestly is trading up for Loud, so now only a 4-star deficit as opposed to 5, but it's still not looking great. Rocket Rain hits pretty hard on that part of the map, and Adino just can't get close enough to find consistent damage. Here's Grigri, annoying as they are, actually put Loud in the lead. Now Kyodog and Firecrow give this space up. They're going to walk back across the map. Firecrow has the body block with a return to sender. Good damage on Doritos. They have to super to blow up the map here, and only just to Loud crawl out of that round with the lead.
Yeah, jump away from Piper there, I think, may have been the dagger. I don't know how they would have possibly gotten there in time. At Pro Brawl Stars, you're going to see a lot of the times the last second push. It's not about who gets the most kills. It's just, am I leading in the final seconds here? So they'll get that kill with 10 or less seconds and either walk away or just let the clock expire. I think Loud did a good job of that. This is a team that's been around the block for a long time, Uber. They know what it takes to win. And even though they haven't been as convincing in this set, I would say they played the game mode and the strategy right. They just looked for that final frag and walked away.
Yeah, now Loud obviously are going to look for another opportunity to do that. I mean, getting the first pick here is huge. Adino now doesn't need to stress too much about getting the blue star. We'll have it for their trouble anyway. This now means that with just one kill, Kyopero cannot get the lead. Loud can now play that slower game, and they don't have to put Adino in a dangerous position either. They just play defensive and try and fire back now as Kyopero look to take some space.
They bought a lot of time off the clock. We're getting closer and closer to a minute left, but Kyopera will have control. It's all about how Loud can adapt here. Can they hold on? They've got way more grass to work with for what it's worth on this bottom right-hand side. Piper with a jump away trying to break that open. It's enough to take down the walls, but not quite the grass.
I mean, at some point, Loud probably need to get back into the map here. If they get forced into this corner, it's going to be very difficult. That space that Adino is hiding behind is fine, but those boxes are not unbreakable. They are going to be able to get through that at some point. A damage booster here now as well is definitely going to be a problem for Loco, and they just kind of eat that. Not really much they could do. So, Loud, 5-star lead, blue star to hand, but still the better part of a minute still remaining in this round. They need to be able to force on back, and Loud probably need to get into the map here, but with a 3v2, it should give them the numbers advantage in order to take that map control.
Loud doing a great job of adapting here too. I mean, Brock really ended them in that game number 1, but now they have a chance here. 20 seconds on the clock, and it's a 7-0 lead. That's the takedown that they needed, though. It's going to be a good gadget, but a teleport away from Kyodog keeps him up. Adino working with these walls on the left-hand in. Derp, low HP, trying to survive and give his team a chance, but he's going to fall to the Loud army. Another one goes down. Anani Peep connects, and it's a clean sweep here in game number 3. Loud take advantage, and they will take a TOO lead alongside it.
It's impressive. I love how they bounced back here. You can see how different the game looks for Loud's composition when they're playing defensive, when they have an early lead. Frankly, there's no guarantee that they're going to pick up that free kill apropos of nothing at the start of that round. But when they do, they get to shift into a stance that's way more comfortable for them. It means that they give some space, they bait Kyopero into an overextension, they take 2 eliminations, and then they resume their positioning in the middle of the map.
A little bit of a replay here to get a little insight on what went down there. Some early kills go Kyopero's way, and they end up surviving that game number 1. But just that, in games 2 and 3, Loud really adapted. Even though the grass was broken, they were backed in their spawn. I think they still just relied on some great mechanics. I think despite maybe having a little bit of a shaky game 1 there, it's clear to see Loud still got it, right, Uber? I mean, these guys are definitely gifted when it comes to the game. They've still got the mechanics to back it up, and I think that really shows on a map where it's all sharpshooters.
Well, we had the mind game question once again in the draft, though, and it did once again revolve around Juju here because it seemed like they wouldn't make that mistake twice. They let Juju go over once again to Loud, but it appeared they maybe had something in mind to deal with her. Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out over the course of the set. What was your take on that, Kenny?
I mean, maybe they did let the Juju go on purpose, especially if you don't have that first overall pick. You're oftentimes going to be the team that bans it because you're presuming that the other end, Loud in that case, were going to take it. That's exactly what they did. Maybe Brock was that lockout that they wanted, the way to block Juju from getting any ability to have that long range. And it worked in game number 1, but good teams adjust, and that's exactly what Loud did. It allowed them to kind of move forward, still take advantage of using Juju, but honestly, I think the Nani, and it showed in the stats too, was a clear reason why they ended up winning that. Some really good kills there coming in from him, and ultimately with Bounty, that's the name of the game.
The damage boosted peeps, the return to senders coming out of clutch moments. That's why you pick Nani in a game where you feel like you're going to be having a lot of sharpshooters aimed at you there. I thought that, Adino did a great job finding creative use of the Juju, despite not having the bushes to use. We're talking like the invisibility gadget. He pops out, he like double taps someone at absolute point blank there to get a couple stars. They're already in the lead at the time, but it gives them a nice little buffer, and they can stay just sort of ahead of the game. Good stuff here for Loud. Again, they are on a collision course with a sweep in this series, looking to wrap this one up quickly as we started to see what Kyopera are capable of. But again, it all comes down to that macro, the more broader approach to the game that starts and honestly, in many cases, ends in this pick and ban phase, Kenny.
Lou going to be the first overall selection here too. They did have the choice of going Juju. Instead, though, they go with Lou. It really feels like this region are just more willing to let Juju go. And Lou, for that matter, too. That was something very consistent in our previous two regions, East Asia and EMEA, where they were hitting the ban stage more than any other team. But it's always fun to see a little differentiation. Overall, they're still getting played a ton, but that's going to be a brawler choice that's going to be different here. So because Lou gets picked, they give up Juju. They're going with Crow alongside it. And one thing for Crow on this map is the vision that he brings to the table, the in and out, the all-in ability, especially in a mode like Gym Grab, right? Where if you have the gyms, you can either press to try and get a final kill, or you can hold on to them, jump away. That's one thing that Crow has, access to every part of the map.
Yeah, really slippery as well. The utility that he offers is really just the cherry on top, but very reasonable to play both in a side lane and sometimes there's applications in mid. So Loud have to consider this now, something that can really try and keep tabs on them. So Mortis picked here, very aggressive pick for Loud, and we've often seen this come in response to seeing Juju picked. Loud have left Juju open on multiple occasions over this series, so this is likely a pick and a contingency that they have had prepared for this exact situation. They're not first picking Juju. They prioritize a Lou over it for, again, reasons we mentioned, that great area control, but they have an answer, knowing they're bound to run into this extremely long-range thrower should they not pick her.
They're going to grab Larry and Lori so they get a thrower of their own. This is a really interesting composition. You don't oftentimes see Mortis be an earlier pick because Kyopera still has an option to counter it out. Mortis is a great brawler when it's a favorable matchup, and there's some matchups that are not oh so favorable. Right now, though, he's chilling. It depends on what Kyopera here do with this final pick. Lou, Larry, Lori, and the aggressor in Mortis, though, is a very well-rounded composition. I don't mind Larry and Lori at all, to be honest with you, especially if they don't grab a wall break on the other end. He's going to have great domain as well.
I mean, you can't ask for a better answer to a brawler that wants to close the gap than someone that can not only shield themselves up, but, is at her deadliest at close range here. Kyodog can absolutely fight Melody, but her ability to honestly just like kite away and avoid the Mortis and then also have, drastically more damage than him when it counts is important. We can't overlook the hypercharge from Melody that gives her an extra 3 of those notes, which, combined with the rest of her kit in all the ways that you would expect, she becomes truly, truly terrifying, in that window. But again, sometimes it takes more than just a hypercharged Melody running wild to turn around. And you do have someone like Lou that can potentially stop her in her tracks, freeze her solid, and prevent her from taking the fight to Loud.
Going to take some strong mechanics to get that done too, though. I mean, Lou's shot is a little tricky. It's not just a straight line. It does strafe a little bit, so that's something to keep in mind. But nonetheless, it's clear that pro brawlers are going to know how to use that. They ban it. They play it a lot. So I think that's a big reason why it's still going to be continued here. The ice rink also, especially when there's no wall break going down, if you drop that in the middle of the map, that basically covers that entire square, the gym fort, if you will. Big reason why the map's named after that. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that goes, and when we are available, we will jump in whenever we can.
Yeah, you might think that, Adino looks like he's playing in-game, and I wouldn't blame you for thinking that, but he's actually just really into Duolingo. And honestly, he's just dominating his leaderboard right now. So, he's doing some match madness, getting them lined up. I don't know what he's learning, do you know what I mean? But, whatever it is, I'm sure he's absolutely dominating. No, in seriousness, we are not able to get into this game. So I'm going to use my, being such a social butterfly, my extremely advanced body language reading skills to tell you exactly what the mindset is right now. Loco, look at he's locked in. Too cool, calm, collected. He even set up a fan to make it look like he was nonchalantly, allowing the breeze to brush over him. Kyodog is trying to do a blue skidoo into the screen to be a part of the Brawl Stars world so he can actually have impact over the game. That means that he's definitely feeling the pressure. Look at this. Is there anything more nonchalant than having like your fringe tussled ever so softly as you throw down in Brawl Stars?
I mean, all these guys look pretty locked in. I'm a little self-conscious now about what I look like when I'm just playing the average ranked game at home. I feel like I'm more intense than they are, and that's probably a showing on me. They seem a lot more calm and a much higher stake than I am. So there's a reason they're there and I'm not. I think that's honestly a pretty good read.
I mean, Adino's positively mewing while he's playing here. That's ridiculous. All right, Doritos here. A pretty healthy look in the backline, but Firecrow was able to get deep and get rid of those gems. Completed divesting Caio Pero of their treasure. And now, of course, you've got a Lorry on the field here to run down anybody who might look to get in the way. And there's no time for Caio Pero. It looks like a close round until the Mortis factor came into effect for Adino.
Yeah, and they also had to burn that Crow super. Obviously, no telling how they got it, but had to burn it just to get over that wall, just to get there a little faster. Obviously, ideally, you want to be using that to either grab the gems or get the kill, whatever that looks like. So kind of had to exhaust a lot of resources there just to have a chance at it. Nonetheless, though, looked like some pretty impressive gameplay. I mean, I'm no social expert, not like you and Ark, but it did look like everybody was a little tense. There were a lot of callouts going down, so clearly, Caio Pero were doing at least something right there.
Yeah, I was watching some brows knit together, you know, some tightening of jawlines. And I'm certain it wasn't just to do the Costco guys pose. And there's Firecrow trying to dive in. It does get blown up. So big time map control here over to Caio Pero. Dog, obviously, once that super is built up, it is terrifying to play near the gem well. And Firecrow's trying to imply that he's sneaking all the way around. But in fact, he just spent some time in the bush. Gregory will be trolling Dog here briefly. There's something so discordant about the sort of the tomb skin of Lou. The guy just is literally, very two-dimensional. Derp's in trouble, though. Loco's the gem carrier, so they're looking pretty safe now. Again, a really, a good player to put the gems in the hands of. And Doritos comes out of nowhere, just trying to dive Dog, take that one gem away from him. And they pull up short.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for nothing, really. I guess Melody can take that chance. They had a pretty good presence, but it's being deleted instantly. Such low HP. Now Loco's going to have to juke this out. Dorito's going to have to guard him, but Firecrow sees the blood in the water, goes for a quick strike, gets the kill, and immediately retreats. Now they have control of the fort in the middle, and with no real wall break ability, they're going to hold it until Derp and others close in.
What's the plan for Derp? Just going for a bombing run on Dog here. It works out, but of course now things get a little awkward. Firecrow is the one holding all the gems. They drop them. Okay, that's actually very helpful for Firecrow. They want to die there so that Dog can simply sweep them back up. But it's an issue now for Loud of needing to retake this mid control. Firecrow has hyper up but no super. Needs to build that in such a way that doesn't get him instantly killed. And that's easier said than done because Doritos now is going to pop that hyper, go on in. That is a big shield. 2,000 extra health. And Firecrow cannot fight the Melody in that situation. We're into a countdown now, and somehow Derp is staying clear of the Larry and Laurie, but all the gems are on Loco, and there's no way to catch in the Crow. They've got super available. You can assume this is a Caio Pero round win.
Yeah, Caio Pero have this in the bag. They have a Crow jump available. They can just buy enough time off the clock to stay in the air if they really want. Honestly, a massive gadget there coming out of Juju. When she's in the grass and uses gadgets, she can turn invisible. You saw a couple times where she'd sneak up, and then when she's back on the turf, on the earth side of things for her element, it drops 2k damage. That's a lot. That's 6k in a quick amount. I like the Lou choice of gadget. I think that was a really smart one going into this, but they can shred through Adino. That's an easy kill for them. 3 shots from Juju get the job done there.
Okay, Dog keeps a respectful distance and has to because now Caio Pero are looking to move into the middle of the map. Well, they would have, at least that Doritos have not been taken out. So this is going to open the door briefly. But Dog still needs to respect that ticking damage of the Crow because the poison keeps you out of the fight for longer. It takes longer for you to start regenerating because you're still taking that tick damage after you get hit by some of those knives. It's really, really annoying when you don't have active healing on your team, which is obviously something Loud do not have access to. Firecrow, though, has super ready, so you've got to keep an eye out for that. Loud definitely looking to use him as the blunt object to break through the front door and secure the fort for Loud.
This could be moments before disaster, too, depending on how Firecrow uses this. A quick dash in, a couple of brawlers standing idle there. Not sure how that's going to ultimately play out, but it's been a close set nonetheless. I think this Mortis pick, definitely a bold one, something you don't see every day at the pro level, and it takes a lot to make it work. I honestly think the Red roster are doing a pretty good job of handling it, all things considered. They've got a lot of dive coming their way, and somehow Juju's staying afloat.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed. I think that, this squad here are handling what Loud are throwing at them. Despite like the Mortis always being a little bit of an unnerving aspect to deal with. But when you pick the Juju so early, you have to appreciate that your opponents can't match her with a similar thrower. They have to find a way to climb on her and sort of blow her up. Oh, okay. Melody with 4 gems on her. It's a little awkward here as Loco clearly was forced to drop and split those earlier. It does mean that Kyopero, there's a lot more risk associated with them going all in and diving in. I think it drastically changes the way they play because Doritos can't afford to drop those gems in enemy territory.
This is a great call out by you two. And something you mentioned in the previous game as well, when Mortis had those gems, it's almost better for them to just give them over, go back to your spawn, die to that trickling poison damage, and hand them over to Lou, who's going to be much more equipped, because now you can let Mortis loose. Melody doesn't have that same effect now. With 4 gems in her hand, she can't get as aggressive. And those are the kinds of little things that are really hard to make play out in real time, but separates these great Brawl Stars players from these special ones like we see on our monthly final stage.
Okay, well, looks like we are in a bit of downtime right now. So looks like it was Loud who were able to take the set away, and should really be it if I'm not mistaken. Gemford, of course, pretty hotly contested affair. That was the set taken. So there it is. Loud, beautifully done. Love to see that from these guys. And Kyopero, quality team, really had to fight to get into this game at all. But Loud have those years of experience. Again, they have that adaptivity. Even though they knew they'd be up against the Juju this time, as opposed to folding her into their comp, they found a way to deal with the... Sometimes it's the least subtle approach that works best, as Mortis is used to just knock down the front door.
Despite the hurdle in number 1, it's going to be Loud who persevere here. That was pretty convincing stuff. I think Kyopero are a great team, but at the end of the day, Loud came through. Maybe this 8 seed that we saw in the quarterfinals is a little bit better than we think they are. Maybe Loud just wasn't themselves. Whatever happened, though, they're still coming away with quite a convincing go. Oh, it's 2-1.
No way.
But they were giving fist bumps. What's going on here? They were celebrating.
I guess it's kind of like stay in the game, bro. Fist bumps.
Hey, hand up, my bad.
Yeah. I thought that was a celebration.
They were giving fist bumps. I thought it was over.
I'm not taking any responsibility for that. I'm not. You know, if we see gameplay, then you can blame me. If we don't, we're literally guessing. So run it back then. Let me just, assume the complete opposite position of the one that I had, apropos of nothing, was that clearly the Juju was able to take this game over, and the Mortis was not enough here to really put that pressure down. Again, you got to dive Juju, but how do you get the gems out of Crow's hands? Talks about how slippery the guy is. Clearly, Loud's undoing.
Finally, the Juju makes it into Kyopero's hands, and finally we've seen Kyopero come out on top here in this head-to-head matchup. I would have liked to watch it really go down there, but we know it had something to do with the fact that they were able to pick up more gems and hold on to them longer. Kenny, what else can you tell me about how this draft came together for Kyopero?
Honestly, it was a pretty interesting one. I think the Crow's a little unorthodox. Grabbing Juju's kind of the given, right? That's the top of our meta. That's just what we do. But the Crow is something that I think was interesting in how they responded to the Mortis, because the Mortis could have had an easy go at things, could have just slid through, cycled those supers onto the lower HP brawlers, and been on their merry way. Instead, though, they did a really good job of Juju cycling gadgets. They had Melody diving in to kind of do the exact same thing Mortis does, but I think Melody's a better brawler. Pretty good draft overall, I think. I think it ended up working out. I don't think it was the easiest one to pull off by any means, but credit to Kyopero. I mean, that was not an easy set win.
I mean, absolutely. I honestly, I'm just really impressed at what you can do with Melody right now. Like, she is terrifying. And, bear in mind, she was also carrying half the gems at one point in that game, so they had to find a way to keep her alive while also, allowing her to be remotely threatening. Open business, it's going to be. So, Hot Zone, I expect to see, Juju hotly contested, right? This is the kind of map where, you can go for those shorter range throwers just based on how close the bushes and sort of walls are to the point. In the past, we've seen, brawlers with deployables be very strong. Nita was often looked at on this map. You can still, of course, play the Rico. There's a lot of space for those shots to bounce. Brawlers with, air effect abilities like Lou, no surprise to see them taken off the map. And Griffey might threaten to open up the map a little bit more, but of course on Hot Zone, if you're standing on the point, you're going to be subject to Griff's super. You've got to be taking a ton of damage.
I think grabbing this Griff early too, likely going for a piggy bank and a wall break option. Now a lot of strategies you kind of have to reconsider. I think somebody like Barry, for example, who was more than likely probably going to show up here in some degree, maybe still could. Now you might be a little more deterred, right? This wall opening up makes it a little harder for Barry. Barry's going to have to really pair up with somebody if they want to go for this, but it's such a common strategy, especially on this map. Here comes Crow again. Crow's somebody that I don't feel like is atop the leaderboards for, kind of brawlers in the meta right now, but it's somebody that clearly these teams are looking for, at least the last couple maps. I don't think it's a bad beat by any means. It's kind of easy to get that poison damage pressure onto the Hot Zone in the middle, especially if the other team's just kind of crowd controlled around it.
okay, I mean, I'm fine with it because you can use this Crow like hyper aggressively, right? Like you are no longer as invested in staying alive like you are on someone like Gem Grab. We just saw the Crow there. It was the gem carrier. The whole point was to stay out of the fight, to stay healthy, to take gems when it was safe. Now the game plan is go kill, go and blow them up. Use your slowing toxin, you know, off cooldown to slow down anybody who's trying to contest the objective, wrap around the sides, dive on people, make it really, really hard for Kayopero to get their ducks in a row, to get set up, to actually contest this point with a full team. Keep them constantly staggering.
I think you need some health points if you're on the side of Loud too, and that's more than likely what they're going to be looking for, especially with that berry selection too. This is honestly a really interesting one. I mean, Crow kind of throws a wrench in things. I haven't seen it a lot leading up into scrims to this moment. I haven't really seen it in any of our regions, so I'm pretty excited to see how this unpacks. Gray makes a lot of sense. Also going to have a walking cane available, has the teleport, so you can get quick access to the mid. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a more aggressive option of their own here to kind of pair with this. Frequently, you'll see that, especially when Gray comes to the map, because despite Gray having a little bit of range, he is labeled as a support brawler, and that's exactly what that teleport brings. Draco, the survivability, I think, a big reason why these two often get paired together.
Okay, you've got a team that can really now make use of that dimensional doorway that Loco will look to set up. I mean, there's nothing scary, I think, than a Draco just keeping in your midst and laying about him with the spear. So Ash comes in, someone who, of course, has the damage output and slightly outranges Draco enough to be a nuisance if they fight fair. The Kayopero probably have no plans to do that. They've got the ability to break the map up either through the walking cane, God forbid we use the falling piano gadget, but they also, of course, have the piggy bank that Griff can use to open space up should they want to try and abuse a more open map. But, I mean, it's in the name. This hot zone map is already fairly wide open anyway, so like the good mid-range brawlers, you know, in Crow, in Griff, will definitely be building some easy supers here.
Loud have gotten a lot of praise from us, and rightfully so. We honestly thought it was over. Here we are with a 2-1, and the advantage long gone for Loud. The first 3 maps we had were all ones they won in the quarterfinals. No more. This is uncharted territory. Kayopero stealing a set, now a kill as well. Firecrow backed away here, just relying on Adino's heals, but Loco pops a gadget, survives, gets a trade, and now Derp can focus Adino. He falls. Kyodog doesn't have enough in the tank with the super. That's a Griff one that shreds right through him. Excellent start for Kayopero.
So it's pretty clear to see what the plan is right now, right? Firecrow is doing the thing. Go and dive on them. Go and eliminate them. Loco has already burned through 2 of those gadget charges here, and Kayopero have only up to about 28%. So that's something to keep an eye on. Just how effective can this Draco be when there are no last stand gadgets at his disposal?
Loco with a little teleport through. The flamethrower bursting them down. Kyodog can't do a thing. He does survive, but it's enough for Dritos to still maintain control. They've got a gray gadget that doesn't quite connect. That would have been a nice one to grab because now Loud have an opportunity to retake.
The berry hypercharge, though, gives a nice little bit of healing field here. Loco obviously has the gear to give him another gadget charge, but it still doesn't work out. So now, finally, the Draco can't play that exact same way anymore. Still probably has a star power that gives him healing when he, you know, transforms into his super form. That definitely helps with durability. But at some point, you've got to close the gap. Use the dimensional doorway here. It's going to be a jump away for Firecrow, though, as Loco comes forward. Oh, he still hits hard, even without that extra gadget for survivability. But Loud put themselves into a bit of a lead here. Loco can regenerate again back into that dragon form, get the healing off the back of it. Adino Super is fine in terms of creating that healing zone, which is really good here. But again, it's going to take more than that.
It's been a real back and forth as well. Derp going to be able to maintain here 90% and climbing now. Has to hold on. The incoming pressure from the Ash helpers is going to be really tough for somebody like Gray to either teleport in, but he's going to be able to hold on long enough here. So that's going to be a game going KP's way.
So we have seen this before. Didn't SK Gaming not play a really similar composition at the World Finals, right? I think it was like this is a Joker brainchild to use the berry here. I think to keep that sort of tank healed up, and it works pretty well. The problem is that Draco obviously has 4 windows where he can dive in and obviously get on the enemy team. Without a gadget, he's also still like quite a legitimate threat. When that last stand expires, though, he finds himself standing on like a berry ice cream field, or in this one, a galactic one, and ends up dying to any sort of source of damage at 1 HP. So, it's not perfect. And now look how open the map is here. The poke is going to be very easy to lay down for Loud.
Yeah, this is really reminiscent of what we saw last weekend, actually. It was SK Gaming who ran the Barry and Draco combo, but Kyodog running the Ashe, kind of the same effect, right? We've got two teams here that are relying on support brawlers to get their aggressive brawlers into the mid, whether that's Ice Cream on the map or a teleport to get you there quickly. That's what they've been going with. Loud, though, just haven't given up an inch here. Kyopero can't find their footing. They're not getting the kills necessary, and Firecrow just going to cycle out a hypercharge here, which should kill Doritos no matter what. Even the poison without a connection there at all would have gotten that takedown. So Adinho just going to keep cycling in and out. A complete change of pace here. This should be Loud having a convincing game number 2 and now putting us once again on match point.
Yeah, this is much more what I thought the gameplay would look like for Loud, Kenny, right? Use your Crow like a blunt object and just throw him at the backline so that the other team never have, like, you know, more than 2 players alive at any one time. Like, always be disrupting, always be diving in. Once they can open up the map and Ashe actually has some time to, like, line up these hits that are, you know, longer range, than some other tanks, it seems like you just take too much burst damage by the time you get in there. And like for Draco, it's like, okay, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna pop my gadget, but I actually can't kill anyone because there's a bloody berry hypercharge. You know, there's Ice Cream everywhere. I'm taking damage, they're getting healed. I don't really have the kill potential to even get into the backline with the gadget use.
And whether Barry's healing, giving damage to the enemies, he's charging more supers. It's this inevitable cycle that's really difficult to deal with at times. Thank goodness his range is pretty short. Otherwise, this guy could get out of hand so quickly. But I think that's a big reason why we've seen him rise to the top of the meta. It's somebody that isn't always in that must ban, but when he gets played, I oftentimes feel like he's a huge contributor to a team. Everybody still has to do their jobs. Barry's not the guy that's going to be grabbing you these kills, having 10 kills in a set, but he's certainly setting his teammates up, especially Ashe in this case, to grab those kills. So I think that's part of the influence and like you said, part of the strategy for how we craft a good Barry composition.
And of course, now we've seen the game plan from both sides of the table. A huge amount, I think, comes down to how the map gets broken up and how Loud can create that sort of ideal scenario for themselves where they're constantly getting, you know, those ticks of, Crow damage. They're getting good Barry coverage because, again, it's just too much cumulatively, to deal with. The poison damage you're taking, the berry fields that are ticking at your health, and of course the healing that sort of would imply. But this is a much closer game. I'm glad that we're seeing more of these great engagements happen now, but don't just wipe them off the map. We might be seeing an inflection point here. Loco wants to go in, but if they had a gadget, they sure as heck didn't have a chance to make use of it. Last chance here for Kyopera to come forward, and Loud will not be shifted, taking away that round. And, of course, the series.
That's going to be the match. Loud getting the job done. Oh, and they're never afraid to be a little animated in SA. Nothing like a good touchdown dance, Uber.
I'm here for it. I mean, again, they got pressured a little bit here by this Kyopera team, but this is a roster that has gone through no small number of trials and tribulations on their road to being the best in SA. And I think the messaging from Loud this year is going to be, yes, us dominating our home region or being, a strong team here is a given. We're thinking about now multiple times falling short internationally. 12th, 16th place finishes. Like, they don't want to feel like that's a thing anymore. They really want to be breaking into those top 4s. Making day 2 at Worlds, I think, is absolute minimum for this region. So they want everyone around them to work hard to give them the best kind of practice here. We are going to see so much of this Casa Brawl and Loud going head-to-head this year with some upstart teams around them. Hopefully they forge themselves into the kind of teams that can make a run at internationals.
Yeah, with so much interest in them, I'm glad to see Loud prevail here. It is a Kyodog eat Kyopera world out there, and Kyopera still has a long season to prove everything they brought today and really show even more of those skills. But it'll be Loud that's going on in our bracket to the grand finals. Let's check out that bracket real quick and see who they have the chance to go up against. It's Casa Brawl versus Olimpo Squad as our next and final semi-final. Send in one of those two teams on to face Loud. A lot to look forward to. So Brawl Stars fans, grab yourselves a quick snack. We're gonna throw up some replays from that last match. And when we come back, we'll head into our second semi-final. See you there.
Essa aí eu lembro perfeitamente. E o Motep me puxou. Foi o último modo da última final mensal que decidia qual dos dois times ia pra final mundial. E a gente acabou ganhando. Eu matei os dois ali com a ult. Foi perfeito esse momento. Inclusive por causa dele que eu devo estar na Loud hoje em dia. Então, simplesmente foi cinema. Essa é a final mundial, né? De 2024. KCP contra Rumble. E é simplesmente a mais icônica aí, acho que da história, né? Que ficou mais famosa por causa do meme desse gato aí nesse modo. Coitado do Juan Carlos. Não conseguiu fazer nada com o coitado do gato. Foi isso.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We are at the South America Monthly Finals second semi-final match, and it's going to be a banger. We've got Casa Brawl going up against Olimpo Squad. Both teams brought a lot of fire in their quarterfinals, but now we're back with Uber, we're back with Arc, and we've got to get into it, gentlemen. So, about Casa Brawl, what makes you most excited about this roster, Arc?
I think for me, because it just dates back such a long way, it's hard to not get excited by this kind of synergy and consistency in a roster. Of course, for Motep, for Pekka, for Jubilee, they've got so many monthly final wins under the belt already. Motep's got 13, Pekka's got 12, Jubilee's got 3, and despite only having 3 monthly final wins, he's still looking so strong at the moment for me. I just feel like when you've got this as your opposition, it's impossible to not be just so utterly scared by it. I feel like they've got a really solid chance here of getting another sweep.
Well, Olimpo Squad's no slouch. They already busted through that quarterfinal match in a way that not everyone was expecting. Now, Uber, as they're sizing up here, what do you think they need to bring to the table in order to pose enough of a threat to break through Casa Brawl?
Yeah, look, I do think first and foremost it's going to come down to the draft. I really want to see, either a sufficient value being put, on Juju, or just ban it out. Allow another brawler to get through. We're at the point of the game now where you can't ban out all the strong brawlers, on any given map. It's not quite possible, but you have to have a plan to integrate Juju or to eliminate it, right? And you have to understand what that means for what will be let through the ban phase, because there are a lot of brawlers that are attracting bans with remarkable sort of frequency. So that's a calculation you really need to make. And obviously this pick and ban phase is an addition that's only been in the Brawl world for a couple of years. There are some regions that are notoriously pretty poor at it. I will use APAC as an example. They've really preferred to just play the styles that they've loved. And we've even seen literal South American coaches imported over to APAC to help them with their draft. So this is a region that, it's in their DNA at least to have a pretty good sense of how to play, the macro side of Brawl Stars, the strategic elements like pick and ban. So I would like to see this look squeaky clean for any team that has a chance, a hope of taking Loud on.
Well, we've got our maps and our game modes, and Olimpo, they were pretty straightforward about how they wanted to run their picks at least. They're going to go for the strongest that's left available. Oftentimes it's been Juju for them, which they've used to great effect. But I do wonder, is there more to than that they're not telling us? Or is it really that simple when you're just trying to make things work together?
In the nicest possible way, they were very fortunate to have the opposition they did have in the quarterfinals, and this is not that opposition. Casa Brawl, the team that I've got down to win the whole day, and if they don't, then I'm sure they'll have an absolute banger of a grand finals, in my opinion, versus Loud. I think they're going to have to play out all the stops, and it's going to extend far beyond just kind of ensuring that the Juju's banned and not left open this time round. They're going to have their work cut out for them, because Casa Brawl, I don't think even got nearly warmed up in that quarterfinal stages. They look so confident in themselves and have yet to be tested. I don't think they're going to go easy whatsoever.
Now let's check out our predictions from a little bit earlier and see. Oh yeah, it's a lot of Casa Brawl. Uber, did you see it going any other way as far as caster predictions?
No, I mean, not in this kind of matchup. I mean, Olimpo Squad have a couple of players that have been around for a little while. Like Kawa, I think was on that Renegados team back in 2023 here, but this is not a team that you are putting in the top 2 of this region at all. You gotta understand, last year there were no outsiders that managed to win a monthly final, not once. There wasn't even an off chance, a random, a team that goes on a run on one particular month. It was SSG or for Esports. And this region, I think, has remained quite top heavy, I think. And I hope to see that gap close a little bit this year. I think so far what we've seen in our quarterfinals and semis has shown that that gap is closing somewhat, but I don't know if we're quite there. I think 24% is generous for this Olimpo squad here because Casa Brawl, I would say, looked far less volatile than Loud in their first match. I also think they got the most one-sided matchup in Casa Brawl against a team that were definitely not prepared to sort of meet them where their strengths are. So let's see if Olimpo squad can show a little bit of that pluckiness that an upstart team needs to demand respect from a titan like Casa Brawl.
Yeah, because for me, you know, the team that kind of deserved to be probably in this spot more so would probably be Nguyen Segura from the quarterfinal stages that lost to Loud, you know, at that fifth and final set stage. I think that if we'd seen that team versus Olympus squad, then Olympus squad would probably still have come short there. But again, it is a fresh slate. Let's give them a chance. Let's see what they can bring to the table. And I would love to see an upset. I said from the very beginning of today's show, I want to see another team rise to the plate, give us something of at least a three-way battle for top, rather than just that kind of same old style of the former Foot Esports, former SSG roster, now Casa Brawl and Loud. Bands are in. Shooting Star. It's going to be Bell, the Artie, the Gene, to the Tick, the Andrew, and the Gene of Olympus squad. That means Juju's left wide open, but I'll be honest, I did quite enjoy seeing that Brock counter concept idea placed off in the last series, but I don't know whether it would necessarily work every single time. Casa Brawl got the first pick, and they're not even going to go for it either. Melody is the flavor. It's one of those maps where I don't mind necessarily avoiding Juju as a first pick brawler, but the map is very catered for it also. But we've seen today already with that Brock pick that can be undermined.
I think that honestly, there's no consensus about what the ideal, like, hard dive brawler is against these Juju comps. This could be Casa Brawl just having the express assumption that we're giving up Juju. We're going to start picking brawlers that look to try and dive in. It's a problem though when you see the Gus here. Olimpo squad has said, okay, if you want to try and dive us, now you need to deal with, you know, the threat of, you know, your dive target getting shielded and knocking you back, and potentially turning that fight on its head entirely. This is, you know, quite similar to a comp that we actually saw on Out in the Open earlier on in the day that did actually end up getting routed out by the Juju. Casa Brawl here might now be incentivized to go for at least a very long-range brawler. Bell's off the table here because she's so good at locking down a side lane on Shooting Star by using those traps. And yeah, I think Pipe is a very reasonable response here because you've got very good mid-range damage on the Olimpo squad team, and Casa Brawl can't be sure they're going to go for a Juju themselves.
Yeah, and it's not even just that with regards to the Gus pick. It's saying, okay, well, you want to go with the Melody strat? Let's see how that fares without the Gus pick that you wanted to combine with it. We're going to take it off the table, and, you know, that's, I think, why Casa Brawl now kind of rethinking a little bit what they can do with this Melody. It's going to have to be much more considerate around the timings of those dives, and the Piper just has a bit more control, has a bit more space. Byron makes sense in the current standings. When you haven't got the Gus pairing, I think having survivability be contributed towards that Melody is probably the best way to go. You know, it's definitely going to be tough for now the Piper into that Nanny pick. I think that was definitely an option for Casa Brawl. And again, that return to send the gadget to be able to, you know, emit back some of the damage that you're about to receive, going to be quite a strong ability against that Piper pick. So trying to whittle that down early on to give that Nanny little of a response is going to be very much on their minds now. But I think in all fairness, not a terrible way to draft by Olympus squad there. Certainly better than what I've seen from them so far today in some of their choices and some of their pairings and ideas. It's about making what they've got work in the balance of, you know, do they really want this comp, or were they just trying to take away some of the ideas that certainly Casa Brawl were looking to implement?
On paper, I really like the draft from Olympus squad. I actually think it's better. The reactive pick of the Gus, like you mentioned, to deny the Melody strat was really nice. Cower there. Yeah, it gets drawn forward into the line of fire by Motep, but this star exchange doesn't mean a blue star goes to Olympus squad. Casa Brawl got what they wanted, though. They do have a star lead in this game, and obviously we know Nani's such a good answer here to the Piper, so much so that, you know, Wesley is rotating to the other side of the map here to play up against Motep, who needs to respect what the gadget can mean. So Motep is constantly trying to opt out of this matchup when they possibly can, now shifting to mid in order to try and fight against Firecrow and Kawa, respectively.
Motep, oh, nice gadget there, but the shield quickly established onto the Gus, and that should keep Kawa alive. The concern, of course, is the fact that if Lola can get the ego, then it's going to be tough for Motep to really tap into that, and especially when you're on the back foot in the spawn side, certainly not an easy way to go about it. Didn't follow up with the gadget there. Motep would have been able to get the kill for it. Nanny Peep coming in, circling around, looking for Jubilee, but not going to find anything except the wall, not the connection at all that Olympus Squad were looking for.
Pekka can't do too much right now in this corner. They might be hoping for like an end game state where Olympus Squad have to go a little more aggressive than they otherwise have. Motep is critical here. They're the one that keeps Ice Crow at bay. They're the one that keep Kawa from just rounding the corner and, you know, diving on top of Jubileo with a super available. So this Piper is the linchpin to the game plan for Casa Brawl. Olympus Squad need to come forward, and Ice Crow is trying to do just that. Notice that the Ego is placed just in front of them to block any oncoming shots, but Kawa caught out in the middle of the map. Pekka was ready for Ice Crow should they have looked to dive, but that was a critical loss there for Olympus Squad. Now they have to pick off Jubileo or two members of Casa Brawl to win.
Nice from Pekka there. Look at that, just making some space and getting the kills, most importantly for it. And now what realistically can Wesley do? Nothing at all in that scenario. Pekka just rubbing salt into the wound there, going on the aggressive. But what a great start for Casa Brawl there. Very, very confident and a massive lead. Not really any opportunity for Olympus Squad to turn things around, even towards the final moments, really. But pretty calm, pretty composed in that spawn side area, and seemed to have them exactly where they wanted them.
I think, and the only way they did have them where they wanted them is because in that weird exchange at the start of the round, while Casa Brawl lost the blue star, they got a star lead. So they forced Olympo to be aggressors, which is obviously where they're weaker. Pekka doesn't even need to use a gadget there, which is huge. And they can dive on Firecrow now and make good use of those remaining music notes. This has gone much more to plan for Casa Brawl, that they are actually getting this Melody in the middle of the map and people are not respecting her. Ice Crow is hanging around so close, so they lose a blue star and two more.
Pekka, as we know, notorious for up close and personal brawlers. Really in your face aggression is where he feels most at home. So no surprises to see him really championing the stars here as the peep coming round. The tip jumps, he's going to land. Meanwhile, the peep will find Jubilee. He doesn't have that luxury. He goes down himself. Still a star lead for Casa Brawl. Still on the back lines as well, but nonetheless, a lead is a lead, and certainly on a map like Shooting Star, it kind of favors a comp like this to have your opposition be coming towards your way, but now the people coming around again. Oh, and Jubilee just surviving yet again.
Yeah, that was important. Of course, you want to make sure that the Nani is not able to one-hit you in situations like that. Wesley getting a lot of value off those resources. So Motep's actually been switched to the side lane here just to punish Firecrow for doing this. I love this little adaptation. Over the top, big damage there, but it ends up being a trade, one that actually favors Olympus Squad. But Blue Star went to Casa Brawl in that exchange, or rather was held by them after that first little encounter. So Pekka will be topped up here, and that peep doesn't end up putting any real pressure down on the Melody. Kawa needs to respect this. They don't have a super just yet, and they eat one from Jubileo, getting blown to smithereens.
Nice little gadget there, gotta say, on Byron getting a double connection. But Pekka's the man of the moment, going in and getting 6 stars above his head. And that's a substantial lead now in favor of Casa Brawl. And it seems they're not done yet. Pekka going in yet again, finding Kao. Again, 7 stars now. The man's going absolutely crazy in this series thus far. That'll be the set going the way then of Casa Brawl.
I mean, we only get a couple of glimpses of it, but y'all have seen enough Brawl here to piece things together pretty well. Once the Melody builds up those 3 music notes and is continuously cycling her super, which she does with incredible ease, the game is virtually over. That hypercharge basically makes her unkillable and a very fearsome damage threat. And here's the problem. They bring Gus in, but Kawa is constantly using the super just to stay alive. They're taking too much poke damage from Casa Brawl's side laners and end up having to super themselves and walk away, which opens up the map entirely for someone like Jubileo. Like a moment like that, Kawa's getting caught in those time and time again. They are outranged by the Byron and Piper combination and find themselves in these awkward spots that tends to have them picked off, and giving 2 free stars over to Casa Brawl means you are then locked in the role of the attacker for the rest of the round, which can cause you to make more of those positioning errors, more of those overextensions that end up losing you the game.
Time and time again, we just saw Kao and Ice Crow get absolutely stuck in that match, not able to get any kills on the board for either of them. And just have to wonder, what can they pick up here? I mean, we talked about the draft, how that much is a factor, but do you feel like there's a communication or a rotation that they could change a little bit, arc, that would allow them maybe in these new game modes to fight back a little stronger against Casa Brawl here?
I think for me, the main concern in that first set was the fact that just Olympus Squad just are not playing the objective. A bounty, kills matter, and when 2 of your squad haven't got any, That's going to go against you. I mean, you know, it really was credit to the Nani player that they actually got anything on the board, really, in that regard. So, you know, for Heist, certainly, I think for every mode that is to come, they've got to start to really favor that objective, value that objective, and find some synergy. Because, you know, again, like I said, coming into this matchup, Casa Brawl, they haven't skipped a beat. They've looked really calm, super collected. They haven't dropped a set this entire year so far, which is a bit of a scary prospect as well, because in the qualifying stages, they swept every single matchup. And they also faced Olympus Squad in the qualifying stages, and guess what the result was? It was a sweep. So, like, that's my big reservation here in this matchup, is that, you know, as history would have it, Olympus Squad have got to demonstrate that they are able to turn the tides here, and they haven't so far. Going into our second set then, it won't be Bounty, it would be the Heist flyover that we just saw previously, and the bands already in are the Berry, the Colette, and the Daryl, the Juju, the Melody, and the Chuck. So Chuck banned out by Olympus Squad. I think it's a pretty wise choice. Andrew being the first pick by Casa Brawl, one that has got some susceptibilities, I would say, on defense, but in the hands of them, it's a dangerous pick nonetheless.
And my advice to Olympo Squad here, something I would have mentioned at the end of that last game, is if you were going to steal a brawler from Casa Brawl and interrupt their composition, have a plan for it. Find a way. If you're going to use that brawler, don't just pick it in order to deny it from your opponents. Use it in a way that actually, you know, can push your win condition and game plan forward. Want to see a composition that makes a ton of sense in concert with each other. And here is the appearance of the Lily. I mean, I love Lily. Rare to see her, but of course, you know, using the gadget, getting to the Shadow Realm, then popping up in an unexpected location is really important. This is a brawler that just wants to dive and assassinate these squishy targets.
We've seen it banned actually already today on this very place, and I just don't know whether it's as good as it was last year. We saw a bit more play rates for it, a bit more win rates for it, but I just feel like it's a bit of a poor man's, you know, replacement for Chuck in the current meta. You know, I love what Casa Brawl are looking for here with the 8-bit, the damage booster, of course. You know, place that down, get on the safe. It really puts you in a tough spot in defense. And what's Lily going to do on defense in this particular instance? You know, her idea is to go really on the aggressive. The Brock to open up the map, I mean, that might be a little bit of a deterrent, but clearly not enough to warrant it not being picked by Casa Brawl. And I'm with them in that regard as well. I think if they want to be daring enough to go for a Colt, it's a big Kenji. I mean, that is much, much more daring in my opinion, but certainly a Brawl which is going to make them think twice on that defensive. The Kenji's job is basically just to dive in, allow the 8-bit to get behind the swing of action and really, you know, have the 8-bit land all the damage on the safe, have the Kenji just try to distract, try to get takedowns, try to dismantle the defensiveness of what Olympus Squad can bring to the table. One thing's for sure, they cannot let this 8-bit touch the safe. One simple pop of the cheat cartridge, not the cheat cartridge, sorry, the gadget on the 8-bit, and it will just absolutely shred, yeah, extra credits on the safe. It will shred through things. So Olympus Squad are going to have to be very, very cautious on that defense.
You're dead right. I mean, once the Kenji can get in there as well, it's pretty scary. This team is also fairly good defensively, right? Fighting in and amongst the safe itself. Obviously, Kenji, you know, not quite nearly as powerful as he was in the past. He used to obviously prevent 90% of the damage he took from the first attack, you know, within a certain window. That's now down to 60. He's still pretty good though at shrugging off a lot of that poke damage and has mobility that makes him pretty terrifying to deal with. Also, pretty favorable matchup against Lily in many cases, given that Lily can only store 2 attacks and then she needs to sort of reload those. So we'll see a play out here, of course, in just a moment as Ice Crow's already into the middle of the battlefield. And yep, they will just be headed to the Shadow Realm to address the turret. And there isn't a real answer here for Casa Brawl, so they might in fact just look to take a base race here, so to speak, while Firecrow, with a pretty low fire rate, goes to work on the turret. This might work, considering that Limpo Squad are 2v3 in Casa Brawl elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think Casa Brawl are going to be too dismayed. I think that the approach of just going on the aggressive is the right one, because ultimately, if they go down, they're going to respawn back in anyway. They'll suffer some damage, absolutely so, but I think it's worth the risk in that regard. They are behind, however, and this might not go the way unless they start to really batten down the hatches in this defensive position. Ice Cream now going back into the realm, getting behind the swing of action. But look at that. That was a good, solid defense. Just 5% taken off the safe, 15% left. Casa Brawl, believe it or not, can still bring this one back. Once these Lily gadgets get exacerbated, that's where things might turn the tide, and Ice Cream's got at least one left.
The problem is that if there's a gadget gear, then, you know, you are just dealing with so many uses of this. I think that the round is going to be over here. Yeah, Castle Brawl. Now, have to figure out to have an answer to this. This is about as close to cheese as you see in Brawl, where you run it down. But again, one way of responding to this is just base race. Instead, say, okay, well, we are going to now try and win this 3 versus 2 on your side of the map and then damage the safe. They just need to win that. So Pekka needs to stay healthy and really get into that back line and realize that there's no point in trying to match this Lily, because on her own, she doesn't race well. She has pretty low sort of DPS in general, but Casa want to fight her. They want to peel her off the safe here. They only lose 11%, but now they need to turn this map control into some safe damage, and quick.
Yeah, as convincing as that last game was in favor of Olympus Squad, trust me, like, if Castle Brawl gets set up, the problem was they went down. They didn't get set up to begin with. But once they can get on the safe, it can be just equally as aggressive from their side and more convincing of a win, in fact. That 8-bit can make those connections, and if Pekka can get forwards. It's Ice Crew who's playing a fantastic game so far, opening up the space, getting some takedowns along the way, and reserving those gadgets just to make sure that he's got the right timings for his team to help hand the damage needed. Nice jump from Cal on the left-hand side. But again, back into the realm is Ice Crow here. Jubilee just tanking up some damage, but not really landing the shots that he needs to on this defensive. Ice Crow absolutely rubbing Saw in the wound.
Yeah, they 1v2. I mean, and you could see that Casa were aware at that point that there's a good chance that like Lily can kill us both here. There isn't a great answer to her because you don't have... So against Chuck comps, right? You might use Cordelia's, or you might use like someone that can knock Chuck out of the way, or, you know, tie him up. You can't really do that with Lily as easily because she's in the Shadow Realm until she pops up. You can use Cordelia's, I guess, against her. There are some brawls that can counter her, but Castle Brawl don't have the time to formulate an answer to this. So they're just straight up going to lose the set because they just got beaten in the pick and ban.
It's just such a waste. You know, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, Lily is not some magical brawler that everyone should now be like just absolutely running and expecting the results that they were achieving on the side of Olympus Squad. That was just all Castle Brawl, just being so lazy with it, honestly. You know, you can't just ignore it to that extent, and if it's on your safe, you've got to be there to defend against it and take care of it pretty sharpish. You know, it's a tough thing with an Angelo, you know, for sure, to land the shots that you've got to have. That's the job of your Angelo choice. You know, you've got to hit those shots, land it, and take care of business. But I mean, that was just sloppy, honestly.
You know, I had asked you guys, what do they have to do here, Olympus Squad, to pick up the win? And I'm not sure what it was. Point the other direction and say, hey, look over there, while they went and cleared up those 2 saves? Or was it that Lily there that really was so tough for them to deal with? How do you think they could have snapped back, Uber, if Casa Brawl wanted to fight?
Yeah, so again, Casa Brawl should have won their 3v2 and basically put themselves in a situation where they're racing against the Lily. But they have to win that fight on the other side of the map. And Angelo's not really good at being that aggressive brawler. He's like good at operating mid-range and being really hard to shift and getting like this damage over time. But when you all of a sudden need to go and like get these kills and, you know, run at the enemy, he's awful. So it wasn't... the Casa Brawl comp for like base racing was god awful. It just hard loses out to the Lily there. Even with the 8-bit, even with the extra credits, it wasn't enough. So, well, they're gonna have to take the L there. That one is going to sting, but you know, they're gonna be more aware of that. And look, Heist is the game type where you can get those stinky little strategies in there that people, you know, can struggle to play around. Here on a map like Dueling Beetles, the gameplay is a bit more fundamental. It is literally, you know, to get a local advantage, player supremacy, just push people off the point. A little more straightforward.
No Juju ban, by the way. Like, I don't know what's going on. No Juju ban.
Like, people are daring each other, I feel, to
don't get it.
To sort of do it. I think Casa Brawl are probably saying, okay, well, yeah, we either sort of get her through pick and ban and abuse her, or we try and like run a melody comp into her, which is pretty strong, right? And then we have a situation where Olympo like try and take Gus to, you know, deny the double shield setup or whatever. Gus actually here on this map, super reasonable, honestly, like a very good pick here. Good in a side lane. Cuckoo Bopper really troll for securing these kills, and then obviously the durability from that super makes it pretty hard to shift off the point. So it's not a counter to Juju. It doesn't really interact, you know, in that kind of way. But okay, Barry comes out here. We've seen obviously like on Hot Zone the Barry Draco look, and that is exactly what Olympus Squad are locking in. I blame Joker for this. This is SK Gaming started doing this ridiculous strat, and it's definitely caught on.
It's not invincible though. It's certainly very daunting, don't get me wrong. I mean, Berry 100% needs a nerf. I mean, there's no denying that. It's pretty broken. The hypercharge has really elevated it as well to another place, which I didn't think was even possible. Certainly with Draco as well, the last stand gadget allowing you to survive on that 1 HP for a decent amount of time. Poco Frank probably going to come in now for Custom Brawl, which is probably my best kind of response I would have.
Yep.
Especially, yeah, and you got the Juju in your front as well, so you haven't got to worry about the Juju into the Frank. It's probably the best response they can hope for on that side of things. And if they can just stagger out some of the spawns, win some of the trades, the hypercharge and the Frank really going to be quite crucial here. And also the timing of the Frank smash against the Draco, because that the last stand gadget does have a bit of a timer on it. So if you can just wait out the hammer swings and then slam it down at just the right time. We saw actually a great example of that earlier today with Doritos, was really paying attention to that. Mortis, I mean, definitely a very tough thing for Frank to really play into, to really kind of like decide what side the mortis is going to be when you try to land the hammer, is making it problematic for sure. And mortis can cycle to the back of the Frank, so I quite like it. It's about these poker hills coming in for Custom Brawl and winning the objective, you know, more often than not in that mid, trying to stagger out the spawns. And I think they've got the better of the comp. But if this mortis pops off, the thing is, normally I'd be wanting to see it inside of P.E.K.K.A, and I'd be more kind of at home with accepting that. So it depends what Olympus Squad can bring here.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the spotlight completely shifts away from Juju entirely. Now it's a matter of these like tank and healer combinations and which of them is expected to be better. Icecrow has the problem that between Motep and P.E.K.K.A, he can just get blown up very quickly. A Motep there with the capo healing isn't able to keep the Frank alive. So Olympo Squad here with this comp, they kind of use Icecrow to soak up some resources from Custom Brawl who don't have enough left to actually deal with the real threat, which is the bloody objective.
100% agree. And you know, the Juju's going to play pretty well though into the Draco for the most part, into the Mortis certainly so, but at the moment Custom Brawl not really playing too much as a team, struggling again as a result of this last stand gadget, which is by far the most meta of things for the Draco. P.E.K.K.A now just blowing the whole map open there with the hypercharge, so leaving nowhere to hide in their own spawn side of the bush. And a hill coming from Motep, and look at the scoreline, balanced, even a piece, 50%, so pretty good on both sides there. Good start from P.E.K.K.A, good follow-up gadget as well, and keeping the pressure on. Hypercharge yet again for him, available heal from Motep, but again, gonna lose out now. Positioning power on the zone from Icecrow, who actually gets taken care of by the Juju. That's fantastic work by Custom Brawl.
Yeah, that is pretty absurd, actually. It looked like the Mortis was going to do them in big time. And you can see what the plan is, right? Motep heals P.E.K.K.A and tries to help him survive that last stand window. Now, though, Kawa has no game into this. There's no gadgets left, and the game is over. Olympo Squad only get 54%.
This could go either way. There's certainly, on both of these two comps, some advantages, some disadvantages that can be exploited. And I didn't think it was the worst of showings there by Olympus Squad. I think just a couple of key interactions there where Custom Brawl were able to stay remaining on the zone, heal up accordingly, and let's see if Icecrow can really start to pop off more with this Mortis, get a hypercharge, get a team wipe for his team, and you do kind of need that really to bring home some goods. Well, the Draco certainly to become more of a nuisance. Berry heals. I think this could turn the Custom Brawl playing it to perfection so far.
Kawa just used an entire clip, basically his entire dragon transformation to try and deal with Grigori alone. That's a pretty good sign. I think if you're Custom Brawl, Wesley there doesn't really know where to put themselves after that berry super leaves them very deep on the right-hand side of the map. And this one is much less close. P.E.K.K.A is going to stand in the bushes here, maybe even go for a hypercharge super that Custom Brawl would, of course, invariably walk into. When you're stunned, you cannot hit with gadgets. So Kawa here, Dragon Form comes in, P.E.K.K.A aggressive. Here's that hypercharge super. No one connected, though, onto by it as Firecrow is able to get clear. Kawa eventually is going to fall here, but not before Frank is brought down. Finally, Olympo Squad gets something done, but Motep is stalled out a long time and gotten Custom Brawl to 78%.
There's no way that Olympus Squad should be falling there. The hills were available from Wesley, but they weren't flying in. The high score now starting to make this Mortis pick work, because it absolutely can. And that's much, much better from Olympus Squad, but they're just struggling to hold firm on the zone. They've got to get this whole comp working. They've got the hypercharge now for the berry, bring that in, allow it to have Icecrow surviving on. They've got to eradicate P.E.K.K.A immediately, quickly. And again, it's too slow. It's got to be much faster to make this work. And as a result, they're going to throw the set, and Custom Brawl will surely take this, but they're there was nothing wrong with this draft, in my opinion. It could have absolutely worked. It was all about the implementation, and that was just all on the side of Costa Brawl over Oliver Squad.
Yeah, look, I did love it. I think towards the end of the map, you definitely saw those Draco gadgets getting forced in some less than ideal situations. And like you said, as good as the Mortis is, the whole counterplay strategy against Frank, which is, dodging through him or slashing through him while he's trying to hit you, doesn't really work with his hypercharged super because Frank stuns all around him. So it actually doesn't matter where the Mortis is relative to the Frank. They are going to get stunned unless they get away from him, which is obviously not where that Mortis wants to be. It was fun to see this. Like, we won't get to see Poco Frank very often at all here. Bit of a treat for us now. You can see just why that comp is so feared, so terrifying.
So late on the heels from Wesley there. You can see in the replay as well, just every time just coming up short. And Barry's got so much potential for survivability on the map, and just nothing of that shone through.
It looks like that last set of heists really woke them up. If Casa Brawl looked like they were slacking at all, which was not really. That was a clean performance there on Hot Zone. Anything you hoped you would have seen from them? Did you get everything you wished for there, Uber?
Yeah, I don't think there's like a great option with dealing with the Frank. You can play Colette into it to do % health damage, but the healing from Poco makes that pretty useless unless you're using like a push and star power. I don't know, this is the problem with full committing to a particular comp and maybe not leaving some room to be flexible and be responsive. So look, I think that was really just thumbs up for Casa Brawl there. I'm pretty happy with what I saw. It was a great answer, and Olimpo Squad's comp was fine. Like I said, a couple of execution tweaks and they win that set. So that's kind of, to me, what separates these two teams and why we justifiably all had Casa Brawl slated to win this one. But Mark, we're off to Hard Rock Mine here. We've had the Surge Kit, Rico banned, the Melody, the Lily, and the Nita taken away.
Lily ban, interesting. I don't agree with it, but I think your analysis there is absolutely spot on. I don't mind the drafts from Olympus Squad here. It's all about the technique that is where they're struggling to match, and again, with just a massive divide in experience. I think that's fair to say this is what we come to expect, really, for this matchup so far. Olympus Squad, though, if they get this draft right, could take this to a fifth and final set, by which time it would put additional pressure on Custom Rule, but the Juju left open first pick. The Gree is going to be able to seek and destroy throughout those bushy areas on this particular map. So I think it really is one of those brawlers where you do kind of have to ban it. I'm kind of curious why Casa Brawl are banning the Lily. Obviously, they're just concerned slightly for maybe the Juju or something along those lines to be more susceptible to an assassination attempt. But again, nonetheless, I think that's the best starting hand you can really hope for. Janet, going to join the equation here from Olympus Squad. Again, decent bans so far. Stu as well, always going to be an aggressive side lane to have. Don't think the kit wasn't necessarily wanted. Maybe a couple of bans here, not to my liking, but the pick so far looking pretty decent.
Yeah, I understand the Surge and Rico bans, very reasonable. But if you're not going to, if you're not going to ban Juju, you're going to have a good plan against her. And I don't necessarily think Olimpo Squad's draft so far has anything that strictly answers her. You get easy speed zones here, or you can use Breakthrough, of course, on the Stu to open that map up a little bit. And Janet is a really safe, really effective gem carrier that can light up those bushes, with her gadget. You're still going to run into the problem, I think, of, the extreme range that Juju has. And now you need to find a brawler that can actually challenge P.E.K.K.A in a straight up fight, because he's going to take a side lane and he's going to drag race down it, beeline for you, and beat your head in if you don't have a way to deal with this. You can back this up with a Byron, something with good healing, or another really oppressive side lane and let, the Juju just sort of be your mid and be pretty hard to kill. So I like Gus here. He definitely can run into your face. He can really set up the Ashe to run deep into the enemy team and not worry about any sort of reprisal. And this last pick, to the most important pick of Olimpo's whole tournament, how do they stay alive in this series? What is the brawler that gives him an edge here against an Ashe that is going to be moving at you very quickly and is going to be shielded? Lou to try and stop him in his tracks, fair enough. The guy's utility is incredible, but what he has in utility, he sometimes lacks in raw firepower.
Not a bad response to the Ashe, but, in terms of gem carrier, Janet, I'd imagine then, for Olympus Squad, which isn't really the kind of gem carrier that I would be thinking about first and foremost, kind of realistically for me. I think that Casa Brawl have got a fantastic mid in the Gus. I think that 8-bit, Gene, they're both kind of options. Janet is going to be, let's say, pair of hands and taking the gems to the skies, for sure. I get that. Stu could be a mid here as well, though, however, saying that for Olympus squad. Either way, I just think the draft from Casa Brawl here is pretty much unbeatable. I mean, especially in their hands, it's kind of hard to see where you can realistically go wrong with this. Certainly, if Cal can really focus on Pekka, shut him down time and time again, and have a hypercharge in the back pocket for that immediate stun. You need to shut down this Ashe at all costs. If Pekka gets in his back lines and locks himself in, then it's going to be very, very hard to retake on this map.
All right, let's see. Motep, obviously, obviously a great pair of hands to have in the middle part of the map, even potentially more so than the Janet, who can, again, use that drop the beat gadget to block incoming damage. Can't do that forever, though, as, Lou is pretty scared about the Ashe pushing this side lane. That's definitely going to be an uncomfortable situation, which does mean that you can collapse that part of the map and essentially turn it feet for free in this economy. We're just getting that for free now? That's crazy. Damn, bro, don't worry about your star powers on the event site. We are really getting treated here. My goodness. Okay, so 7 gems here for Motep. And again, collapsing this right lane means Casa Brawl get extreme map control, because also no one can get close enough to Jubileo to shake them free of this really annoying position.
I'm really unconvinced of these drop the base gadgets on the Janet side, as I'm speaking of which, Wesley falls and leaves 4 gems into the mid here. Nice shielding there from Motep. And that's going to cause the knockback and open up some space. There's a hill in the middle as well. And gems safely in the pocket of Motep. I just don't know what I'm kind of seeing on the side of the Olympus squad. Some really questionable ideas, and they're not even going on the aggressive realistically here to try to retake the gems. I don't know what they're waiting for. Like, they've got to go on the aggressive.
No one kills the Ashe. No one kills the Ashe. I mean, Pekka just does squad. Sorry, it's just ridiculous. I mean, you guys are trying to fight against an Ashe with a lane up with the Lou. Like, I get it. If you can, lane these shots, charge up some supers, but Lou really wants to help, I think, control the middle part of the map. And Janet, it's great when she takes this, guys. Wow, it's exciting. She's got a jet booster, but she's got no gems. What is the plan? She doesn't do a lot of damage. The idea is that she can do it for safety's sake. She can do it to get information. She can do it to, get some damage on someone who's low. But if none of those situations are set up and Olympo squad are playing from behind, then at best you have a decent mid-range, mid-brawler that can pick up some gems if they ever get map control, which is not often.
There's 3 lanes to the map. I just don't know why they weren't going on the aggressive. Like, there was no reason to not. I mean, the game was effectively already lost. They just kind of seem to almost just let it slide and just admit defeat, which is a really, really odd way to go about it. Certainly, at least give it a go. Body block there from the gadget, but didn't do too much. Wesley still was pretty low for it, and I guess they're just not really sure where to put themselves. The Olympus squad seem really, really uncertain as to where to go. They're feeding along the way as well, which didn't help, and just, I guess waiting for Casa Brawl to make the first move, which is just not the way to play this at all. Just very, very odd playstyle. I think that they themselves don't know what to do with this.
And Motep can take the enemy side gems if they pop super on themselves and sort of go for it. Or they can try and bait the Melody into the Janet into a straight fight. Kawa is in so much trouble. And here it is. Here's the game plan. Collapse the map, get your little helpers in, and then flatten the enemy team. Turn them into a smear on the floor and walk away with all the gems. Very, very simple, just the way they drew it up. And with the exception of the mild hitch that was caused by the Lily pick on Safe Zone, Casa Brawl have been in control of this series from start to finish with a very nice draft, beautiful execution, and opponents who frankly don't know how to counter them.
They had no idea, did they? Like I said from the very beginning, it was really it all come down to Kao and having that Lou response for the Ashe. And on the side of Casa Brawl, they knew that themselves and still want to feed any utility over. So as long as Olympus squad didn't want to move an inch, then Casa Brawl were happy to take the mile. It was just such a really, really weird way to go about it. I mean, look at the stats as well. Pretty abysmal. Olympus squad just all thumbs and just really unsure what to do. Pekka 99 DPS.
That would be an issue.
Because he had nothing to worry about the whole time.
I mean, like we saw, they're basically trying to play with their pinky toes.
Oh, guys, that was no aggro from Olympo squad there. They used it all up against SK Kalalas, and it looked like Casa Brawl was able to just kind of roll over them in this matchup here, but I know they've got a lot more fire left for the rest of the season. This was just the beginning of 2025, and Casa Brawl brought everything they had to bear to move right on to the finals, so there's such a matchup ahead of us. Seeing Casa Brawl playing so well and knowing that they're going up against our team to watch Loud here, Sell me. Why would I come back from break and tune in for this grand final, Uber?
I mean, plenty of reason. If you want to see a close match, you're definitely going to get one either way. These are also two teams that are really well drilled in terms of like what to expect from the drafts. Bear in mind, like Loud is coached by Roll, right? Both these teams have pretty experienced, analyst coaching stuff. So you can expect those drafts. I think it's like Marcel on the side of Casa Brawl here. So you can expect like a pretty solid approach to the draft here. I mean, you've got a very volatile region with very talented players on both sides. There's only one way to settle the score to start the year off here. I would be tuning in for this game for sure.
Well said, and I know for a fact you will be. I'll be back with Ark and Kenny to cover this grand final. Uber watching from the stands. Enjoy this replay. Until then. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. If you've been with us all day, well, we are about to get into the meat of the action of our grand finals. And if you're just joining us, I couldn't think of a better time to tune in. Just make sure you go back and check those VODs. Now, I've got Ark and I've got Kenny, and we've got a grand final ahead of us featuring Loud and Casa Brawl. Both teams have been looking very impressive today. But as we get into this matchup, we're starting out with a look at Loud, a storied team. They were last year's #1 seed. They're looking to claim it again this year. What do you think about their odds scoping out this final here, Uber? Ark, Uber's gone.
Yeah, keep the best for the grand finals, you know. For me, this is the match that I wanted to see all day long. The match that I kind of expected to see from the very beginning. And, very reminiscent, isn't it, of last year, going all the distance between Loud and Casa Brawl, of course. For me, very, very hard to make a decision between these two teams. Loud, the former Space Station Gaming of last year with 3 monthly final wins and a direct ticket to the World Finals last year. But for both of these two teams, not the World Finals that either of them expected to have. That can't be denied, both exiting in the group stages. So, they are in every way level apiece, all the way until the last monthly final of last year, going the distance in that 5th and final set to the final seconds of that 5th and final set in Bounty, where literally a split-second moment turned the tides against Esports, forcing them to have to go through that to the LCQ. I mean, it's very, very hard to separate these two teams. It's a 50-50 split, as best you can call it.
A 50-50 split, but with both teams bringing so much history to bear on this matchup. So many matches between them. Kenny, what do you think the factors are that might turn this one way or another? Taking a look at Casa Brawl now. Can they do it?
There's a lot of familiarity between these two teams, and I think there's something to be said about that. Every time these two teams collide, it's a banger of a matchup. One thing I'm looking at, though, and might put a chip on their shoulder. Casa Brawl and Loud were coming into this season the clear favorites after last year, especially. They keep the same rosters. Loud's rolling with our left-hand end. And not to say that Casa Brawl is not a great org or anything like that. It's just the giant new org that is coming to Brawl Stars selected these guys on the left. And I think there's something to be said about that. They're putting their first ever Brawl Stars team with these guys. I hope that fires Casa Brawl up. I want to see both these teams really give it their all, especially the way things ended last year with just one little gene pool being the difference between Casa Brawl making it to Worlds Guaranteed and fighting through an entire LCQ. That's the little differences that makes. This rivalry is going to be incredible. I think this is something we can look forward to all year long. It starts right here today.
And this region overall has been producing incredible players. You talked about it before, incredible analysts, great thoughts on draft have been evolving, and a big part of that are incredible Brazilian players across the scene. Can you speak to this a little bit, Kenny?
Yeah, this is kind of what was going down last year. I mean, it's no secret, these two teams pretty much fought every single month for grand finals, whether that was under the name Mini Pekkas, SSG, Foot. It was back and forth the entire year. These were the top two teams by a mile last year. Some of the other teams from SA, of course, had spots to LCQ. Foot joined them as well at the time, now Casa Brawl, but they were clearly a cut above the rest. The difference is, can this be a good breeding ground for international competition? That's yet to be seen. It's been a lot of top 12 finishes the last few years, but there's certainly potential in South America, and I'd love to see that collide here today.
Well, we've got our maps and we've got our game modes, and I'm excited to see the potential of these two teams play out across them. Starting out with Kaboom Canyon and a little bit of Heist. What are you excited to see from this arc?
I want to see both teams really go at it. You know, I think that from what we've seen today, Loud have had the riskier journey, almost not making it even through to the semi-finals, but they looked better in the semi-finals. That's absolutely fair to say. But when the heat is really upon them, you know, are they going to be able to come out smelling of roses again? Because I was surprised they were able to bring it back in that quarterfinal stages. I thought we were going to see an upset, to be completely honest. I think for me personally, I'm biased, right, in terms of our predictions, but I think Casper will have looked the more composed today. I think they've been making the better decisions for the most part today. But this really, I mean, 60-40, again, I think even that is a bit too skewed. I think 50-50, 55-45 if you really want to, like, you know, put things to that. But I think 60-40, it's actually a lot closer of a margin for me.
Loud were the team coming into this tournament that I felt like we're going to win. Despite what we've seen today, I think I'd be kicking myself if I changed my mind any differently. Scrims aren't everything, practices aren't everything, but that's really all we have to go on to start this year other than a couple matches here today. So I'm going to be rolling with Loud here. I think this is 50-50 though. I'm really not going to be surprised. I mean, it was like this all year long last year. You saw in the graphic how close every single one of these matches were. It's one of my favorite rivalries in Brawl Stars. It's been a recent development for this region. I think it's made both of these teams better along the way. So this will be another saga in the rivalry here. Kaboom Canyon, where we're going first. And Loud actually lost this map here earlier today. So curious to see if they can bounce back. The problem is they're taking on one of the better teams in this entire region.
So much at stake now. So much on the line. Draft coming in. Bans already there. The Crow, for me, is one that hasn't been banned nearly enough today. Good to see that Loud are valuing it highly. The Loner as well. I actually quite rate that particular ban. Lily, of course, as well. Angelo, Melody, and Juju banned out by Casa Brawl. Certainly a mid still very much available. Colette available. Eve available here, which I think, oh, yeah. First pick worthy brawlers, let's be honest here. But the aggressors as well. We've got to consider those. Darryls, I think we'll see them later on in this draft. Carl, still open here as well. Long range affairs. Bell, I think, really up there for me is something that you can also mark up, but going to struggle a little bit on that defense. So not always great to see until maybe the later stages of the draft. But Colette first picked. I mean, a bit of a gift handed here to Loud.
I think, honestly, the first pick here might be a little tricky because if you pick Colette, the other side has plenty of options to outrange her, right? There's going to be brawlers like Piper, Bell, some of these that can outrange her, outdamage her in a 1v1 duel. The thing that Colette brings to the table, of course, though, is that high safe damage, and it also is going to lock Casa Brawl likely out of a very prominent character that's shown up in Heist more recently, which is Daryl. He's an aggressor. He's also somebody that can deliver high safe damage. The issue is Colette is a direct counter into tanks, so you have to be careful about how you go through that. Barry going to be somebody available here still. Chuck still on my mind as well as potential, depending on how base racy we want to get with this. So I still think Loud has some good options.
Love to see a Colt. You know, he's one of those riskier pick brawlers, but I mean, it can be over in the blink of an eye if you leave it on the safe. So definitely danger spelling here a little bit for Loud. Penny, of course, can do so much work when you're up against the back ropes. That turret locks onto the safe. A hypercharged turret as well. If that lands on the safe, then you really are banging trouble. There's the Carl. And Daryl's still open as a potential idea for customer if they want to go down that same similar lines, but it's a tough thing when you got a Carl that's just not really that meta right now, but it certainly has a place here. The heat ejector gadget is what you kind of have with the hot coals, kind of slits the map in that straight line, follow the pickaxe line. Get a couple of them on the safe, and it just goes down so incredibly quickly. Decent Amber sometimes paired with that same idea. It's going to come through. Yeah, I rate it massively so. It's exactly the same sort of idea. Get that on the safe. I mean, it's a little bit frustrating almost that South America love to base race as much as this. Because sometimes they forget that, you know, this is a match that is as much about offense as it is about defense. But Dancing Flames, that sort of circular rotation of ambers that can then be just causing so much damage. Loud have got a really scary comp here, but as of Casa Brawl, doing very, very similar ideas.
To your point, it's such a hard mode to draft for because there's this element of control. You have to be able to get the kills to match up against your opponents, something like an Eve into a Colette. But for that trade-off, Eve's not going to be great at getting high safe damage. That's where Colt's going to come in. You have to rely on Penny to get some pressure here. So everybody's kind of got to do their jobs. There's a high blend on this right-hand side of leaning more towards that control. On the left, Carl's going to be a great counter into several of these brawlers. The pickaxe swing can even go through these little Eve spawnlings. I think this is honestly a pretty good shout for Loud. This is 3 brawlers that are very hyper-fixated on going for that high safe damage. On the other end, they're playing a little more for control. Outside of that, Colt maybe a little bit. So 2 different strategies, I think, going to come together here. And if there's somebody that can navigate picking something as tough as a Colt, it's going to be one of our top 2 teams in South America. It's going to be a clash once again. The chapter continues here in 2025. Loud and Casa Brawl. The rivalry continues.
Well, immediately, Casa Brawl on the defense. Trying to get some early utility down. Certainly, the Eve hatchlings are a bit of a must for me in turning those tides. Motep certainly wants to get a turret as quickly as possible, helping hand things just a little bit more with this early control. Cardo can stay firm in this mid, gain a super, go in the safe, and come straight back into that mid control. That's what you kind of want to have. No scratches off the safe of either side just yet. Pekka going out into a precarious spot immediately on the left-hand side, and that could not be the play here. Viacro is the weakest of everyone, but it's Kaido who shows the first sign of damage, getting that 10% on the safe.
10% with every single Colette super. That's not including damage gear. That's not including hypercharge. And one thing for the people at home, if you're looking to play Colette on something like this map, running that shield star power is a game changer. Not using push it, but instead preserving your life a little bit more. Kyo Dog getting a good super off there for defense. Adino letting it rain on this high safe, and now Firecrow can be a nuisance on this top left-hand side. They're wasting resources on him. They find a quick frag, which is exactly what they need, and now Adino forced away. Finally, Casa Brawl have a little bit of room to breathe, but they need to make it to the other end.
Opening up the mid as well now, and that little clear way of bush will give a nice amount of sight. Kind of going in yet again. Casa Brawl alleviating a little bit of the pressure now of a hypercharge egg down from Jubilee. As again, those hatchlings are so aggressive, but as is Spike, we're going in, almost getting like a double takedown there as well. Motep surviving on until Kaido gets the final tap, and at the moment, Casa Brawl really not in this game whatsoever. No damage to the safe at all, no objective whatsoever, with 35 seconds remaining. Not the position that you want to be in, but now Pekka opening up some space. Has damage gear as well. Pops gadget to look him just shredding through it. 25%, but not much more than that.
He's going to have to do it all over again and some. Firecrow, Adino, and Kyo Dog for the first time this set. Really looking at defense here. They're going to have to hold on here. It's going to be Eve letting it loose. Motep on this right hand in looking for piercing shots, but Pekka's being backed away. Hypercharge popped on the right hand end. Adino defending. Firecrow expanding. It's going to be neck and neck here. A little bit of a base race, but Carl can win this one all day long. Pekka rushing forward, trying to get what he can. It's going to be close, but 2%. Just enough here.
That was so close. That was ridiculously close. Just 2% in it. And it just looked all the way through as if Loud were just fully in control. But, I mean, this is as quickly as it can turn with these kind of comps. You can't turn your back on it. And Pekka almost punished the action. I think just scaving through there for me were Loud. And that was not the way I saw it going down. It looked far more convincing until then. Let's see how Casa Brawl might start to get a better result. They've already got a super down with the hatchlings about to come through now and make control. If they can maintain it, Adino low on the right-hand side too. Firecrow coming in. Finds take down the Jubilee there as well. That were helping hand things, but Pekka should be able to trade it out and see who's going to battle for this mid. Pekka's going to be low HP here against Kydog. Should surely fall, and yeah, Kydog going to take that mid control now. That Penny turret as well. Not in the best of spots. She gets taken down there by Firecrow, but so far, just 10%. That's that one super connection from Kaido onto the Casa Brawl safe.
Yeah, and in slow-mo, it really looks like he's getting hit by that. Probably avoiding the penny turret, but obviously with such low HP, his life could be gone in an instant. Look at him just chewing bubble gum and taking names. There's pretty crazy stuff coming out of him. It will never shock me at how chill these guys are able to keep themselves composed when thousands of dollars are on the line, when LCQ and world spots are on the line for the season. There's really no room for error. These guys find a way to stay locked in. Just some true competitors.
Firecrow now shredding through those hatchlings so quickly. Those hypercharged hatchlings no less. Kaido though, hypercharged, but is stuck on the defense. It's really all up to Casa Brawl now to maintain it and keep him there. Keep the pressure on. Firecrow doing a good job there to Juke, to be fair, because he was pinched between both Pekka and Jubilee. Low HP now. Kaido going to connect that hypercharge. Going to be devastating on the safe. The damage now really raining through, but Pekka returns to himself. Going to be damaged down as well. Quite close, but 40 seconds remaining is not that long at all, especially not with that penny hypercharged turret available for Casa Brawl. That might be the very thing to give them a bit of an edge here if they can get rid of Firecrow and advance forwards. This could be turned.
For sure, Casa have a chance at this. They're going to be willing to let go of the double hypercharge to put up a normal one. That's going to put up much more pressure in the loud spawn. Adinu surviving though. Pekka going through, using that super to try and get a kill. Gonna be wasted though if not for offense. Motep now has to somehow find a way as a penny to get kills, to get damage. They know the math doesn't add up here. They have a 10% lead and a penny on the other side. It's a salty barrel down. It's not enough in the tank though. Adinu just needs to get one simple kill, but they let loose. This could be catastrophe. Casa Brawl slide through and somehow find a way to win. Loud let one go.
The exact same scenario was present in the first game. Okay, sure, that's where Casa Brawl couldn't quite gain back the deficit enough to get a win, but that's exactly why they can. Tied up, and certainly both sides so equally matched. Kind of what we've already expected. The same rosters, the same historic nature of these two teams battling it out in the grand finals, no less. But my word, it really is cutting it fine. Let's see though, it comes down to these setups, and already Kaido going straight into the save for that early 10%. But can we get an early penny turret down from Motep? That's what I think made quite a big difference in the last game for me. Allowed them to really have something of a fourth man on the field to go on the aggressive.
Having that fourth man presence can be a game changer. Instead, though, he's going to be erased from the map. It is a trade. A dive forward with the tailspin, and now Firecrow is flanking. This is ideal for them. Pekka with low HP will narrowly survive. Has a super available, but Amber hot on his case. Motep right hand in will clear things out. Ademio out of the mid here, and it's going to be a dive forward. Kyodog with an eager super there to try and take down Motep, and it's going to be unsuccessful.
Yeah, flying hooking there on the right-hand side, going really aggressive, but not going to come out too well out of it. And now that penny turret is down. Motep going to be looking to get a hypercharge one next. And if that can lock on in a good spot, it's going to go such a long way for Casa Brawl. We find then Kaido. Firecrow as well, now weak and weary. Pekka not landing the shots though, and he's just staying alive. Damage gear, but not going to be able to get close enough to the safest. Kaido coming back with the spawn now. And there's the hypercharge for Motep, but no super for it, so Firecrow needs to be cautious not to feed into it. But look at the damage. Look at the left-hand side here as Pekka and Jubilee going bang on the safe. Kaido falls here as well. It's going to be terrible for Casa Brawl here. Now that they've all fallen, Sedino on the right-hand side holding firm, but low HP for him. He now falls. Hypercharge Motep on the right-hand side. Look out for that turret.
Firecrow diving right back in on the action. Has a tailspin, gets the kill as well. What a takedown. Now he's dancing. Pekka shuts that down immediately. Has the left-hand end on lock, and 720s raining down from the pistol of Colt. Casa Brawl with 30 seconds to go. They have to hold off on defense, and it's a great start taking down Amber.
Wasted hypercharge penny turret, man. Motep popped it too early, got taken down too swiftly. Little win it now, it's about 20%, but it's Loud that have got the positioning power and the hypercharge available to Kaido as well in that mid. One connection of that, and that save is going to be eradicated and falling. 51% left. It's still Loud that are in the lead here. The final seconds approach, but can they maintain it? Can they gain the set? That is the question, and they do it. They keep the pressure on. They get it done.
Whew. It's only set number one. We're already sweating, Narc. As close as it gets, and honestly, it was hard to tell, but that Colt had a super towards that end game with 5 seconds to go. If he somehow makes it down the other end, it looked like about 10-ish% that separates them, and a Colt, especially with a damage gear super, would absolutely annihilate a high save. Look at all the frags coming in from Casa Brawl, 15 and 19 from Jubileo and P.E.K.K.A. At the end of the day, though, left-hand side got more high save damage. That's all that matters.
Huge stats. I mean, absolutely disgusting stats. Jubileo and P.E.K.K.A. going to town, but it wasn't enough.
Well, Heist, as you guys called out earlier in the match between Casa Brawl and Olimpo Squad, it seems to be the one game mode that could kind of go either way. That's not exactly the best example of these two teams going together in a head-to-head, but rather, a little bit of a toss-up there depending on timing and aggro. Would you say that this is the same between Loud and Casa Brawl in this matchup here, or is this the canary in the coal mine for Loud in this matchup here?
I think this is going to be even the whole way through. Loud taking this set 1, obviously a huge deal. You want to get one early on the board, but we've seen this story too many times. It's always a close one. It's always competitive. And if anything, that set told me both these teams are ready to play here today and just as equally matched as they were in 2024. Still a long way to go. Starts here on Triple Dribble, though. Casa Brawl really need to get one here. It would be devastating if they took a 2-0 loss to start things off. Really tough team to go against. Obviously, Loud were their rival the entire previous year, and it was close the whole way through, but a reverse sweep, a very tough thing to ask of any team, especially as good as this one in any Brawl Stars competition.
So close, really. I think for me, it came down to one mistake, and Motep just popped the hypercharge just a little bit prematurely. Didn't get off the super, the turret. I mean, it would have wasted anyway because he would have died regardless, but I think they just had to hold firm a little bit longer, and then that may have been the difference maker as it was in that second game. But as a result now, Casa Brawl trailing behind, Loud in the driver's seat. Not what I was expecting so far, but plenty more still to come in what is our grand finals of the day. If you're just joining us, welcome, of course. It was Loud that had the more challenging of quarterfinals, that's to say the least, almost going out in the 5th and final set. So to make it to the grand finals here, already looking pretty solid, as they have been since that period in time. Brawl next, Triple Dribble. The bands are in, the Larry, the Lori, the Barley, the Juju, and the Buzz, the Surge, and the Lou. Casa Brawl. So some big tank counters being banned out here by Casa Brawl, which to me smells tanks. Melody gonna be the first of brawlers to show itself. But yeah, I mean, those bans are pretty unusual. Triple thrower banned out by Loud, but it's that Surge and Lou combo that just for me smells trouble.
Yeah, I think Triple Dribble, especially with throwers, this is very intentional banning from the left-hand den. Barry is the one that I'm noticing not being banned here, though, and I think I'm keeping my eye out on that. It's something that's shown up a lot in practice leading up to this across the world, and like you mentioned, too, if we're getting tanky, we might as well bring in a Barry alongside it. This guy is going to be one of the few throwers left. The only one, really, I think that has any plausibility here, maybe a Dynamite if you're really feeling yourself, but Sprout, Grom, I would say no chance at that. So I think they grabbed the last realistic thrower, and now they can pair it with whatever they want. Sure, they lose out on Melody, but I think Loud are pretty happy to take this 2-3 turn.
It's a very disgusting brawler, and there's Nash. It feels like this draft is actually going against Casa Brawl pretty quickly. I think they were the ones that wanted to bring in the tanks and wanted to ban out certain counters specifically for what their approach was, and it might just be coming back to haunt them a little bit here. I mean, are they thinking Frank here? For me, that would make the most sense with what I'm seeing, but I don't know whether it would make the most sense on the field. I think that certainly trying to overthrow your opposition with tankiness or speed. But South America haven't really gone for max at all today, and kind of surprised. I think it's got quite a place for it. Not the brawler that I want to see, to be honest. Even with the hypercharge edition, I'll be honest, I get it. I know they're trying to match the hair colors on the right hand side and try and go for a clean sweep that way, but like, it's just not the counter. I mean, it certainly is a tank counter, no doubt about it, but I mean, Barry can just really super straight into close proximity, and that's where Ems is at her most weakest. I think, you know, I just don't think it's what it's about for me. Janet, sure, don't mind it, but I'm just not excited by what Casa Brawl are bringing here.
I think a few things went wrong here, and obviously we still have to play this out. Just saying from strictly the piece of paper that we're looking at, the picks in the band stage, I'm with you. Im's obviously not going to be up the top, the power rankings of Brawl Stars. But when you see Lou and Surge Band, to your point, and you don't pick up the Barry, you don't pick up a tank of your own, guess what? The other end's just going to do it, and now you have less options to counter, which is why we're settling for Ims. We ban Lou, we ban Surge, we ban Buzz. No answer for this. I don't know what they realistically could have done here to give themselves a win, and now we're giving Dog a stew. This is tough sailing. Whatever happens here, I think the process for Loud was undeniably better, but Casa Brawl, you never know. Great team, but advantage Loud here walking into this for sure in my mind.
It's almost like the melody was there just to take it out the hands of Loud, almost. But I don't know. Not to say that M's a bad brawler pick. It's not. But when you've banned out that many counters, I mean, it makes the most sense, I guess. Pekka being on the melodies is a bit of a saving grace. I can understand that in his hands, he can do wondrous things with it. That gives me some hope. But then Dog's on the stew. You know, you got these matchups where, for me, with the Berry, I think Loud should be able to walk this straight through with that Ashe combination. And you know, who wants to go up against Dog playing on stew as quickly as that? Loud have got all that control. 2 takedowns, the quick, easy walk through of the goal in 30 seconds of time. Kind of what I was expecting from the draft. Not to say that, you know, there's not an ability for Casa Brawl to bring this one back, but it's looking bleak already.
Yeah, exactly what we're kind of saying. It's not impossible to win. It's never impossible per se, but Casa Brawl certainly have not done themselves any favors. And on top of that, Imps is going to struggle playing into throwers. That's something she's not going to noticeably do well, especially with no wall break on the map. I'm with you. Exactly. I think Loud kind of brute forced their way through. And even though Barry's not a top frag, it's still an option. They still got that area denial just like Jubileo does. Dog going to be trying to dive in, and he still gets the kill. You'll take that trade all day long. Your aggressive brawler going into an Imps hypercharge and now wasted. Great stuff coming out from Loud here.
Exactly that. If you've got no wall break, it's really hard for Ems to get the value that she needs to have and cycle accordingly on this kind of map. You know, with the opposition able to just to hide behind the walls and buy their time, hypercharged Rats now coming in, taken care of pretty swiftly, but nonetheless, a lot of aggression coming the way there, and Loud will be able to secure it pretty easy breezy. We can't lie about it. A game in the pocket, and this comp means business.
For the team that I feel like wasn't necessarily firing on all cylinders here earlier today in the draft, this is a set where, and the result obviously in that first game, truly shows how much a good draft can make a difference, because these guys had some disadvantageous drafts, I would say, earlier on today too, but the mechanics could push them through. Now you pair that mechanic with an advantageous draft, and look what we're getting here. It's a minute win. Loud are a team where if you set them up for success, even against as good of a team as Casa Brawl, if you're winning that draft stage, it's really hard to overcome that, and I fear that's what Casa Brawl are kind of running into in this set number 2.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind about the mechanical abilities of Casa Brawl. This is all coming down to a draft, really, for me so far. I mean, very close first set. No doubt about that. One that could have easily gone either way. Oh, look at this hypercharge rating from Motep. Oh, wow, just disgusting stuff. Casa Brawl so far, it's going to be a really good opening. Actually passes to Motep, and the support was there. A team wipe. That's better. That's fantastic stuff. The first minute and, well, sort of 45 seconds of time, but there is plenty of time for a response from Loud here. Speed zone down immediately, opening things up. Rats out for Firecrow. Pekka now forced into the back of a corner here, and heals for Adino. Dog will be low HP here. Can they get the ball? That's the question. Team wipe. That should be very straightforward as a response. Just buying down the clock now for Loud as they score the goal. Very straightforward, but all those seconds could prove valuable. You don't want to be going into overtime with this kind of comp, so they want to be able to buy down the clock and just try to secure it now.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. A tough look there. They were passing it backwards to try and get it towards a teammate so they can kick it away, but the teammate died in time. Now a 1v1 though. All Jubileo has to do is hold on to this wall, and Dog's going to be at least forced away. Still ball possession with Casa Brawl here. Motep jumping in on the action, and Dog skating down the right-hand end. It's a trade. Casa dribbling, left-hand end. Super fanning out for Adino, and Fire to hold the line alongside his teammate. So it's going to be a mid-engagement for now. Each side looking to take a little bit of an edge to get this ball back.
It's moments like that where Dog has no business winning those interactions, and he's just that good. Now the ball pushed to the right-hand side. Adino thought of it, but then thought better of it. Now taken care of as all 3 members fall. Casa Brawl bringing the ball forwards. If only Jubileo had a super there may have been a possibility of a goal. Now they're going to hold this position firm, secure some takedowns, try to alleviate the space. As overtime approaches, one terrible time to go down. Hypercharge now for Motive as well. Huge amount of scrutiny going down here. The ball left loose. Can they get forwards? I think there's plenty of time to do so. Cast the Brawl, bring it back, and put a goal and a game, most importantly, on the board.
Casa Brawl extending this one. I think that's going to be a big difference maker. If they can escape the early stages of the game, get it to go down to the final seconds towards overtime, that's what they're looking for. You've got Ash, you've got Barry, you've got Stu. What's missing? Range. They have no way to deal with a wide open map. Unless Stu's got a crazy hypercharge or something like that. Barry maybe has a super to cover some distance quickly, but other than that, it's going to be a lot harder for them to get these kills. Loud starting things out early with a couple on their own. Motep was going for gold. No such thing here, though. They get the takedown. They continue to put some pressure down, and Casa Brawl are going to have to reset.
I love that. The backstage pass there. We hadn't seen that Janet pick yet, so almost took Loud by surprise. Taking to the skies. His Motive gets some good value for it, but a lot of pressure on this goal. But it's strong. Defense. Pekka, hypercharge, making a break for it. Kind of his attempts just in the nick of time, but it might not even be enough. He's still going. Oh, past the wall, popping the shield and pass is beautiful. And Jubilee scores it. Wonderful from Casa Brawl.
This is where the mechanics are shining, Arc. That was unbelievable. The gadget from Melody into the gadget from Jubileo to bounce him back. He didn't have a chance at playing defense there. Perfectly timed respawns. Loud with an opportunity to counter. Adinho, right-hand side. Pekka breaking away on the right-hand end. It's a dance, but Kaio Dog survives. He's going to melt down the enemy, and Loud will hold on for now. They have to find a way to punch this through, though. That's what's been missing in this game number 2 and 3. They haven't gotten those early buckets. Casa Brawl made some fantastic adjustments, and boy, is it showing.
Oh, look at Kaio Dog hypercharge as well. Gonna be able to heal himself pretty much the whole way through this. Now the knockback as well. Loud to be able to walk this one through, time this one up. One is on the line now. One goal aside either way. But how much more of a difference would it make for Loud to be 2 sets ahead here? Hypercharge Pekka could be a saving grace, and Motive has super also. Timing is going to be perfectly here for Loud as they push forwards. Barry heals along the way for Adinho, and now pressure for that super could not have come at a better time for Jubilee.
Pekka now with a hypercharge. Motep flying in the skies, but Pekka's got ground control. Kaio Dog down. Ims dribbling, pass up to the middle. Pekka gonna elect this ball to just let it go. And for now, it's going to be Loud on defense. This is not the situation they want to be in. Adinho can lob some shots up, but Kaio Dog and Firecrow have to settle for peaks. For now, they're cornering this ball, and this is going to be brutal for Loud. We talked about how good this composition was. Casa Brawl's mechanics shining right now, and now Loud are the ones that are forced to play defense.
Oh, those Berry Hills really came in clutch there. Loud now might have a chance to push the ball forwards in just the nick of time. It looks like there's still defensiveness there left for Pekka, for Jubilee, but Loud trying to make a break for it. It's just Firecrow now looking to get Rats. I think he's probably 1 or 2 shots away, and that'll be the best time for them. Medina coming in, but straight into the eye of the storm. High charge for Motep and for Pekka. This could be a huge break for Casa Brawl.
Oh, and now they've got the hypercharge going down. Pekka looking for a shot, finds it! Bang! Casa Brawl tie things up. 1-1 in this series.
It may have taken all day, Kenny, but we got here.
We're back.
But
we
got here.
We're so back.
We're back. We're so back, baby. It's what I love to see. Wow, look at the stats as well. Huge stuff. Really was Casa Brawl. Still not sold by the M's pick. It was great to see that Jubilee got some great results in that matchup regardless, because I think just the timings of when he was able to get that utility really made a big difference. Janet pick, despite the low amount of takedowns, for me, was just in the right place at all the right times. The hypercharge really did wondrously for Motep there. But again, a matchup that could have gone either way. I wasn't a fan of the draft, but the technique behind it was much, much better for Casa Brawl. You can always see them just come to life a little bit with their confidence, exuding much more so. And it really comes down to a lot of these comfort picks. Pekka had a fantastic game on that Melody.
You call it coming to life there. They really seem to find their groove right after that first game dropping to Loud. They picked it back up for those last 2, and an incredible performance. You talked about the mechanics, but really, what did they rally? What did they change in their mentality and their approach down the field that let them pick up those wins there, Kenny?
They survived the early game. Honestly, I still side with what I said. I do think the draft was favoring Loud, but Casa Brawl really found a way to win. I mean, after that game number 1, I truly thought things were looking bleak for him. It looked like Loud were going to walk through a set, have a 2-0 lead. Instead, Casa Brawl dug deep, and getting to those overtime stages is what made the biggest difference. Because the one thing that Loud's relying on is punching some goals through early. Instead, if they get shut down, if they get them into a 2v1 situation, give the red roster just a little bit of an advantage. They can get an early enough goal, hang on, play defense, and extend themselves to a wide open map. That is exactly where they wanted to be, and honestly, credit to them. That's a hand-up moment. I mean, I really thought that was going to be a runaway in the draft stage, and it absolutely wasn't.
You raise a really valid point. You know, when you look back at how that series started, I mean, Loud was scoring in the opening seconds, like, you know, less than 45 seconds of play every single time, and it just felt like it was going to be a walkover. I mean, fair play. And absolute credit handed over to Casa Brawl there to put on the brakes, you know, come together. And normally that's a good sign of communication starting to flow. A bit more of a strategy behind some of the madness. But Pekka's breaks away. I mean, just absolutely stunning stuff. I've missed this in Brawl Esports, honestly. When you get players like Hiredog on the stew, Pekka on the melody, and other flashy, in-your-face kind of brawlers. It's what makes this region so great for me. And I wouldn't want this grand finals any other way than all tied up. It would have been very, very troublesome for Casa Brawl if Loud had gone 2 sets ahead. Often, that's the time in which, you know, you just tend to see it just crumble very quickly and become a sweep. Now, this is a good chance of going even all the way to the 5th and final set. Let's see, though, as we approach the next draft, because that's where I would say that for me, Loud have been a bit more on it today. A little bit ahead in my mind. And a lot of players these days saying that the draft is really where everything comes down to, more so than ever. So as we go in to Ring of Fire, the hot zone, let's see how this one fares. Certainly the Juju band has got to be there. I think that you just have to on this map. It's just such a prominent position for it. You can literally reach beyond the zone from that pocket, and it is banned out by Loud. So you know the coin toss is in favor of Casa Brawl. It's pretty much the case from what we see on this map. Whoever bans the Juju does not have the coin toss. The bans being the Stu, the Juju, and the Lou, the Colette, the Griff, and the Gale. There's some weird bans, though, from the side of Casa Brawl, Kenny.
Yeah, polar opposites here. Juju, Stu, Lou were the 3 brawler names that I had jotted down. Makes sense that the team that doesn't have first pick bans, though. But on the other end, this is one of those moments where they're a little predictable, right? If somebody is a humble caster like myself can figure this out, surely these pro teams have known for ages. They're going for something more unique. This second team can get a little trickier. They can throw out the Colette, the Griff, and the Gale. All tank counters. I think that's one thing that we can quickly identify here. I think they grabbed the Poco now in anticipation of grabbing that aggro or tankier option later. The problem with this is, though, you are kind of telegraphing what you're doing.
Barry's open as well, which is ridiculous for me. I mean, a Poco Frank and Imagine is what Casa Brawl are going for here, but I mean, Barry should win. And if left open, I mean, it's going to get picked.
I wouldn't blame them for it. Yeah, and there it is. Honestly, the second you called it out, it was on my mind as well. Now they can kind of match, right? We've got support on the right side. We've got support on left side. On this map, there's an argument to be made that, sure, it's a little more wide open. Poco can do the AoE heals, all that jazz. I just love the spot Barry's in right now. His win rate last week was really high. That's continued here today. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but just off field, just from watching all day long, Barry's been picked a ton, and for good reason. This hypercharge, the pressure he can build is so good. Just granting allies a little access to staying afloat a little bit longer is a big deal. He's not ever going to be your star player, but he certainly is going to help the star players become what they are.
It's a bit wild.
Yeah,
I think the only thing that I can think is they're trying to just delay the onset of showing their cards on the table, because you'd kind of expect. Well, Loud kind of want Casa Brawl now to go Frank, is what I'm assuming. I think that's what the Poco to me is screaming. So I think it's kind of almost like saying, well, go on, let's see you do that. Going to go with Melody now, which is interesting as well. Certainly in the hands of Casa Brawl, a very dangerous brawler. Like, because I feel like they're waiting for a Frank so they can kind of go more, so something along those lines and just kind of like heavily counter it, or have the choice for them to do the same on the side of Loud if they wish, when they can see the whole picture of the comp, Draco, which is what I was maybe thinking would be better paired with the Berry. Kind of where I thought Loud might be leading. It might be where Casa Brawl think the same and are trying to pick it up first so that it's out of the hands of Loud. But Berry and Frank is just equally as daunting as a Poco and Frank. So I mean, do they go for it now? And I mean, Kylo looks pretty pumped and not discussion. Yeah, I don't know. This draft's taking me on a journey here, Kenny.
I thought this was a roller coaster, brother.
The journey that I was expecting from Loud.
I mean, in fairness, Colette, Griff, and Gale are all gone. Lou's not on the table. 4 avid tank counters. Im's once again making an appearance, and again, it's not because she's some busted, broken brawler. She's fine. She's good. She's not special. I kind of thought Frank was coming in there too. I feel like Frank could maybe put his foot down, stomp a little bit. It'd be hard on the Melody, but into the Poco. After Draco exhausts the gadgets, I feel like that's a decent shout. It's an interesting one to have Barry, and this is going to be a true test of how well you can play Barry when you don't have a tank or an aggro brawler, because they've got an 8-bit who is beefy, but he's not a tank. And we've got Kyodog playing the Ims. This is a lot of area control going down for Loud. They're going to have to find some ways to get some tough kills, I think.
I just feel like we haven't seen Ems all, any of the regions all through the past 2 weeks, and then we see it back to back in the grand finals. It's just a bit odd. But Loud have not got that mid control early on. Motip has obviously popped the last stand gadget to give themselves that little bit more survivability against the Draco. But in the meanwhile, it's actually Jubilees are staying firm on the zone. Loud fully out of position, really depending upon these berry hills to get back into the swing of it. But in the meanwhile, it's Castle Brawl that just playing the objective and holding firm on that mid zone. Approaching now percent as well, and Loud have just not been in the conversation whatsoever so far.
Yeah, I'm excited to pick some pro players' minds about the Sims pick. I wonder if that has anything to do with the Poco on the other end as well. It's just one of the reasons I love watching this game so much. There's adaptations being made before our very eyes. This is a brawler I saw 0 times in practice across any region leading up to this event, and now we're seeing it here today on game day. A lot of creativity going down from these players, and that's often necessary, especially with Loud and Casa Brawl, as well as they know each other. I'm sure they've studied the scrims. I know they've studied the tape from last year, so with so much familiarity, there's just got to get creative with it sometimes. So I think catching your opponent off guard, maybe there's some valor to that.
Yeah, boosted booster on the zone as well. There's that wide area of effect for the 8-bit, which I'm hoping just shows the reasons why they drafted it in the first place. Hypercharging forwards, trying to gain a super, but not given an inch. On the side of Castle Brawl's, Pekka goes in on the aggressive and should get some good value for it, but now the berry comes back in just the nick of time. Prevent the onslaught. This could be a turning point in this match, especially if he didn't keep cycling this the way he is. Pekka's gonna have to time this hypercharge to perfection, but he needs his teammates there present, most importantly as well, trying to pick away at the turret. Time is ticking against them, and Loud are bringing this one back.
It's a pivotal moment too. Casa Brawl really need to hold on here. Loud have to play perfect to make this comeback. Pekka was in position to kind of make this flank, and it looks like the game ends. And looks like, yes, Casa Brawl do end up surviving that one, but it was definitely tight. There was an opportunity there where the side of Loud could have taken it back.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely so. I mean, it must have been so well timed, because not anything to make land either. When you're up against the odds and you can just sense the pressure mounting. Casa Brawl now in a good spot. Very, very good spot here. But I mean, I just feel like at the moment it's a lot to do with the 8-bit pick for me. I want to see more value from Firecrow. Not to say that it's a bad brawler to have here. It's not what I'm used to seeing necessarily. The Barry, for sure, is the strongest brawler in this Loud comp so far. But I don't know how much he can really do on his own.
Dino on this left-hand in, trying to do his best to be a DPS Barry. It's a tough job, obviously, but Kyodog there to assist. Firecrow has to find a way to get some value. He's got that turret, but they haven't really found a way to get 8-bit, all 10,000 HP of him to get into this mid-ground. On the other end, they've got Pekka, who's running through. They've got a beefier brawler that can kind of sustain. And now Loud have another opportunity. They've covered the floor in Ice Cream. It's going to fade away. But 8-bit has a hypercharge available, and they certainly have to take advantage of it here. They're facing a huge deficit.
And it's not a bad hypercharge for me either. Not one that we tend to often see, but if Casa Brawl focus on the turret and get eradicated, it can just deflate so much of what it brings to the table in the first place. Jubilee, they're just coming up on top over Kyodog there, getting that range just right. And Firecrow again, as the booster down, the Poker's going to struggle to take care of it, which is a bit of a saving grace, but as quickly as that, the support network behind Casa Brawl, they now all tend to the zone. Pekka can get a hypercharge and go to town as both tries to flank this position. It's a good value. Adino just comes in just the right time. Not much that Pekka can do. Almost a team wipe there. If Jubilee had anything more to say about it, he would have been going down himself. But let's see now. Counter push. Loud are staying pretty solid for the most part. Casa Brawl just lingering outside the zone, waiting their timer. but it's getting very, very even in terms of the scoreline here, Kenny.
Loud have to hold on. This is what they couldn't do last time. They allowed Casa Brawl once again to take a major lead, but they've suddenly tied things up. Pekka flanking, Jubileo swinging in things as well. Odinho with ice cream on the ground. It's going to be neck and neck. A narrow survival. 296 HP, and he's going to have to hold on for a few more seconds, and Loud escape with their lives. 1-1 overall, and this is going to be a major game to decide who takes advantage in set 3. The winner of this will be up 2-1.
I don't know if people can really fully appreciate just how close that ending was, but let me tell you that that was within an inch of being Pekka as the last man standing on the zone, and I'm pretty sure enough time to stay there for the objective. My word, Loud just dodged a huge bullet, but this one is still far from over. This one all very much up for grabs, and from what I've seen so far, Casa Brawl just had an edge. Loud, though, starting to make some moves and making some plays. It could turn. Again, this Berry is the playmaker in that regard. The support network really depends upon that particular brawler. As now Pekka and Julia fight together on this zone. Pekka already has hypercharge. Let that sink in.
Odinho is putting in work. He's already got a hypercharge, going to be dropping it for his teammates here. And something different than we saw in games 1 and 2. Loud taking advantage early. That was the problem that we saw in game number 1. They were doing fantastic work. They played a better second half. Casa Brawl just had too much of a lead, and they couldn't take over some 30, 40-odd%. Now they're the ones escalating, moving up. They're trying to get an advantage here. Casa flanking. They're spacing the floor a little bit. It's not enough. This Barry is just doing it all. He finally goes down. This is where Casa Brawl have to shine.
Firecrow on his own has the hypercharge now. They do find Motep, but that spawn will be slightly in favor of Casa Brawl, I feel, if they can just hold off a little bit. But big taps from Jubilee. That's exactly what Loud had to do there. Credit to Firecrow for it. And now a very tough spot they've got to retake yet again. But like you rightly say, Loud have had a much better start here. Much better than any of the previous games. Motep now flanking forwards. And this is the play from Casa Brawl, but they've got to come out on top. The last stand popped, but then it's taken care of as Loud still stay firm. Hypercharge cycled by Adinho, and this is better. Loud are looking bang on top here. They should be able to hold firm enough for a couple more seconds longer to be able to get this game, and they do. That is going to be the set going the way of Loud.
That was the biggest game of the entire day. It's a set 3. You're in the grand finals. It's your biggest rival of multiple years. All 6 of these names on both of these teams have been in some combination at the World Finals for several years representing this region. This is as good as it gets, folks. 10, 9, and 11. Outside of Pekka on that right hand in, Loud were putting in some serious work.
Crazy stats, really, on the side of Casa Brawl when you think about just how much Pekka was doing for his squad. But for me, the story really does land with the Berry pick. I mean, that's what kept Loud in the conversation as far as I'm concerned. Wasn't blown away by everything else in the draft, if I'm honest. I think the 8-bit did have its moments towards the end, more than I was going to give it credit for upon seeing it drafted. Again, with the M's, they're not flashy brawlers. The Berry is really what carried this comp, in my opinion.
I think so, too. I mean, a DPS Barry was pretty wild to see, to be honest with you. That's not often how we see Barry utilized.
You shouted it out in the last head-to-head in the last game mode. The value of the early game, getting that lead, holding on to it, with both of these teams leaving so little room for the other to advance. How important is it to manage the clock as well, Kenny?
Honestly, it's a big deal. You're fighting the clock in Hot Zone. That's not often what you're truly battling against, maybe something compared to like Heist, but just having that percentage early on doesn't put you in such perilous position. That's something that we saw in that game number 1. Loud were clawing their way back, but still not enough. There were enough percentage points built up over time by Casa Brawl. So in Hot Zone, I think not getting absolutely smacked early on, being pinned in your spawn, just having some way to get back in that mid ground is a big deal.
It was a massive difference maker, wasn't it? Just how much better Loud were valuing that early game. I think that for me was the key in turning the tides. I think in game 1, it was their worst example of that. And then game 2, still pretty bad, but better. By game 3, it was looking neck and neck at a much earlier stage of the objective. So learning from their mistakes. Again, this is one that I just feel would be fitting to go the distance to the 5th and final set. I mean, that's pretty much where we were for the majority of last year with these two very teams. In 3 instances in the grand finals was it a 3-2 scoreline. So really does say quite a lot. All smiles at the moment for Loud, but let's see, because one single draft, and we know that that can change quite quickly. I would say for the most part that Loud have been the more consistent with that kind of drafting process. Brawl, though, I don't think we'll be too dismayed by the last set. I think they had some good moments, but I feel like just the comps themselves just not quite coming together in the way that they were hoping that they would. Certainly, if this is anything to go by, Loud looking the more confident two teams, but let's see. The next draft comes in, that might change.
Been some serious curveballs. I mean, Im's picks in a couple sets there. A DPS Barry, a really aggressive one at that, not being paired with the tank in that previous one, and yet Louder still getting the job done. To be truthful with you, this could have been over for probably either team at this point. I mean, all of these sets have gone the distance. And that second one, Loud coming out swinging in the opening game, Brawl holding on. In this previous one, game one didn't go Loud's way. They came back, made some adjustments, were able to get through. I'm looking out for Juju. I'm looking out for Kit, though, when it comes to Lair Cake. Those are a couple that have been prominent in this region, prominent in the world, and with as much as we've seen Kit today, wouldn't surprise me if he's in the ban stage.
I see Janet banned really here as well first, to whoever does not have the coin toss, because it's so heavily valued. I think Throw is here as well, much so for control-based purposes, and Juju, Berry, Gene for Loud, Berry, RT, Buzz, Brawl. It's got to be a Janet first pick. If it's not, oh no. Oh no. Oh, why?
You upset, or do you like the pick?
What do you think?
I was just messing with you. I'm also a master at reading people, and I can tell based on your voice you're super upset. But I called it, man. I called it. It's going to happen. Look, in Bounty and KO, I think it has a little more viability than, say, some of our other maps and modes. And on Lair Cake, it's pretty easy to pair this with a tankier option, especially with all the indestructible walls. I feel like this one's more of a mid to close quarters kind of map, depending on how you play it. To your point, as a first overall pick, you're running the risk of getting countered or having the tank that you wanted being swooped up by Loud. I don't know if Ash was that tank, but I think that's one of the better ones that they could have gone with.
It's kind of wild. I would say that of all the sort of Layer Cake drafts that we've seen across the region so far, this one's up there already, and it's just the first two brawlers, and none of them are Janet, which is normally the first pick brawler across every other region. So, whew, this is kind of wild. And if it's a pairing with the Kit, that's even crazier for me. Melody, and it could well be. I mean, imagine that Kit and Janet, nuts. Again, kind of Pekka's preferred brawler to get his hands on, so I think in the hands of Kydog is equally as strong, or anyone really on the side of Loud for that matter, but I think it is a little bit more of a nudge to take it away from Brawl than it is to leave it on the table in that regard. Yeah, this is kind of a wild draft. I'm not sure how much the Kit's going to do much as a thrower on this particular map. Pretty much it's going to be there to just immobilize, I would say, and have to support the team. There's the combination with the Janet. I mean, that's what you want. If you're not going to pick Janet on the other side of the field, that's probably the best pairing that a Kit can hope for. But even then, I don't know whether it's enough to convince me otherwise that it's the right play for this draft.
Janet was on my mind for sure, and obviously Kit in the skies alongside Janet is lethal. That's basically two brawlers you're keeping protected every time Janet drops a super, assuming Kit's on her back, of course, but the hypercharge has added so much to Janet. On top of that, her piercing shot's gonna be able to deal with any of Ash's rats, so that's a couple benefits they have going their way. I think for the side of Brawl, this isn't too shabby. I mean, yes, they drafted the Kit early, but I think it has potential to work out. The Janet Kit combo, and then on top of that, they get Lou for the ice rink and also to slow down any tanks such as Ash on the other end.
It's high risk, high reward for Brawl already. Janet is definitely more of the brawler that you want to have on the offense than the defense. So it's kind of a weird position where it kind of favors you to be slightly behind and then try to get that final ditched attempt at just the right time for your teammates to come in and really land the goods and time that Kit jump with Janet having a hypercharge and just saving it, for that sort of timer on the clock where there's no ability to respond in your opposition. And that's a risky game. Your opposition are waiting for that push and they're preparing themselves for it and trying to get themselves geared up to be in the best spot to defend against it. And you get one shot at that. You don't get a chance to retaliate and come back, and unless it's the first game. But I don't know. It's a good pairing with the Kit and the Janet. Whether it will be enough for Brawl to take this fifth and final set, I'm not sure. But I'm not overly fond of the Loud draft either. Risky ideas on both sides.
Poca was their final selection, and I think maybe the large influence for that, not only to just heal up the Ashe and kind of have your stereotypical healer plus tank, the gadget, 100%. It's got to be. They're going to be looking to try and get rid of that freeze from Lou, so I think that's one thing that they can hold in their back pocket. But like you said, a little bit of risk for both sides. Motep, the first to strike, dives to the other end, and now Jubileo there to wait with him. Firecrow scoops up the blue star, but both of his teammates are down.
Yeah, the gadget you're referring to, Protective Tunes, does cancel out, any sort of effect on a brawler, so slow, stun, so it's good against the kit. But, I hate to be the one to break it to you, Kenny, but a team did experiment with that very idea in EMEA. Team Heretics in Knockout, and it bombed so badly, it was not worth the pick. So if that is the whole point behind it, I'm not sure whether it's going to be doing much. It's sure, yeah, it can heal the Ashe and provide more survivability in that regard. And the Melody, going on that aggressive push. But I don't know. It's definitely a risk that some have taken and it has not paid off. But we'll see. We'll see for Loud. At the moment, they have got a lead of 3 stars now. Pushed up against the back spawn side of things. Motep, though, in a bit of a confrontation with Kydog down the right-hand side, and both are low. Kydog should come out on top and should take the blue star with it, but it's going to be quite a close affair realistically here. If he can get the upper hand, might sway the action. Again, a bit of a spectate issue as we try to rejoin the action. Yeah,
and like I said, I'm just kind of reporting what I think they're thinking. Never said it would work. Never said it would work. Obviously, it hasn't worked this weekend, or last weekend. But nonetheless, I think both sides running a little bit of risk there, doing their best to kind of make adaptations. I think the Janet kick combo can be pretty lethal if played right. On the other end, once you're exhausted of gadgets, you're kind of in trouble. 9-9 overall somewhere along the way. Casa Brawl scooped up the blue star, and now it's Loud looking to respond. Hypercharge down the right-hand lane. It's Firecrow skating. There's nothing he can do. They're out. He has to pop this gadget at the final second. It's going to be down to the wire. One kill could make the difference for either end here. And we'll wait for word to see who won it. Wow, Loud got it. They must have gotten the last second.
Too much pressure and not an ability to defend against it. And again, that's my reservation with the Janet. It's just very hard when you're having to take to the skies to save your own life, and you're going to leave your teammates on the ground and susceptible to having that be turned against you. Loud then, on match point, and really putting the pressure on. It's really quite difficult to see a turnaround here, but stranger things have happened, and certainly so. It was a very, very close game. Nonetheless, it could go either way, in my opinion, and it's all about who gets the upper hand in these early outsets, but most importantly, who's holding on to those stars at the end of it.
So this storyline all day long with this match. We knew it was going to be close. This is exactly what we got all year last year. Honestly, Ark, a 3-1 would surprise me. 3-1 would surprise me. It just 3-2 always feels right. So Loud, if they end up getting a victory here in this game and walking away with it, would be kind of a change of pace compared to last year, and a little bit of an exclamation mark, I think, to kick off this year.
Still trying to join back with the spectate, and players have been playing this entire time. And that's the most important thing, that in terms of competitive integrity, they have not been affected by this, purely for the viewership side of things. And I won't lie, there's a possibility we may not see the end, and if Loud do win it all, we'll not be able to see how it goes down. But let's hope that that is not the case, and at the very least, we're going to have a final set. But at the moment, not too much to really say other than that. They were able to gain the first game in this set. I just really hope that we're not judging based upon their reactions how it fared.
We'll see how it goes down. Regardless, it's been close the whole way through. I think Casa Brawl have clearly proven that they deserve to be in this grand finals competing against a fellow foe in Loud. Both of these teams seem to be just a step ahead of the rest. Obviously, it was close throughout the day for Loud, but nonetheless, earning their way here. These are my top 2 teams walking into this. These are the top 2 teams today. Here we go, jumping in. 10 seconds to go. Loud need 11 stars here in the final moments if they want to close it out. Now, Freeze going down, the gadget out. They need so many kills and stars that this lead is too large. Casa Brawl dominating game number 2. It'll be another match point for Loud.
I think we had a guardian angel there, Kenny. Not gonna lie, because at least we get to tip things over a little bit longer. And what a convincing turnaround it must have been, though, for Casa Brawl, because they didn't really give up much for Loud to go on. Even at the end, that triple loose stun was kind of crazy. It was great that they reserved the Protected Tunes gadget for the Pokos to be able to cancel it out, but even then, not enough time to do much about it. But into then what is the deciding game of this set for Loud. They are still on match point. They still require this win to take the monthly final. And the other side of things, Brawl looking to try to take the fifth and final set in any way they can. First game of this set did not go the way the second game rather really did. And that's why it is so close in that regard as to who might be able to do it.
I mean, 0 stars is pretty astounding at a professional level. Here we are, 1-0. It's going to be a trade. Motep with a dive, 4-1. Jumping in here with about a minute to go. Loud Esports could close out this match right here, right now with a win. Instead, though, it's their rival Casa Brawl giving them trouble. P.E.K.K.A has a hypercharge and is lurking. Loud are going to have to be ready for it.
Yeah, the perfect thing to have, but when do you use it? Gets the double stun. No Poco gadget there either as well, so tough stuff for Loud as the Kit Janet combo goes straight for the jugular and a jump away as well for good measure, keeping the pressure on the Firecrow, who yet drops the pin as he knows that this strategy is starting to crumble.
Just a moment where Janet and Kit looking very fierce. There's the dive in from Melody. They have to convert, though. The hypercharge goes through. The shield, not enough. They have 8-8, but Blue Star still siding with Casa Brawl.
Look at the aggressive position, the aggressive stance here of Loud. They can hurt things into the corner. Low just jumped the nick of time, kind of going in and gets the goods. Firecrow gets the kills. 10 stars to 8. The blue is Casa Brawl. They're not done yet. Hypercharge kick combo going in.
10-8 on the count. 1 kill making all the difference, and it looks like Loud are squeezing by. Firecrow in the back lines, though, with 1 second to go. Did they get it? Yes, they did! Clock expires, and they end up surviving. Casa Brawl sending us to 5.
What did I just witness? What did I just witness? Oh, my word. They don't come much closer than that.
It came down to 1 second, Arc. We saw 5,500 HP and they erased it. They erased it in 1 second. Absolutely insane. I feel like we were watching time in slow motion there. 2-2. Exactly what we expected. I feel like so predictable, but yet such a roller coaster to get here.
I like that you can know the script, you can know that this is gonna go the distance, and then still the moment it happens in the most shocking way possible. This feels like a time travel loop movie where you're like, no way will that be, oh, this is the result you predicted, Ark. This is the result you called out, Kenny. So tell me, how does it end? I didn't get that far in the script yet.
In a 3-2.
I don't think anybody knows. It's a 3-2, that's right, that's right.
It's going to 3-2.
Solid. Well, we've got 1 map, 1 game mode left. Both these teams have been pulling out not only incredible mechanics, but genius pulls on the draft. What are you looking for both these teams to close it out? Do you think Loud can do it, and what do they have to run with to make it happen?
Well, for knockout as a mode, I mean, certainly some PTSD coming into play here for Casa Brawl. This is the mode, of course, where last year, in the very last monthly final of the year, the deciding set for them as to whether it was going to be a trip to the LCQ or a trip to Worlds, it didn't go their way. A Gene pulled in with a Pearl, and it all came crashing down for Casa Brawl. Have they learned from that mistake and the error of their ways? They've managed to bring and prolong this to a 5th and final set. We've got to hand that to them because that has not been an easy feat. So that chips away at a team like Loud over time, who again were all cheers. You remember going into that last set? They were all smiles, all cheers. And I said one single draft can change that. And not quite the same energy, I would say, in the Loud house currently as we speak. Yeah. Interesting.
All business right now. Yeah, we even see some smiling, cracking from the other side. Look, Casa Brawl in another world had no business being here. 1 second to go, and Loud's coming away with that. And that set number 2 could have walked away with Loud winning that one and closing things out as we know it. Instead, though, they keep finding ways. That's what makes this rivalry so special. There's been some big moments, and like you mentioned, the last one of our previous year ended with a bang, and I'm sure this one will be no different. Kit entering the band stages, so don't gotta worry about him, Mark. You're done with him for the day. You're free, brother. You're free.
I don't feel like I'm free, man. Like, North America's tomorrow. Like, I mean, you guys are definitely going to be going for that.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, no, I'm not on that bandwagon, mate. I'm not on it. But hey, oh no, that's well, again, painting the picture to last year. It was the Pearl that was pulled in, but at least Castle Brawl did ban the G, so they can't pick it. There is that side. But I love the Pearl pick on this particular map. I think it's really, really solid, and I think warrants the first Brawler pick, in my opinion. It does have a bit of an issue against the Buster, which doesn't tend to often come in as a counter for it, but it really can do a lot when you've got that into your comp. The question is, do you really want to build something around a Buster just purely for the counter? They will have it as a third and final pick surprise on the side of Castle Brawl if they wish. Choosing the Brock, I really like that Brock pick. I think breaking the middle of the map as soon as you go into things gives you a lot of options in a map where if you don't have something like that or an E for the side lanes, you have some options then.
Got that wall break, which very importantly on out in the open allows you to get to that mid, and just having another avenue where normally it's really difficult. You either have to take a launch pad, which is essentially almost death every time, or you go right hand side, walk it the long way. At least this Brock gives you options a little bit. They're committing to this long range, so we'll see if Loud try and dodge that and do something different. They're gonna go with Max, which traditionally it's always a debate in Brawl Esports, but it's a little bit harder to land those shots with good mechanics on the Max. The extra speed, the juking, the phase shifting, it's really pesky to kind of bring her down. I think the momentum swing with her could be really strong. You mentioned Buster. We saw Max, Buster, and Gene be a combination earlier. This is a strategy of the past that we've seen a ton. Obviously Gene in that band stage, but nonetheless, what are they going to pair this Max with? Because I imagine they don't want it to be something passive. I don't think Sharpshooter would necessarily elevate this composition. I think they kind of need their kill, and instead they're going to go with the Byron. I mean, I get it. I think that's a tricky spot, but yeah, if you're going to grab this Max, to me, you want to pair it with something that Max can make shine, and I don't really see that with either of these two brawlers.
I wasn't expecting the Byron, to be honest. But hey, I mean, no problem having some heals, and especially with the Max, I can see it kind of helping the comp along the way to stay on its feet. Gus, I think, would have been a bit more of a safer bet actually on the side of Loud, and that's in the side now of Castle Brawl. So I kind of like what Castle Brawl are rocking here. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the Max is definitely a daring idea for Loud. It can be very, very overpowering on this map, but that's why the Brock, for me, has a bit more of an edge, because being able to break the mid kind of alleviates a lot of that pressure, gives you somewhere to go, and yeah, Firecrow just warmed up for this one. It's about to be a battle for sure. Yeah, I feel like it's a more rounded comp on the side of Castle Brawl. Not as flashy, for sure, but I think it's just the safer of the bets, and yeah, immediately that mid break gonna give some options at the very least over Castle Brawl, and they can break the bush on this side as well, exactly, and that provides their see the crossover. So already Loud, as a result, they've got no option but to go back. Wow.
I think Brock allows them access to the mid, and Max Speed does the same thing, but it's still trickier. You're going to have to play this really well if you're Loud, and even though I made them as my prediction, I do like this draft better for Casa Brawl. I mean, I think that's just the truth. I think Casa Brawl have an easier win avenue, and Loud are really going to have to play this perfectly. Adinho on this right-hand side, just juggling multiple brawlers, Firecrow pin, Coyote Dog pin, unless they use a launch pad or a phase shift or a Max Speed. How are they getting out of this one?
Very tough. Very, very tough. The Pearl might have an opportunity with a gadget pop, potentially, but I would prefer to save it again for the next round and just chalk this one up as a loss. Maybe the Max can bring in something. But there it is. Castle Brawl quickly put all that idea to rest. Now Speed coming in for Loud. And that's what you want. You want to gain that advantage, get really, really quickly into the map and just lock down the hatches and try to buy your time in. But quickly as that, Castle Brawl already back out of that position here. Pekka pushing the left-hand side. Motive as well. Shield available for the Gus. And it's not looking good for Loud, who are already 2 men down, leaving just Adinho all alone. This is escalating pretty quickly. That's a match point now for Castle Brawl, and Loud didn't really have much to say for it.
I think this is a round 2 and 3 kind of composition too, Arc. And the issue was, even in that round 2 where they get the speed down early, they take map control. they didn't get the kills necessary. They lost a brawler early, and then the 3v2, you're pretty done so. There's really no way around it. I mean, if you don't have max speed in this early game, Byron and Pearl are going to have to somehow find some kills, or Max is going to have some insane aggression to get this super early. On the other end, they walk up the middle. They just break the wall with Brock, and then they destroyed the enemy walls. They have complete visibility of the map. There's nowhere to hide. I just think this is going to be an uphill battle for Loud. They're really going to have to prove themselves in these final 2 games.
There's an opportunity with the comp. I kind of get it, you know, but the Max really has to open up the space to really gain their positioning power off the get-go. And then once you've got it, you've got to hold it. That's why the Brock pick is just really great for trying to cast a Brawl. It just gives them somewhere to go. And in a map like this, you know, it goes such a long way. Your Pearl can break the mid, but that's why they're struggling on the side of Loud. They're not being fed anything into the Pearl. They're being much more cautious on the side of Cast a Brawl. Match, of course, is on the go at the present moment in time. We're just waiting to see what we can see on that front. But certainly, if this is anything to go by, the last game was so convincing in favor of Cast a Brawl.
Yeah, that strategy really showcasing why it can be powerful. I think, honestly, the Brock's kind of an underrated one at our competitive level, just because the ability to wall break on some of these maps and modes is a big deal, not only for locking out enemy brawlers, say if they're playing a thrower, now Brock's got a little easier access for his teammates, but especially in a map like this, having that access directly to the mid, I can't illustrate enough. Taking and saving that time from walking all the way around, they automatically get a presence in the mid. They get an advantage, and then the extra ones to kind of break open that grass. That's where Brock's shining right now. That's where he's making his paycheck. So I don't think he's the best brawler in the game, but he's a very great situational brawler to keep in mind.
Yeah, tough scenario here. Again, just trying to get the spectate up for these two teams. It is the 5th and final set. It's Firecrow all alone. Loud have got the first round, however. So if he does win this, he actually done a really good job of staying alive here. Getting consecutive taps into Pega, goes into the gas. He's got the heal for himself as well. And Loud will get a game out of that. It's now match point. Oh my goodness me. Firecrow did so well there in those final seconds to stay alive. But I mean, the Byron Hills were there regardless. So it was pretty straightforward. You just had to make sure that you landed the taps. And that was quite key.
What a 1v2 there from the young man. Incredible plays, gets the super off, gets the first kill, and then the second one, juking for his life, lands a couple valuable shots, and it's a battle against the clock. Here we go. Game 3. This is it, folks. Winner of this takes it all, and Loud have the pressure early. Despite this wall break, they're allowed to walk open this mid freely. Casa forced to use 2 of them. Kyodog flanking left-hand side. Motep low, 280, but will survive. Same can be said for Kyodog, though. Tough sailing here, but they still got the pressure they need.
Firecrow, there's some good findings there. Pecker in the mid, look at his positioning power here. Great gadget as well. Should see some good burn potential here on the side of Cast a Brawl. Should now be at least a man down. 2 men down. Just the Gus surviving on for Motep. A disastrous round. Really one that for me, Cast a Brawl could not afford to lose. Nowhere to go. Gas is coming in. There's going to be more utility over. Firecrow's got the heals as well for the next round. And it is just the one round that Loud needs to take the day.
You just never know in Brawl Esports. Loud looking down and out in game number 1, somehow claw their way back in game 2, and now we're finding ourselves 1 round away. Kyodog getting mad aggressive here, though, needs the heals. Firecrow exhausts every one of them, throws him a regular shot, throws him a super. It's going to keep Kyodog up for now, but they're definitely not going to have the map presence that they want. This is the resurgence they need, though.
Oh, it's going to fall shortly there. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 for sure. Motep and Julia versus Firecrow and Kyodog. But now, look at this. Positioning here is really not in the favor of Cast a Brawl whatsoever. The speed as well available to Kyodog, who should find Motep says no! What a gadget! What a play! Firecrow now outnumbered, trying to achieve the impossible.
Firecrow's gonna have to find lightning in a bottle twice. Jubileo has a super. Motep available as well. It's a legendary moment if he can pull it off. A 2v1 scenario. Firecrow could win the monthly finals right here, right now. But Cast a Brawl giving them everything they've got. What a survival out of Motep here. And that's going to be a big reason why they're extending it as well. So Cast a Brawl going to take that second game. It is the winner of this round who will take our grand finals.
Comes down to 1 round. It literally is this year starting where last year ended in the South American monthly finals. Finals getting very aggressive here, and actually it's going to be Firecrow that falls down here. Casa Brawl now turning the screws, kind of falls as well. It's just Adinio, and Casa Brawl has surely done it. How can Adinio realistically go against the 1 versus 3? He can't. And Casa Brawl are your champions in South America. Oh my word! What a turnaround!
You can see how much it means to him. I mean, they are throwing some L's up, Arc. They mean business. They mean business. Look at the flash and the fire coming in from these fellas. Well deserved, and to be honest with you, in that set alone, I thought each team was winning like 3 different times. I just had no idea what to expect. This match certainly delivered in how close it was. 3-2 the final score. Casa Brawl taking the first monthly final of the year.
Crazy close, man. Crazy close. Just a singular round is really all it was between it. What about the smack talk? Can we talk about that at the end? Just punching the crow. I mean, saying something to me.
That was tough. I think it was a clear message. I think it was a clear message.
A lot to live up to heading into the 2025 season to claw your way that close to the top against such a huge opponent as Loud, and then to sit confidently up there. They are new Titans. They are needing to be toppled now, but oh my goodness, that happiness was like infectious. I'm so excited. Arca got so excited I talked over you, and we have so many wonderful things to say about this team, so I'll hand it back over to you, because what a way to finish the first monthly final in South America.
So close. I mean, you can just cut the tension with a knife, honestly. It was the grand finals that we wanted to see. It really was. Those two teams just really just bring out all the stops, and definitely not the cleanest of drafts along some of the ways. Some ideas that I was sold on by the end of them, and some ideas that I still remain sort of firm that I don't want to see too much of, but super exciting stuff regardless. I mean, really clutch, like, on both sides of the field, but the ice in the veins with Casa Brawl today.
It was a journey to get here to the grand finals. It was a journey for our winner to claim victory. Taking a look back at the bracket, Kenny, it was what people predicted right up until the very end, where I was the only one who predicted that Casa Brawl, but that was just purely based on spirit and vibes. I was taking a page out of Arc's book to get it. Kenny, what do you think about this result?
I'm not surprised. I mean, Loud and Casa Brawl were the two teams I had my eye on coming into this. I stuck with Loud. They weren't as convincing. I think Casa Brawl had some really strong performances all day. They hold on by a sliver in this grand finals, certainly deserving of winning this. For now, Casa Brawl will be the better team in this region. I think Loud are going to come back swinging. Now that there's been a little more trash talk, a little dancing on the screen too, I want to see both these teams bring it next month. I cannot wait for another South America monthly finals.
Absolutely incredible performance. Great casting by you guys. I know some of that we did have to go off vibes, reflections, and everything else, but bringing all that knowledge to bear, breaking down the games, and telling us some incredible little anecdotes about these players as well. Looking forward to their stories' development over the course of the season. But gentlemen, any final words from you as we wrap up our first monthly final here in South America? Kenny?
Look, you never know what you're going to get from South America, heck, for the rest of the world, but one thing holds true, the competition is real. Those quarterfinals, 3 out of 4 of them 3-2s, these grand finals, something to see. This is what's going to keep me coming back in future months. I think this region is going to continue to deliver fireworks.
Especially when you consider next month, gadgets, reworked. I mean, that's going to shake up everything. Hyperchargers, Mr. P's on that list. I'm looking at you, South America, for that one. A prime pick in the years that we've had past. And I mean, I think one thing's for sure, in a region that you just never really know what to expect, it's going to get blown wide open next month when we have all these changes, new brawlers coming in as well. I mean, it's going to be a wild run this year for sure.
Can't wait for the shakeup, and can't wait to see y'all tomorrow for North America Monthly Finals. But in the meantime, let's take a look back on today. We'll see y'all later.
check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance.